Hello, YouTube. It's your old pal Nutty. I hear Mitch is going on a long vacation. That's good, because that guy really drives me nuts. You get it? Nuts. So without further ado, let's start the show. Yay!
Hello, everybody, and welcome into today's live broadcast. What's today?
Today's Friday,
What's the date?
September 1st.
All right, you're clear.
Yeah.
September 1st, 2023. It's Friday. It's time for a new build. And before Mitch leaves on his epic world tour,
Yeah.
we're going to build a mini PC, a mini ITX PC, I should say, using a case I've not seen any other YouTuber build in. This weird, kind of looks like a coffee machine, an espresso machine.
Yeah.
It's a really neat design.
Slushy machine. All right.
This comes from the same company where we made that console-looking long Rajanek, I think is the name of the company. And it's like a $170 case. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't expensive. And very unique. This is all glass.
Yeah, not plastic.
Yeah, that's all glass. It's a rounded piece of glass. So what we're going to put in here is, I've got an Intel Core i5 13500. I like this because it doesn't require aggressive cooling. It's fast. But we are going to put in a liquid cooler because this thing will fit and is intended to have a 240 millimeter all-in-one cooler. So I decided to go with ID cooling just to keep the price reasonable. And then we're using a small form factor power supply. That's an 850 watt power supply from the folks at, who makes that? ARESGAME. We're using a B760i Edge Wi-Fi motherboard from MSI. I just thought we're really going for looks here. So we've got to have some flash. And Seagate recently released the series of FireCuda NVMe drives that are like 1 terabyte and 2 terabyte. And they are licensed through Lucasfilm for Star Wars, which means, you know, you're going to pay more because of the licensing. And you're going to pay more because it's FireCuda, which has twice the TBW life of pretty much everybody else. And I want to show you what you get here. It's pretty neat. It's very much a complete waste of money that only a Star Wars fan would appreciate. But what essentially it is it's a flash drive that has a replaceable, basically heatsink top. And so there are different lightsaber hilts. We've got Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. You can see the lightsabers kind of stick out. And you can slide these in and out and have one on at a time, and then adjust the RGB lighting to make Darth Vader's lightsaber red, Obi-Wan's would be blue, Luke Skywalker's would be green. And that way you can switch them up if you get bored. But essentially, it's already got the Luke Skywalker one installed on it.
Nice.
And essentially, it's just going to plug in like any other NVMe drive. And then it needs some power. There's a small cable that's going to plug in there. And then we plug it into a fan controller, something that will give us, or an RGB controller. And then we can control the RGB using the motherboard's RGB software. So you'll see there's no, you can't see any blade here because that part of it is the RGB that's part of the solid state drive. And just these lids are the only thing that's different. So these are a little bit hard to find. I think B&H Photo had them. Who else did I see? think Best Buy's got them for $240 for a 2 terabyte. And they are the Seagate FireCuda, which are the Seagate's flagship NVMe drive as of August or September 2023. That's kind of the cream of their crop. So, yeah, we can choose the light side or the dark side.
Obi-Wan is my vote.
And then the RAM,
Is what we used on Tuesday.
no,
No.
this is RAM from OLOy, and it's called their Blade RAM. And this RAM has a very thin RGB across the top, which kind of looks like a lightsaber.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have the weird designs and angles and stuff. It's just a straight line of RGB. And I thought that would match well with the lightsabers, because remember, you're going to see everything
Through that
here.
glass, yeah.
So I thought we'd kind of do a Star Wars theme. And up here on the top of the case, we've got USB 3 Type A, USB-C, USB 3 Type C. There's our power button. There's our 3.5 millimeter audio jack. There's another USB 3 Type A. Around the back, lots of ventilation. We also have this lid that comes off here. That can give us access into the top of the unit for installing the radiator or having access to the slots, because the video cards, if we were to put a video card in this, the motherboard, rather than sitting sideways, the motherboard's going to sit with all the ports facing up. So your connectors for like plugging things in is going to be over here, down here. Which I wonder how you can run connectors like oh, I see. You could run the cables, since there's no hole in this, you would run, say, your HDMI cable through that hole in the back, out here, and into this rubber grommet right here. So that's where your monitor cable will. Your keyboard, all your cables are going to run in here, and you'll just lift this off. So I guess the radiator wouldn't go on top, would it? Thinking the radiator would go on the bottom. Now we've already got a couple of fans there, and I do believe that the bottom also comes off in a similar way. We just have this pull tab. Yeah, I'll have to double check to see where they intend for the radiator to go. Interesting. It certainly looks like there's no way to put the radiator here, because the motherboard, there's the I/O panel where the motherboard is there, which would prevent the radiator from sitting flush. Segotep. Oh, this is Segotep. This isn't Regionec. Segotep is the company that makes the spaceship computer build.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, that's this company. My bad.
So they're
All live and unscripted, folks.
So they're very unique, yeah, cases that they're building.
This glass panel will come off with 2 screws here, and on the same opposite side, same 2 screws. And that whole piece of glass comes off. And yeah, that's the whole unit. It's very well ventilated. And it should look very unique, should be quite the eye catcher, and also still be portable and able, easy to move around as need be. Unlike that Thermaltake system I showed yesterday, which is crazy. All right, how's everybody doing today? How are we doing?
On this Friday, we had some rain and some wind last night.
We're going to get some more today.
So
there's Marlena DG joining us in the chat.
somebody said it looks like a toaster.
That'd be a fancy toaster. Let's see. A couple of contributions came in, so a shout out and a thank you to these generous folks. Let's welcome 55 Sting Dude as a new member to the channel, and Gregory Howard is a new member of the channel. Welcome, gentlemen. Always glad to have you. PSC Computers Missouri also became a member. Wow, it's a great Friday. Welcome, welcome to the family.
The 1st, September the 1st. Boy, is it me or did the year go by fast? I mean, like that, That happens when you get as old as we are. I mean, as old as I am. So it's just the year.
Years have been going fast for me for about 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very strange. Time does seem to speed up. It's very weird.
It's the older you get.
I remember sitting in school waiting for 3 o'clock, for the bell to go off.
Yeah.
And I swear I would sit for 15 minutes staring at the clock on the wall to move 2 minutes. Thank you to Paul O'Brien, who also renews his membership. He's on month 3.
So your Jedi powers weren't really working much.
Jedi powers weren't working much for.
You know, moving the hands of the clock. Like,
Oh,
but-
no, they still don't.
and you remember either at 12, it would kind of click and go back
Backwards, yeah. Oh,
back a
man.
half a click. You're like, no.
Yeah, Paul O'Brien's been a member for 3 months. Also contributes €2. Says, I need alcohol thirsty. All right, well. Moderation in all things, my friend. Douglas Burchell renews his membership, now a member for 2 months. Says, great to be here and part of the family. Looking forward to today's build. And then we've got Buster, Peter Lake.
Hey.
Peter had a birthday recently.
29 again.
27.
7.
Good evening, Carey, Marlena, and Mitch, plus everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 62 degrees Fahrenheit or 16 degrees Celsius. Hey, you know what the temperature is here?
Oh, I'm going to guess 92. Quite muggy.
75 degrees and raining. But although we don't have rain here,
No.
it's probably going to happen. I want to warn you, when it rains in Arizona, it can be thunderstorms and you know, it pours and it could take us offline. So we are recording today's show as I normally do, but it may be possible if a big thunderstorm rolls in, we may end up going offline if the internet or power goes out.
If we get a deluge.
And if that happens, we're done for the day. Hopefully no equipment will be damaged. So we're taking a little bit of a risk by even doing this today, but I'm a tech, whatever breaks, I can fix it. Our friend Rick Lakes contributes $10. Rick's joining us from the great state of Minnesota. Says hello. John Groot just became a member. Right on. Welcome to all our new family members here. Roy Starman contributes $10 and says hello, Carey, Mitch, and Camera Girl. Mike Cardone with $10 says, Carey, your knowledge is priceless. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Mike. Flattery will get you everywhere. And Verusian Klustian with a $2 super chat. So Verusian, Mike Cardone, Roy Starman, Rick Lakes, and John Groot, again, Buster, Douglas Burchell, Paul O'Brien, PSC Computers Missouri, Gregory Howard, and 55 Stain Dude. Thanks, you guys, for supporting this channel so we can continue to do what we enjoy doing and to do it more often. This computer is being built specifically for the channel, not for any customer. If you are interested in purchasing it, it will be sold at cost. There is no charge for labor. And depending, might split the shipping with you 50-50, but you'll have to reach out to me in an email to negotiate with me. We don't do that publicly because nobody else is interested in what deal you want to make. So let's just take that in email, and my email address will be in the video notes today.
And I was impressed how thick this glass, you know, that's no little.
Yeah, well, they're going to see that when
panels.
we take off. You definitely don't want to drop that on
No,
the floor.
no.
Oystein joining us all the way from Norway. Welcome in. Always good to see Oystein. Richard Palmentier joining us. Richard just built his own computer and it's all successful and running. Thank you to Alan Lindas, who sends an Amazon gift card for $7.77. Thank you, Alan, as always. And let me just check my phone one time. See if I missed anybody else. Oh, Richard Palmentier sent an Amazon gift card for $25. Thank you again, Richard, and congrats on your build. Thanks for all you do, he says, and for your advice and assisting me with my build. Did you enjoy it? You want to build another one? Most people, even though we had some frustrations getting it up and running, it was all a learning curve.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with anything other than some things not plugged in or plugged in right. And, you know, once he got that figured out, he was rewarded with a booting computer that is fast, quiet, and will last him at least 8 years, if not 10. So Now that you've gone through that little roller coaster of excitement and then, oh no, what do I do? And it doesn't work. And then you fix it. You realize what you did wrong. How do you feel? How do you put that even into words?
But I will warn you, chat, that, you know, when you tell somebody that you built your own desktop, they kind of look at you like you have a third eye or you're out of your mind. You know, they're like, who would do that? And you're like, well, I would, because I got to choose the exact parts that I wanted to go in my desktop. And so they're like, oh, okay, I guess, you know, and I'm like, there's a pride there that you will never know until you build one that fire it up. Just works great. So.
Yeah, there's some things in life only through experience can you fully understand them. Ben Laird with a £5 contribution joining us from Scotland. Welcome in, Ben. He goes, Carey, just looking at that case, the cooler goes in the back left side, not at the top or bottom. Maybe. So there's the folks over here, I certainly can see where he's getting that, but I don't see any holes back here to secure to this. But I do see there are brackets. But if I go over to YouTube, just to give you an example, we'll look at this together because I need to refresh. I do this all unscripted. I'm as a field service technician, you never know what you're going out to service from job to job, so you don't really get the benefit of rehearsing or what you guys would call being prepared. Being prepared in my line of work is being able to do any job that can be thrown to you without notice at any time, and you'll do that multiple times a day, minimum 5 days a week. That's just how it is. That's the reality of it. Making videos, people expect more of a Hollywood production, and you know, we don't live our lives that way. We don't get multiple takes so we could say the right thing the right time, first time. It's very much fake. An Instagram photo showing a moment of somebody, you know, on some island, and really it's just a green screen.
Yeah.
They're outside in a dumpster.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't like being lied to. I don't like being manipulated, and I like to keep everything true and honest here. So this is how real technicians, at least my definition of it and how I was trained, we do things. So what I did is I saw a video from Segotep showing sort of a fast build. There's really no talking in it, I think. What was this case called? It's called a Segotep Slath. Slath. And, oh, well, let me just take a quick look. This guy puts his cooler. He does put it in the back, but I swear there was one. It's this one. It was put on the bottom. I could be remembering it completely wrong. Let's see, where does this guy put the cooler? Does heck look like he put it on the bottom?
Yeah, it did.
I'll show you what Mitch and I are looking at. I don't want to get a copyright violation, but we can show a few seconds of it.
It did look like on the bottom, yeah.
Let's go to piece. Might look better in the back though. Turn that on. Screen. This is the video, Segotep Slath mini build. There he's using a Kraken Z53. That's a nice cooler. He got it in white. No, it looks like he mounted the cooler vertically as well.
Okay.
I see.
Yep.
Yep. And it's just hidden. That's why.
Okay.
So maybe I misunderstood seeing the fans at the bottom,
Right.
thinking that was where the liquid cooler went. It does appear, whoever said that in the chat.
Mhm.
Good eye. Thank you for that. Let me go back over to camera 1. Stay on that screen too long. So the videos that are on YouTube that I saw are just sort of like montages.
Right.
There's no real how-to on this. And certainly take a look at those if you're curious at some of the other ways they've been built. Yeah, that'll save us a little time having to figure out where the cooler goes.
Yep.
So my thanks again to whoever that was. Who was that said that? Richard Palmentier said his computer build was rewarding and satisfying to do. And as Mitch said, getting the parts I wanted to build the computer. PCbuilders.com helped too. I've never heard of PCbuilders.com. Paul O'Brien thinks the thumbnail that Camera Girl did for the video today is fantastic. But they always are.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Good answer. Dave Stetzel says hello, Carey, Mitch, and Marlena in chat. Welcome in, Dave. Dan Nelson said, I agree with Paul O'Brien. It's a great thumbnail as usual. Ian Gooch with a 10-pound super chat says, hello from London, Carey and Mitch. That case looks the right size now from the monster you had yesterday. Read. Elijah Dickens with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Elijah Dickens. Elijah Dickens says, hello, Carey and Mitch. Nice day in DC. Here's a little catch up. Well, right on. We appreciate you. Thank you. Richard Palmentier is talking to Oystein. He says that Richard joined us about a year ago when he received a free computer as a veteran. But he has since gotten a job and can afford now to buy himself parts to build his own computer. So we might have started something here with Richard. So great feeling. Trevor Dunn said, that was me that said it about the cooler. Well, thank you, Trevor. Sharp eye there. Appreciate you. Is it possible to flip the case upside down but still have the legs on the bottom? No. Why would you want to do that? If you flipped it upside down, you wouldn't be able to see these fans. And the legs on the bottom, there's a leg right here on the bottom. There would be no way for you to if you were to flip this upside down, this would be down here. And then that would interfere with the your radiator would go over here. I don't believe you could. Because it almost looks like maybe this piece would come off, this whole back piece, and be flipped the other way. But then that shifts everything from the right side to the left. And that means like running your cables to the back of the motherboard would require, if it were possible, you'd have to run the cables instead of up here, you'd run them down here and have to run the cables all the way up into the top of the board. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. I just pushed that little grommet through. I thought I felt something.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's all right. We're opening this up, and it's very easy once we're inside to get at everything. Okay, what else?
You know, we can change places so you can look here. It's easier. I'm wearing glasses, and that's...
Dwayne Blackwelder says hello. Mortant's joining us. Stealth Mode joins us. There's Bull 142. Welcome in, everybody. Paul Howe. Paul Howe wants to know if I got a small form factor power supply. Yes, I don't know if you just joined us, but I went over all the parts not 20 minutes ago. This does require a small form factor power supply. Steve Mercure says that was awesome work from Camera Girl. She needs a raise. Camera Girl's very expensive. That is the most expensive thumbnail ever made in the history of YouTube. Okay, I guess we need to start by prepping the motherboard.
Is what
So I'm going to move the case
Okay.
and the cooler. I'll just set them off to the side where we could trip on them later. Thank you. Oh, and I'll take the power supply. as
Power
well.
supply.
We'll come back to that in a bit. And so we need to start with the motherboard. I think I will do the camera work. How about that? I'm going to be camera girl. It's camera girl's not here.
You haven't got the legs for it. All right, let's see.
How dare you?
Yeah. These little boards crack me up. I mean, they really do. The fact that they still kind of have everything on it compared to your regular, what is it, ATX, and then the big ones are called EATX. I don't know.
Well, there's EATX, extended ATX,
TX.
which is like servers.
Right.
ATX, which is your standard motherboard. Micro or MATX. Then mini ITX.
Okay.
Then we run into the really super mini ones, which are like the mini PCs that we review, which is a completely different form factor. Peter Laycock just sent a very generous Amazon gift card. He says, hello, Carey. I just bought a phone on Amazon UK using your affiliate link. I hope this works. And you receive a small commission because it was a $1,200 phone.
Woo.
Well, I have to look tomorrow. I get those updates every 24 hours of any purchases that are made. And we should have the one link working, which means that my link should work across Amazon worldwide. Tony Martin with a $12.50 Amazon gift card. Thank you to Tony Martin. And send Tony a quick thank you right there.
I'm disappointed, chat, that I'll be in Vietnam when Apple announces there, I think, on the 12th, the new phone lineup. And I just got an email this morning about GoPro 12.
Oh,
the announcement here on September 6th. I'll be away, but I've got my eye on both. Time to kind of upgrade because I think I've got a GoPro 9. Yeah, you've got a 10, and then 11's out, but the 12 be interesting. And then it's time for me to upgrade kind of my iPhone when I get back. So
do you take your GoPro with you?
I don't.
No.
No, I just figure the phone is good enough, to
That's
take.
the deal with.
Yeah. So.
Luke Greeny had just sent $25 via PayPal.
Hey.
Says, thanks for all you do, Carey. It's definitely appreciated by me. Well, and you are appreciated by me. So thank you very much. Oh,
Did you open this already? I'm just.
I have not. I have not.
See any?
Yeah, but there's no tape, right?
Right.
So you can tell if there's tape and it's been cut.
Oh, okay.
I might have opened it to look at it, but I didn't take it out of the box and I didn't cut any tape.
Can I?
Let me grab the close-up camera.
That's right.
And then I will put you to work, my friend.
Wait.
Let me get a drink of my Gatorade for the sponsorship that I pay Gatorade to let me.
What was the name of the case again? A Slath? A Sloth?
Slath.
Slath.
Segotep.
Slath.
Slath.
And then I got a eyeball camera 1 to camera. What's the you call the mini one?
This is the close-up camera.
Where's that on the line there? I see camera 1. Is it lower?
It says close-up
Oh,
camera.
gotcha.
So hit that eyeball on close-up camera, but leave the eyeball on camera 1 on.
So hit
Hit that eyeball. Jeez, are you driving? Holy cow!
Yeah,
You're not on
this
the right one.
No.
That one. Okay, so now when I turn this on, the reason you're not going to see it is because anything above it that's selected
Gotcha.
takes precedent.
So when you're ready.
So I think we're good to go if you want to.
Hit camera, one eyeball.
I don't trip over myself.
Now? Yeah.
Yeah. There he is.
Okay.
There he is.
Ooh. 3D. Okay.
Jeez, I'm going to need my glasses today.
Oh,
I'm not having a good eyeball day.
okay.
All right, so what do we got there? MSI Mag B760i Edge Wi-Fi, premium thermal design, B11 power phase, whatever that means, VRM power design, Lightning Gen 5, Wi-Fi 6E and Bluetooth 5.3. Those are your current standards as of September 1st, 2023. And all your other details here, which of course can be found on the product page that we have links for.
And we'll show you the close-up.
And of course, there's this QR code if you want to scan and pull up the manual at home. Just point your phone at that, bring up the website. Okay.
Here we go. Ah. We have a midget, a tiny board. Let's see what's underneath in the box.
They prefer to be called little boards.
Little boards. Okay. Is there anything? There's got to be something in the.
I better hope so.
Yeah, underneath.
As soon as Mitch can figure out how to.
What do we have here?
I don't know, but I better not order a pizza later.
Yeah,
You'll have a hard time getting it out of the box.
We got.
What was that? Oh, that's an ARGB cable.
We got
again.
antennas.
Oh, yeah, it's got built-in Wi-Fi.
Antennas. We got another
SATA cable.
SATA cable. We have
M.2 screws. Is that what that is?
probably, yeah. So we're going to need these out. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave those out.
We've got our this and this. Ooh, and plenty of Go Faster stickers.
Oh, there you go, Mitch. That's what you needed in your life.
Yeah.
There's Lucky. Why does it say battery?
Battery and
Badge, battery, and Lucky. Is there anything else? Is that one sheet or does it open? Oh, there's backside. And that is for
SATA
labeling, I
RGB,
guess.
yeah, and RGB labeling.
I see. It's got a picture of a fan, picture of so you could label your cables.
Okay.
If the label on the cable at the table at your house says your network is connected to a button on the mouse.
Well, you too can speak like Dr. Seuss. All right, let's see. We're going to build right on the box. Let's.
Yes, please.
Oh, I forgot something.
What'd you forget?
This.
No, we're going to toss that.
Oh,
Because we're going to throw all the extra parts we don't use in the build in that motherboard box. We need as much room in there as possible. So that'll go in the recycle bin, that other piece that Mitch had to remove there.
now this comes with tape. Let's see if I can do this without cutting myself. I can't get injured now, Chad. I'm leaving Monday at 3 a.m.
I
So
don't know about that knife, but you might need to see a doctor.
yeah, yeah. Cut towards me. All right.
All in the wrist.
Yeah. Nice anti-static bag. Little tight there.
You never worked as a bagger at a grocery store, have you?
I did not. Not a bag bag. Okay. Now here's our board. We'll show you the.
Go ahead and set it on the box, and then I'll bring the camera to the board. So our I/O, lots of I/O here.
Oh, wrong side.
4 USB 3s. We got a display port, an HDMI port. We have a USB 3 that looks like it also is a charging port. And below that, USB Type-C. Everything is labeled. Go ahead and tilt that motherboard up a little bit for me. Everything is labeled. That's really nice.
Yep.
2.5 gig network port over there with 2 more USB 2s. These are our connections for our Wi-Fi antennas. And then this is all sound cards. So microphone in, speaker output is the green, line input is blue. All right, go ahead and set the board back down and push it towards me a little bit. And let's give it a slow spin. And let's see what we have here. We've got VRM heatsink here. We've got a cover for our I/O shield. Our M.2 heatsink has got to be right here. This thing only have one M.2 on it. Let's go through, let's turn it this way. Let's take a look at this side of the board. It's our USB Type-C front port header for the case, USB 3.0 header for the case, 4 SATA ports, 24-pin motherboard power connector, 1 lonely capacitor. And let's keep bringing it around. Up along the top here, we've got some more connectors for, this looks like all fans, fan, and fan, ARGB, and some other kind of RGB, I'm guessing. This is our CPU power or EPS power. All ATX motherboards have Wi-Fi, and they have 4 screws, 1 in each corner. 1 here, 1 here, here, and 1 there. So it's only 4 screws to tighten this down. And let's get a screwdriver and let's take this piece off and see what's under. Also, is there anything underneath? Sometimes you get an extra M.2 slot. It certainly looks like this is our second. Do you see this, Mitch? This is our second M.2 slot that's hidden back here. But it would need a standoff because we just have a hole right there. Did they give us a standoff in that bag?
They did not.
Let's see.
Just 4 screws.
Okay, well, for some reason, yes. Huh. There should be a small standoff. Or one of these screws should have a shoulder on it.
I can open that.
Oh, there is a standoff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, do me a favor. Let's open this bag so I can show the audience. So yes, we do have a second M.2 slot with no heatsink here.
Where's your scissors over here?
They're in the first drawer. You're just very small.
Oh yeah. You wouldn't want to leave these on carpet. Boom.
So at an easy glance, it looks like they're the same, but you can see these two slightly different from these two.
Correct.
You can just tell by the. Let's get it moved away from that reflection. You see the top of this one right here?
Yep. Has a shoulder, yeah.
The bottom of it looks like a screw, but the top of it looks like a standoff screw would go into.
So should we put that in just to make sure it's there, right?
Mm-hmm. And there's really no way you can tighten this with any tools, maybe a needle nose pliers or something. So yeah, if you would
Flip this over.
Yeah, let's start there.
It's going to need to go in here. I can move that.
Yes.
That's this one.
Yes. Oh yeah, I suppose Mitch has the right idea there. It's exactly what you're supposed to type. It may be aluminum, so a magnet may not stick to it.
Oh. Yeah.
You know what? Take that orange magnet off of the driver and see if the magnet will stick to the screw, just to test the theory. Oh, okay. So the driver needs to be magnetized. That seems to be the problem. Okay, now try. Not sticking. Turn that orange thing around. One side is magnetizing, one side is demagnetizing. Rub it against the driver a couple times, and now try it. Really? Nothing. Crazy.
I don't have the magic touch. Okay, now how am I gonna? I've had 7 Red Bulls. No.
Let me see it.
Okay.
Got it?
I certainly. Okay, little snoot. Going technical.
Now use the driver.
Now I'll use the drive. Started it, so I didn't cross-thread it. You don't want to cinch it down, just till it stops. Here, like.
No, take it further than that
Yeah.
because we're going to tighten another screw on top
Okay.
of it.
Oh, gotcha.
So make that one nice and tight. That way, when we loosen
Yeah.
the screw on top of it, we don't want that backing off. Nice tight.
Oh, so we're gonna put one of the little ones then.
Yep.
Now this may,
Because we're not going to use that
yeah,
today.
this is really gonna. Got it. I ain't got it. Yeah, there we go. Not too much, but just snug. Take my work. All right, yeah.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead and let's turn that board around. And now let's take this cover off.
Now these will probably be magnetized. These ones maybe. I don't. Long. That's a long one. A one. What do you call the blue stuff that's on the end of the screw? Loctite or?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew something. All right. Let's see what we got. The thermal tape. We do. Here's our standoff.
So once again, we're going to put the standoff
Oh.
into that standoff.
Into this one.
Correct, because that hole is way too big. If we tried to put just the screw
Yeah.
in there, it'll fall right through that. Also, the drive would be on a downward angle, which would not be good.
Okay. I did it underneath.
World is
Ner-
watching you, Mitch.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
pressure.
nerves of steel.
Paul O'Brien, with a €2 contribution, said Davis Parsons is a member 12 months. He should be blue. Is he not blue? We'll have to fix that when we get an opportunity. There's Paul O'Brien keeping Daddy honest.
I used to play the game Operation.
Yes, but did you win?
Funny bone. Never could get that out. Okay. I wanna-
Nice and tight on that.
Okay.
Okay, now, who should we be? Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, or Darth Vader?
You know you want Luke. I mean,
Do I?
I know that you want Luke. I prefer Obi.
Or do
but-
I want Darth Vader? The dark side has cookies.
Okay. All right. Better hold that. Yeah. Okay. You want Darth.
Look at the detail.
Oh, that lightsaber. Yeah.
I'm going to force this camera to focus. Do we want whiny Luke Skywalker?
Well, now that you put it that way,
I think we got to go dark on this one.
I go Darth. Yeah.
So here's the drive. Take that from me and see if you can slide this top piece here
Okay.
back that way. If not, try the other direction. Try sliding it. There it is. There's a little ball detent there that it locks into.
Now,
Just keep sliding it. There you go. So you see this little ball bearing?
oh, yeah.
There's an indent on the bottom here, and that's what holds it and locks it in
Gotcha.
place. But this is your RGB here.
Okay.
This is the LED. And it's just a little slot, makes it look like a lightsaber.
Okay.
So give me that one. And let's put on Vader.
And then I know that it went this way, right? Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I think you can slide it on either way. There, you heard it lock in, right? Felt it?
Yep.
Now guess where that's going to go.
Yeah.
Correct? So go ahead.
But it'll be upside down.
Will it?
Or no, all the writing carries all the writing in the same direction.
Yeah,
So it's
and this
off.
board is actually going to go in this way in the case. Remember, this is going to face
Oh,
up.
okay.
So no matter what, it'll be vertical.
Okay. Got our little notchy right here.
Okay.
Boy, this is heavy.
Oh, and because that has a heat sink on it, we're not going to be putting that heat sink back on.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Okay.
Put it in the box.
We do our notchy to there. Don't want to get too technical on you, but here we go. Line up that notchy. Just like the gold fingers, and we won't diving board this one because it's got a lot of weight to it.
Oh, you're going to have to slide this lid
Okay.
right here. You have to, because the screw to lock it down,
Mm-hmm.
this actually covers the screw.
Okay. Can I go that way?
Yes. There you go. That's
Yeah.
And now you've exposed the little tunnel that the driver's got to follow through. So Mitch is putting the little M.2 screw there on the end of the driver.
Let me just test it. No pressure.
All right.
Okay. Me to really see this.
You have to put it down. The weight of it's holding it down.
I got it. First try. Just like downtown. Now I don't want to wrench it, but you want it snug. You better try it. Here.
Doesn't have to be, it's just securing it in place. Yeah, that's good.
And so like
And
here,
then just slide this back.
Yeah. the ball and their nubbins there. And like Carey said, we will not be using this.
Yeah, so for right now, do me a favor, let's set that over here.
Okay.
Because I want to put that in its own little Ziploc, so those, we know those two screws specifically go to this piece.
Okay.
All right,
So
let's
Beautiful.
turn this around this way so the audience can see. Yeah, matches.
yeah, I like it.
Let's see. All good?
All good.
All right, so what we want to do with these is just hold on to these for spares. And maybe I'll be in a Luke Skywalker mood and I'll swap it out. Yep. Too bad I didn't have two M.2s side by side. I could have Luke and Darth, or Obi-Wan and Darth side by side. Okay, so that's $240 for 2 terabytes.
Okay. We CPU time?
So I think it's CPU time.
Said before here.
For i5, 13500, I think is the best bang for the buck you can get these days.
13th gen.
Yeah.
Here she is. Yep. You'll go ahead. You don't want to open this side with the thing. You want to open this side.
Yeah, much easier to open that
A
side.
little short. Well, this comes with its own little cooler.
It does, because
Yeah,
it's not a K processor. It's only a 65 watt processor. Really don't need an all-in-one cooler on here, but we're not going to use their cooler. Okay, that's going to go in the box.
That'll go in the box, and here is our chip.
You can slide that out.
Here's our fan, so might as well put it right back in the box. Huh?
Yeah. Turn it the other way. Turn it 90 degrees. The hole that the CPU sat in matches the hole in the box.
I was just testing it.
You tested me? I didn't bring a number 2 pencil.
This won't zoom in, but yeah. Okay.
I can zoom it in.
Oh. Ah, i5.
Okay.
Beautiful. So now what we want to do is take this arm, apply a little bit of pressure, and then up. And is this is the kind that opens the weird way towards you,
Yeah,
right?
you can see this little latch opens
Right,
over here.
yeah.
So what you would do is you would push down on this.
Okay.
That will raise the top. Lift it.
Sweat.
Let's put it in. Oh, you want me to do it?
I'm sweating on this. I'll do it. I'll try.
Well, let's turn it sideways so
Okay.
you can see what she's doing.
It has 2 notches here in the plastic. Now let me see here. You're just enjoying this, aren't you? It's square. Here's I got a little triangle, very tiny to see right there. Now there are dots.
Yeah,
And,
you want
you know,
the triangle.
But the triangle goes and the writing goes so this way. I'm doing it.
So when you look on the motherboard, there will be a triangle either on the socket. I see one right there. Pink. Seeing a triangle there?
Well, it would make sense because you once said all the writing goes this way and HDMI is going this way. So I think.
And then sometimes it's also etched on the top of the socket.
Okay.
But I would have to, it would be underneath this
Okay.
plastic part.
So you're thinking this way with the triangle there.
Yeah, there's the triangle's also right etched onto.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. Yeah. Gotcha.
And that should match
Yeah.
the triangle that's etched in very carefully
Okay.
there. And then of course you've got the notches, right? You've got the
Oh,
notches.
yeah.
You've got 2 notches on the top, 2 notches on the bottom, and they're not exactly aligned so that you can only put the notches on the bottom will only align with the notches on the bottom of the heatsink.
So then you kind of just set it gently.
Up against the edge, try to avoid touching the pins.
And then just drop it.
Yep.
And then it might not be in, so then.
Now, looks like you got it in there, but yeah, what you would do is grab the top edges of it there
Yeah.
and try and twist it without
Just-
pushing
no,
down.
no.
Does it twist?
No.
Okay, then it looks like you've got it seated. So now take the plastic protector off that protects those pins from getting bent in shipping.
Push it toward me.
Yep, just pop off.
Didn't have my.
Just grab this edge right here, this plastic edge, and pull it away.
Ah,
He's a nervous wreck.
I didn't have my Wheaties. Okay. Yeah, I can see that it's all in the notches. Yep. All sitting there beautifully.
Nothing better than a visual inspection.
Yep.
And go ahead and lower that retention lever, or the whatever that piece is called there. What that's going to do is going to apply pressure to the top of the CPU, and it's going to push it down onto the pins and make contact. So there's going to be a lot of tension on that lever, and go for it.
Yeah, some people would freak out as to, I'm breaking it.
Yeah, it's going to bend.
Yeah.
And you're going to keep pressure, catch it underneath the hook.
Boom.
That's how you do it. This is how you do it.
Okay.
We'll
We'll hang on to this, of course. This will go in the mother box.
mother box.
The mother.
And time for some RAM, I think.
And what we have here. Didn't on Tuesday's show we used OLOy, the OLOy.
Yeah, but this is DDR5
but it's
and
different.
RGB.
Yeah. Try to get away from the glare here.
It's more expensive. Oh, look, studio lights.
Blade 5. They only made 3 Blade movies, right?
Only. Could they have made more?
No.
Hard to do when Wesley Snipes was in jail for tax
Yeah,
evasion.
yeah. But I did like Chris Christopherson as his
That was a weird thing.
yeah, as his boss.
Chris Christopherson. Didn't he sing Sailing?
No, that was Christopher Cross. Chris Christopherson.
But Chris Christopherson was a singer too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What was his song?
He did A Star Is Born with Barbra Streisand. He's a guy that always had the beard.
Hey, there's a YouTube channel you might like, Mitch, called Professor of Rock. And he
Okay.
does the history of famous songs in the 70s and 80s and often interviews the band members and
Now you're talking.
explains the lyrics and the rhythm and all the,
Ooh,
right from the horse's mouth.
beautiful. And you say there's lighting on this or no? There's not,
It doesn't look like that.
doesn't look like it to me.
Supposed to be. It says Blade Performance RGB.
Oh, okay.
So this maybe it doesn't have RGB where I think it has RGB. I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. What we're going to do is open up these retention levers on both sides. This side does not open because it would hit the graphics card.
So I can tell just by eyeballing it here, I think that it looks like my notch is lined up.
Well, just gently put it in the track.
Versus here.
Start with the one closest to you so the camera can see what you're doing.
Okay. Let me just, like you said, just gently put it in here.
Yeah, slide it into each track on the left and right. It should go in very smooth. And then see if that notch aligns with the socket's notch.
I can't see it. Can you see?
Yeah, it's aligned.
So thumbs?
Thumbs. Perfect. And one more time. Now these are two 16 gig sticks for a total of 32. Make sure it's in the track. If it's sitting sideways like that, if one side's higher than the other, do not apply any brute force or anything.
It doesn't
Just not aligning it
That
correctly.
doesn't feel right. Maybe it's this way. Okay. Oh, because this one's this way. Yeah.
Yeah, regardless, it'll fit in the track the same, even if it's 180 degrees. But you cannot put one side in before the other.
It doesn't.
You
feel
have to put both sides in at the same time, or it's not going to work. You have to make sure that it goes down level. You can't put one side down first. I don't know why you're spending so much time over here when that's going in easily for you.
Yeah.
This is the side you're struggling with, and as far as I'm concerned, it's the only side you need to be paying attention to.
What do you think? No?
It's pretty level to me. Yeah, go ahead and use your thumbs and lock it down.
I want to force it.
You have to. Yeah, you do have to use, once you're seated down, to get into the socket, it's got to be a tight fit.
Yeah.
So much the same way this CPU has to have a lot of downward pressure, You're going to have to exert some force to get that lever down, and you're going to have to exert some force to get memory seated. Don't be too shy with that, or you could damage the components by only having it partially seated. And then when you turn on power, it short circuits it and damages the RAM. So by being too careful, you can cause damage.
Okay.
All right, I think we'll go back to camera 1
Okay.
for the time being, because now we're going to have to figure out this whole cooler situation.
So then, do I eyeball camera 1?
Yeah, just eyeball camera 1, that's all.
Wait a minute. There we go.
Yeah. Thank you. And while we're doing this, I'll put this camera back on its charger, just in case. Go for some more close-ups here in a little bit.
Okay.
How was that for you, Mitch?
Marlena, good job, Mitch. I was a bit nervous, I want to tell you that. But if you're doing, again, your build,
I didn't help you with any of
whether
that.
it's your first build or whatever, like Carey said, take your time, enjoy it. Don't get frustrated. You know, my father always used to say, when all else fails, read the manual, which Carey never does. But
I find manuals.
I do,
should be
yeah.
frustrating. Oystein says, thank you, camera boy.
So. It's just so tiny. This is going to be a smoking machine. I'm just saying, you know.
I hope not.
Not that kind of.
Thomas Tidwell with a $5 super chat says, I finally got here. Here's my fee.
Happy Friday.
Richard Palmentier said, what's the advantage of 2 terabyte over 1 terabyte? 2 terabytes will run a little bit faster because of the way SSDs are designed. If you take 2 of the same model and the only difference is their capacity, the larger capacity will be faster. And nobody ever complains they have too much storage space. I think it was $140 for the 1 terabyte version and $240 for the 2 terabyte. So it was a better value to get 2 terabytes. And, you know, if I could have got a 4 terabyte one, they offered it, I would have put a 4 terabyte in there. Most people who buy a machine like this are going to want a lot of storage, right? To put games on it. It's really designed to be a gaming machine. It's got a graphics port that we could add a graphics card to. And yeah, and it would be a killer gaming rig if you wanted to do that.
Yep.
But for me personally, 2 terabytes is for me like a minimum for a machine for me. Since this isn't going to anybody, I figured I'm going to build it the way I would want it if I was going to keep it, because you never know, maybe I will keep it. Mark Gaines contributes £2, says to check my PayPal. And let's see. Bob R says hello. Yeah, if you're enjoying the video, you can let us know by hitting the thumbs up button. We appreciate that. Davis Parsons should be blue. Where is Davis in here? Davis Parsons. Oh, there he is. Let me borrow this for a second. We're going to fix that and make this Parsons. This Parsons is in here somewhere. Here he is. Davis says the Go Faster stickers don't work. He added them to his body, and I'm not any faster, but I do get weird looks from people. Sometimes it's stealthy. All right, that's too far away for me to read. Let me take a look over here, see what folks are saying. Scroll up here. Jasmine Decker says, greetings from the Netherlands. How do they say hello in the Dutch? What is a greeting? I know that the Jonte Levin. That's this idea that you should never boast about your successes. You should be humble and grateful and appreciative. I like that, but I guess it's the young people don't. I'm sure they'll correct my misunderstanding of it, but it's my basic understanding of it. Shamim Kajvira says hello from Sweden. He says Haja Norge. Sure. Jeremy Buckler says hello, Carey and Mitch. Welcome in, Jeremy. Blackjack Yak says, yay, I made it to the stream. We've been waiting for you. Jason Mirabel says, happy Labor Day weekend.
And we get a good morning Vietnam from Mitch. I'll, when I send Carey some video clips, I will. In the meantime, Chad, I'm busy studying my Vietnamese language. So hello is Xin Chao. That's pretty easy.
Gary Russ contributes $10 in Super Chat. Says, hello, Carey and Mitch. Blessings to the chat. I am dreaming of upgrading the gift from you, i3, to what? I was gifted $300. Any chance that amount might? You're going to need to reach out to me privately, Barry, to my email address. Let's see. Richard Palmentier mentions his build was just under $500. Of course, when you build it yourself and you don't have to pay $100 or $150 to ship it across the country, that's always some cost savings there.
Savings, yeah.
Steve McKeer says, with all those Go Faster stickers, this build is going to scream.
Indeed.
Sherry McFarland says hello. Mike Carden says the MSI motherboard is a little change for you. I was looking to see what was going to look best. This was purely selected for its aesthetics and price. Chris Garrett says, good afternoon, Carey and chat. I'm loving the cooler weather with a low 66 Fahrenheit tonight, a high of 85 tomorrow with a low of 63 tomorrow night. Right now, he says it's 83 degrees Fahrenheit and feels like 86. Can you really tell a difference between 83 and 86? Really? I mean, that's so close. I guess some people are more sensitive to it than others. Oh, Mark Gaines wanted me to check my PayPal. $5 comes in from William Ward. Thank you, William. Robert Barnes contributes $20 Amazon gift card. He says this is to help you continue providing excellent one-of-a-kind programming. That's Mr. 50B in the chat room. Send Robert a quick little thank you here. Thank you, Robert. And PayPal contribution from Mark Gaines of $24.29. Right on. Thank you, my friend Mark Slancha. Oh, I got a RoboForm update.
Yeah, can you get that off the screen? And then sometimes you do something where you can hit the refresh so the delay is not super.
Yeah, the video is really delayed. It's much better here.
Yeah.
And $20 comes in from Ronald Lasvila.
Ah.
Thank you, Ronald, for your $20 super chat PayPal contribution. Right on. You guys rock. All right. I think RoboForm did RoboForm install? I think it installed. Fresh, right? I don't know why it's been doing this, why it's falling behind. Very strange.
And this is going to mount vertically, the motherboard. I mean, we're so used to it being, can't wait to see, yeah, that's going to look.
358 people are watching around the world right now.
And you know who's in our chat? The man.
Michael Dane. Michael Dane contributes a $10 super chat. Says he just gave away his 163rd computer to a Navy veteran for online school was an Intel i7 9700K. It's a very decent computer. Those are the ones I've been selling for around $500. That's a nice giveaway.
Nice to see you, Michael.
William R. says shalom from Alaska.
Ah,
There are too many people saying shalom from Alaska. Heider in the chat is speaking apparently Dutch in the chat room. Is it Danish or Dutch? I think it's Dutch. You even want to try to say that word?
it's all vowel. It's all vowels. All right.
Denk Jewel Jij ook in God Havand en Fin Weekend Twitchwinst. I think I'm having a stroke.
Yeah. Yeah. Are the lights dimming? All right.
Richard Palmentier said he's going to get that inspired by CareyHolzman plate to attach to the computer. Right on. Yeah, those are available at CareyHolzman.com.
No, Andy Kane, this is not the 60th Toto shirt. I stopped at 56.
Steve wants to know, are you going to try street food in your
Absolutely.
at Vietnam?
Yep.
David Martinez says hello.
Maybe I even looked up, Chad, some places to do karaoke. They're in Ho Chi Minh City, but hate to sing in English and nobody understand me. I'll do it if there's a place that's nice.
Mega Man said he tested my Amazon all-in-one link and it now works and takes him to the Canadian Amazon. So in theory, I should be able to make commissions from Amazons all over the world. Camera Girl fixed that for me. She figured that out.
What
I
a
think it
gal.
required one click.
What a gal.
All right. Robin wants to know, would you use one antenna or two for Wi-Fi? It requires two. It won't work with one, or it'll only work half as well. There's a reason why they give you two. So now you don't have to use those antenna. You can go on Amazon and buy, external antennas that have cords, because the antennas they're giving us, they plug right into the back, and kind of the motherboard blocks the antennas. But they're standard antennas that you can go on Amazon, and they sell all different kinds that fittings will screw on and will work if you want to do something better than what it comes with. Sometimes motherboards will include a little base for the antenna.
Right.
But I didn't see one in there when we went through it. Now, part of me wants to boot this up and prep it, because I'd hate to put it all in the case and fire it up and then have an issue and have to take it back out. So to do that, I need to put a cooler on here temporarily. Let me check and see if I have a cooler. Let me do this first.
Okay.
We should be on this screen anyway. Let me check and see if I have an open box cooler. I think I do. Sure. I get to a point where I have so many parts, I don't know what parts I have.
Well, chat, people keep asking me if I'm excited for my trip. I don't really get excited until, I don't know, a couple of days before, which it is a couple of days before. So got my 40-liter backpack out on the floor, and got my packing list and everything. So won't take long to set that up. So, yep. Monday morning.
Monday mornings when you go?
Yep.
Every day?
Yep. Got the taxi picking me up at 3 a.m. Yeah. They don't get you up that early to shoot you at sunrise.
What time are you going to bed?
I'm not.
Just going to sleep on the plane?
Yeah. So Phoenix to LA at 5:25 a.m. Yeah.
So we're going to use this heatsink just for now.
Okay.
It's already got thermal compound on it, so when we're done with it, I'll have to clean it up and put it on the shelf.
Okay.
Now, where is the CPU power connection on this? Pump, system fan, pump fan, system fan, CPU is the first one. So there's three back here.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3. The CPU is the first one. The middle one is a always on pump. So when we hook up the water pump, we'll actually plug it into the pump header.
Okay.
But just for us to be able to boot this up, see the drive light up, see what the RGB, where is the RGB on these RAM sticks? That's not what I thought it was. Maybe OLOy doesn't make that RAM anymore, or they don't make it in a DDR5 variation.
And because Mitch built it, it's really going to be the smoke.
It's no problem. There. And then again, this is just temporary. So let's get this out of the way. Mark Gaines wants to know where you get your Toto shirts from.
The actual Toto website, Toto 99. And that's the numbers 99. Just got an email this morning. They're having a big Labor Day sale. So on stuff. Would love to order something, but I'm not going to be around. So
I suppose you could have it shipped here.
yeah, that's true. I'd like one more Toto sweatshirt. Although in Phoenix, it never gets that cool.
Yeah, we get like 3 days. All right, let's see.
At the end of December. Yeah. Keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
No Ethernet. Oh, and you need your little power on
Yes.
to turn it on, I think.
Yes, I will. I'll need a power switch.
I'm getting very technical. You need your little the thingy, but you.
I always need my little thing. I don't leave home without it.
Yeah. I don't like this one. No, I like this.
So the headers on many ITX boards is over by the main power. But it looks like on this one, where is our front? Huh. They've moved it somewhere. So that's our USB 3, USB 3 Type-C. This says JTPW1. Aha! It's hidden. It's going to go right there. So we've got a USB header, our front panel header, and right here, our front audio header. All three are going to go right up against this SSD. That's not going to work because it's too big. That'll work. This is just, and these are all available in my Amazon store. If you click on the link inside of the video notes, it says you can buy everything you see in the video through my Amazon store link. There's over 140 items in there, everything from the Lazy Susan to the screwdrivers to the power switches and even the cables I use and the cameras I use and the batteries, all of it's there. And if you use that link, even if you don't make a purchase of any of that stuff, but you purchase something else during that browser visit to Amazon, I make a small commission, 1-2% maybe, on most purchases. It's all anonymous. I don't know who you are. All I know is what was purchased, at what price, on what day, and how much commission Amazon owes me. I don't know who purchased it or where it's being shipped to. So it's a nice anonymous way to support the channel. The price for you is no different, whether you choose to do it or not. The price, shipping, all that stays the same. Okay, so for power switch, it's going to go right, it's 2 set of pins right here. Ooh, that is dark. Should have went with the light side. So the heatsink makes it a tight fit to put the connector on.
Yep.
The good news is it ain't going off.
Okay.
All right, so we've got power supply plugged in. We've got video plugged in, power switch plugged in, and our keyboard and mouse are plugged in.
So you'll have to put us in the corner.
And I need power to the power supply.
Right.
Then we will flip the power supply switch to on. Just looking to see if any RGB comes on the motherboard.
I was looking to see if there's any smoke.
Not yet.
Any smoke coming out. Or any hissing sound.
That would be Camera Girl's sound of disapproval.
Yeah. So you put us in the corner and we'll get the screen.
Now let's go to, yes, put us in the corner. I may want to go to HDMI.
God, Mitch favorite Toto song. I've got to say, Scott, it's Hold the Line.
Mine too.
Yeah. From,
I know. Africa's a pretty close.
yeah. And then probably Rosanna. So it'd be Hold the Line, Africa, and then Rosanna.
I've got to say, Hold the Line, Africa, and 99.
Mhm.
All right, so, are you ready? You want to do the honors?
You better stand back. Okay. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Hey. I don't see any RGB on this. Oh, holy cow, that's neat.
Oh, we got to definitely get the close-up cam for that.
Well, let's make sure this thing posts first.
Yeah.
Very first power on can be a little nerve-wracking because it can take 90 seconds for it to train the memory,
Mm-hmm.
determine what CPUs install, adjust those settings in the BIOS, and restart.
So no touchy. Be
Yeah.
patient.
And our RGB has not come on here on the solid state drive. There it goes. It's finally started. So yeah, I'll grab the close-up camera here. Do me a favor. Turn off the eyeball on camera 1.
Which this mouse?
Yes.
The camera off on eyeball. Got it? Yeah, turn that one off.
Yep. And now turn on the eyeball for camera 2.
Camera 2.
No, I'm sorry. Turn off camera 2.
Turn on camera 2.
Do the one below it, close-up
One
camera.
below.
That was my bad.
Huh? Is that just slick?
Oh, I know why that's not lighting up. There's a cable we have to hook up for
Oh,
this to light up.
oh, right. Yeah,
Remember I
that's true.
mentioned
Yeah, you said there's a little thing on the end. Yeah, there. But the
What's interesting though is when we turn this off,
okay.
and it has a gold look to it. That's why we were wondering if that was
Right.
RGB. It looks like it's got a gold top,
Yeah.
but apparently that's transparent.
I like it. So,
Pretty neat.
yeah.
All right, do me a favor. Go back to camera 1 there.
Camera 1. Yeah, didn't I? Yeah.
And
Eyeball.
turn off camera 2.
And turn off close-up camera.
Close-up camera, yes.
Back at the BIOS. Yeah.
All right. Good job. We'll make you a producer yet. All right.
Now you want to check the BIOS to see if there's a new one, right?
That'd be a good place to start.
I can't even see what
Yeah, I've
With
got to
my-
make the screen bigger for
with
us.
my glasses.
All right, according to this,
BIOS.
well, I think the camera's covering it up.
What's no? It's
Yeah, the camera's covering. So let me turn off camera 1 and take a look at it. Full screen together. Oystein with 100 Norwegian kroner says, "Well done, Mitch. I wish you a great trip and enjoy."
Well, thank you, Oystein. Believe me, traveling by yourself takes this guy way out of his comfort zone, but sometimes that's a good thing.
So the make is a MSI, and it's an MPG B760i Edge Wi-Fi.
Okay.
So what I need to do is come over here to streaming computer. It's an MPG.
B7601.
760i, I think is what
Oh,
it is.
760i. Edge Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi. And I'm looking for MSI's website. I can share this screen with everyone. So let's go. First of all, what version of BIOS does that say we have? It says we've got version A00.
Okay.
A00. So we'll go over to the window capture and we'll look for CPU support, chipset. This is a bunch of information. It's the data sheet. Support. BIOS. Latest BIOS is A3. We want to make sure there was an A00 though. Yes, there was A0 right there. So there was an A1, an A2, an A3. So we want A3. We'll download it. It was a fast download. Now, you guys aren't going to be able to see what I'm doing now, but I am extracting the zip file I just downloaded. And in there we have, let's see if I can share this on OBS. We've got two files and we only need this one, this EDs. Anyway, we're just looking at the last three, A30. So we're going to right click and choose copy, which again, OBS isn't capturing the context menu there. We'll go back to camera 1 here. Full screen on camera 1. And then I need a flash drive. So I'm just going to grab one of these cheap flash drives I've got. Viewers sent these to me a couple of years ago because I wanted some small 2 gig flash drives and they were hard to find, and sent me this little package of 10 of them. These are the cheapest, most flimsy. Feel that. I felt Pez dispensers that were built better than that. But, you know, for our intents and purposes, they're going to work perfectly as BIOS flash drives. So I'm going to plug that into the streamer and copy the file onto it. They're blank. I always make sure I use a blank flash drive formatted in FAT16 or FAT32. That way, there's only one file on it. I cannot pick the wrong file. And right click, paste. Just like that. Then to safely eject that flash drive from the streamer.
Richard
It's
says,
a long walk.
Yeah, Richard says, Mitch, you went to Singapore alone, didn't you? Yes, Richard. Yeah, I sure did last summer. Yeah.
Stalker.
But what, 6 days in Singapore, 6 days in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and then I spent a month in the Philippines. I was supposed to then go immediately from the Philippines to Vietnam, but after 7 weeks of traveling alone, I was getting tired because I'm old. I came home, said to myself, I'll just have to do it next year, which is this year, and booked a one-way ticket. So who knows?
Okay, so I put the flash drive into our rig there, and I want to go to the option to update the BIOS, which is
M-Flash.
Where do you see M-Flash?
Below the help. Go scroll down 5.
Oh,
M-Flash.
right there. System will auto reboot and enter flash mode. Do you want to enter flash mode? Yes. Okay, I guess it's no signal tells us it's shut down. The fan stopped. Now the fan is spinning again, and we should get the power on self-test screen here momentarily. Enter flash mode, it says. And then it automatically sees
4.3.
the A30. Select it. Double click it. Are you sure you want to select this file? Yes. And if you notice down below, I went through it so quickly. I thought it was going to give me a confirmation, but it showed us what version we had and what version we were moving to. We only get the latest version. We don't. Unless the BIOS instructs you that you must have a certain prior version, you just get the latest one. You don't have to upgrade all the ones in between.
Which is nice.
But yeah, it does give us a summary in the bottom. In the middle, it says VA.00 with an arrow pointing to the right to VA.30 with the date of July 17th, 2023. So that's much newer.
That's nice. Yeah. Michael Dane, how long is your plane ride? Well, Michael, from Los Angeles to Tokyo is 11.5 hours. And then I have a 2-hour layover. And then Tokyo on into Ho Chi Minh City, which they still call Saigon, is about 6.5. So that makes for one very, very long day. I leave Monday morning and don't get into Vietnam until Tuesday at 10 p.m.
When we're updating the BIOS, we want to make sure we're hands off on everything.
Yep.
Don't mess around with the keyboard or mouse. And the system will reboot on its own. It may reboot numerous times, up to 3 times. Or it may only reboot once. Kind of depends on the BIOS and the make of the motherboard and how the manufacturer implements it. It's all normal.
And I like that it has the percentage, you know, where some just have a spinning wheel or, you know, little clicks in a circle. So with this, you can certainly see, you know, 66%.
Get an idea of the progress, yeah. Boy, people talking about snacks. I'm getting hungry. Why'd you have to go and mention snacks?
Because that was the name of the case. No, that was Slath.
Slath.
S-L-A-T-H. That's the craziest word.
What'd you call me?
Don't be a slath.
Geez, you're being a slath.
Slath today, yeah.
Steve Mercure suggests the snacks computer case.
Ah.
What would that be? Just like one of those claw machines, and you have to grab a snack?
You know what I'm really missing are those chips from England.
Oh, the barbecue, I mean, the smoky bacon.
Yeah.
Walker's smoky bacon.
Yeah, I'm like, I got thinking about that the other day. I'm like, God, those were great.
You should have said something.
Yeah.
I need about 5 weeks notice.
Seriously. Oh, you can't get them on Amazon.
Yeah.
Well, they'd have to ship them from
London
all the way here.
It takes about 5 weeks.
Jeez.
Got to plan that ahead.
You know you love them, though. It's just,
they're so good.
They're so good.
Bags are too small.
Yeah.
So we see no signal on the screen because the machine is rebooting and it's processing the new BIOS update. And don't freak out when your system does this. You think, oh no, it's not starting. You have to be patient. System just shut itself off again, and now it's turned back on. This is all normal and nothing to worry about. So the no signal is normal. And if you just leave it alone, look at there, we got a new BIOS logo. And it shows
A30.
A30 is our version right there. So that's good to go. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this down and we're going to go back to camera 1. And I'll just hit the power button and we'll see all the lights go off. And I'm going to take my flash drive back and I will erase the file off of here because we're done with it. Do that later. We can put this away for now. And there was a little wire in the box for the
for the
NVMe
lightsaber.
drive.
That's right. Yeah.
Where did we put that little? Oh, it's over there. Should be. I didn't open this up all the way. There's a box in here. Oh, I take it back. There's not a box. It's a we've got a cable. It's an ARGB cable. And we've got, oh, look, stickers. Rebel Alliance stickers.
Hey, hey.
Can't see it. It might have to go on to the white and reflecting really badly here. They're going to look great on the case or on the glass. And we've got FireCuda stickers. And it's a data rescue guarantee, I think, for a certain period of time. But you should always back up your data. You should never need to rescue data. This is your documentation about the special edition SSD. And then information on the warranty written in a bunch of different languages. So that's everything we get. Now, when it comes to that cable, you'll see one end of this cable has the 3 holes with the locked one in the middle. That's your standard ARGB that would plug into any ARGB chain of fans that you have or directly onto your motherboard. The other end of this cable is going to be a very tiny connector there that plugs in to the back of the SSD. So let's take a look at that. I'm plugging RGB in SSD. I gotta step around, or we have to see. Let me see. Where is this gonna go? Zoinks. I think this has to go on before we put the drive in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut power right here. Will you hand me that little driver, please?
The number 1
Yes.
for JS. Yeah.
It's the one. Wow, that is heavy. Plug this little cable. Gonna go right in there. Right in there. Now this can go back in.
Ghosts.
Ghosts.
Zoinks.
And now the cable kind of gets in the way of the screw to secure it.
It's always something.
Always something.
Doesn't feel like a holiday weekend for me, even though it is. For you?
Doesn't feel like it to me either.
I'll put this back where it belongs. Like that.
Had a 38 special son.
Yeah. Back where you belong. Yes. Don't date yourself. All right. Let's see.
Sounds like it'd be a great date.
Yeah. I love that band. Lead singer, a man by the name of Don Barnes.
I did not know. I don't know much about 38 special. I did see them live. I don't know much about the members. Okay, so somewhere on this motherboard we have an ARGB header, which
Need some light?
Aziz. No,
No.
I'm just going to wing it here.
Half
Plug
wing.
it in
You would have to mention wings while I'm starving. All right.
All right, I think that's the only ARGB header we have on the board. Sometimes you can have 2 or 3 of them.
But real estate is
Yeah, many
So
ITX
big,
boards are
they're
pretty tight.
tight.
This thing's getting heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll turn that back on. We'll turn this back on.
Nice. Huh?
So right now the Lightsaber is going through a rainbow of colors. Do me a favor, cut the studio lights for me.
First one or second one? This one?
That one and the far one. Yeah.
Ah,
I think this is going to look good.
yeah, I think so too.
Aziz,
Yeah.
lights. So we can go into the RGB software to make that solid red, you know,
Right.
for color of the lightsaber.
Or blue.
Or blue in the case of Obi-Wan, or green in the case of Luke Skywalker. Craig Casabona with a $20 super chat.
Hey,
Right
hey.
on. Thank you, Craig.
Now, are the fans on the all-in-one? Oh yeah, they're RGB too.
Yes.
So
They are.
We'll get quite a lot of light going.
It'll be a nice little coffee
Yeah.
maker when we're done. All right, so now we can put Windows 11 on here. So I'm going to step around.
11.
Yeah, why not?
Wait.
But we're going to buy a Windows 10 Pro license key.
Okay.
And we're going to use that license key to activate Windows 11 later. After we get all our updates and drivers, that'll be the last thing that I'll do is activate it. And so now we'll go back over to HDMI input. And I'll press Control-Alt-Delete, and now it should...
Moved into the only thing that's plugged into it.
Yeah. So here we go. Here we go with our Windows 11 install. Any minute now. You can see that little toilet bowl flushing.
Clockwise in America, counterclockwise. Oh boy.
That's a new one. It didn't get too far, did it?
No.
Holy cow. What's that all about?
You broke it when you plugged in the NVMe.
We're going to restart it one more time.
Okay.
Once again.
Maybe that cable's drawing too much power.
No, it would be more like RAM isn't seated all the way, or...
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Just have to watch to see if it happens
Yeah.
again. That shouldn't have happened at all, but who knows? Not worried yet. All right, we go through our standard routine here. We click Next, Install Now. Do not have a product key, but I will be buying a product key for Windows 10 Pro, which is the same product keys that Windows 11 Pro uses. Next.
And where, might I ask, do you get your product keys?
VIP CDK deals. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
I'm getting you trained. It's a,
Just want to get the plug.
you guys pay the same price. I'm getting you my pricing, basically. They have their regular price, but when you type in the word Carey, you get 30% more off for Windows 10, Windows 11, or Office 2016, 2019, or Office 2021. Office 2016 is the last version of Office you can install. You do not have to have a Microsoft account to activate it. It's also the cheapest version. I think it's only $26.
That's valid for how much longer? That version?
Until the end of Windows 10 support.
Oh,
Office 2016, Office 2019,
Mm-hmm.
and Windows 10 all expire October 14th, 2025.
2025.
Although I still know people out there using Office 97, so you shouldn't, but they do it anyway. Just watch to see if we get another blue screen, just to see, you know, if we might have a bad RAM or RAM module's not sitting correctly. Whatever it is, Mitch did it.
Because he's all thumbs.
Scott Weaver with $20 Australian contributed super chat, says, have a few Gatorades on me, guys.
Ah,
Nice. Thank you very much, Scott. You want a Gatorade, Mitch?
I just
Water?
drank the orange one. I'm not big on the lime
I don't
one.
think I've got one.
No, that's
Oystein says, Carey is loving the RGB. What happened? I like subtlety. I don't want a big Las Vegas marquee.
yeah. That,
I want something subtle if I'm going to have it at all. Hammer Girl, on the other hand.
you know. But I think this case would, if you have a large enough desk, would look nice on your desk
Oh, absolutely.
versus sitting on the
Oh,
floor
this
where,
is not
where,
designed to go on the floor.
where nobody can see it with that beautiful beveled glass. You know, people are going to want to look in there and go, look at that. So.
The Dravco wants to know, can anyone tell me if it's better to pair DDR4 or DDR5 with an Intel 13500? At a 13500 level, it's really not going to make much difference. The DDR5 helps when you're in an i9 type of processor. But if you want to future-proof yourself so that your next upgrade, you can continue to use your RAM on your next upgrade, getting the DDR5 will make it so that the next time you upgrade, you potentially can still use your DDR5. DDR4 is at the end of its run, so you can get really good prices on DDR4, but then when next upgrade, we'll have to buy the DDR5. But with regards to performance, you really shouldn't see any difference between performance of DDR4 or 5 on a mid-level 13th gen. You've got to go to the high end in order to see the benefit. Okay. States. Oh, you know what? I got to hit Shift F10. I already know I'm going to have to do the out-of-box experience backs. You got to click on the box there. Out-of-box experience / bypass NRO. That way we can get past the network. Because that's my installed default of Windows 11, and I have not modified it to do that automatically. So I like it pure. I think I need another Gatorade, Mitch.
You got a water?
I do.
Water. Water. Ah. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to
One more time.
United States. Don't have internet. Twice.
What do we want to call this? I'll just put user in there.
All off except location.
Richard Volunteer says the performance of his new build that he just did, he says it's amazing and he's enjoying it. The more I use it, the more he's realizing just how responsive it is. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing like a new machine.
You can tell so much from boot up time,
Yeah.
but when you're actually using it, for real, instead of just running benchmarks and stuff, but how a computer feels is the only benchmark that really matters. Then there's no software that's going to define for you how a machine feels. Feelings are something computers don't have. So take that, you ugly computer. See, I can't hurt its feelings.
Impervious.
It's apathetic.
Yeah.
I think. Doesn't care. All right, so it's just finalizing the install and configuration of Windows 11. And with that, I don't think we need to go through installing drivers and updates.
No.
We could go ahead and start putting the whole system together in the case, I think, now that we know that it's functional.
Yep.
Oh, I am a little curious, though. we're going to have to load our network card driver separately. Just take a quick look in the device manager here. Yeah, so we got a bunch of items, including the network card.
Okay.
So I'll probably have to go to the MSI website and download the I/O driver, the network card driver. Some of these will come through Windows Update, but to get on Windows Update, we need to get on the network, which we could do through Wi-Fi, or I can put a USB network adapter on there that has drivers, which is usually what I do in this scenario. So, maybe I am going to do that about it. Let's go back over to camera 1 for a second so I can show you how I do this.
Okay.
In this drawer, I keep, for just such an occasion, it's a $20 USB. This one's Type C. I want my regular Type A right here. Gigabit Ethernet controller. So anytime I have systems come in or I'm doing a new install and the driver is not automatically loaded by Windows, got my flash drive, I use this because this has built-in drivers to Windows. So as soon as I plug this in, this is just temporary to get us whatever drivers it'll get from Windows Update. And if necessary, I'll go to the motherboard manufacturer's website and manually download the network drivers direct from them. So we can plug this in right here. And you should see us connect. If it could show you the screen. Let's go back to that screen. And I have to go full screen for myself. And we will do this. Close this. Start settings. Windows Update. Check for updates. And while it's doing that, I'll turn this on. Go to advanced. Turn this on. Turn this on. Turn this on. This will find some updates. It shouldn't be too bad, though. And let's see. While that's doing that, go back to camera 1 for a second and put us in the corner. I think we can now share the screen. And this is a good time for us to talk. So if you guys have any questions, concerns, what's on your mind, let us know in the chat room. Remember to hit that thumbs up. I am super excited. I was talking yesterday about $300 data recovery and how we really should work with them. I've been promoting them for years for free because I really feel like he does a service to the community, and most people that would need his services wouldn't even know he exists. And he's a busy guy, don't get me wrong, but I thought we need to raise awareness so people know that they have choices when it comes to data recovery. You don't have to pay those outrageous, massive bills that the big data recovery companies want to charge you. Now, not all drives can be recovered. Sometimes there's physical damage to the media, and if that happens, just nobody can do anything, anywhere, for any price. He's based out of Los Angeles, California, in that area. His name is Brian Cometa, the owner of $300 Data Recovery. And I talked to him the other day, and we went back and forth with some ideas for promotions. And I think we should have the link to $300 Data Recovery in the video notes below this video. And it's a trackable link, so we can kind of see how much traffic we're driving to him. If anybody does get a data recovery from him, you're still going to pay the same price, which is already a low price, but it goes to credit for the channel for customer acquisition in that case. And I'm thinking of driving out to California and doing another interview over at $300 Data Recovery with Brian. So we're doing a 60-day trial run. So for the next 60 days, I'll be telling you about $300 data recovery. You should always back up your data, and you should never need data recovery. But what you should do and what you end up doing might be two different things. And if you find yourself in a pinch, well, they're about the cheapest. They are definitely the highest rated on Yelp, data recovery company in the United States. When you work with them, they're very communicative. They'll tell you every step of the way what's going on. There are different prices for different size drives or RAID arrays and things of that nature. And we're talking about doing a giveaway. One giveaway where, say you've got a drive you've been holding on to, but you can't afford the data recovery on it. We will do a basic data recovery for free to a lucky winner. And the way you're going to enter that contest is you're going to tell us what the drive is that you have, when the problem occurred approximately, and why you should be selected as the winner. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the drives that we think are recoverable without a whole lot of donor parts or things, because we're not going to include any donor parts or head swaps. None of that's included. This is just the actual data recovery. So we'll look for people that have symptoms that look like they would need basic data recovery service, and we'll put all their names in a hat at the end of a certain period of time. We'll draw a lucky winner. That lucky winner will then mail their drives to $300 data recovery and pay for the postage. Shouldn't cost more than $15. When $300 data recovery gets your drive, you will be treated as though you just paid $300 for data recovery. Problem is, once you get your data back, you have to put it somewhere. So you may need to buy a recovery drive to put the data onto to send back to you, or provide a recovery drive. If any donor parts are needed, you will be given a choice of paying what those donor parts cost or having them send the drive back. You'll get a list of what's recoverable, and you may choose to change your mind for whatever reason or to move forward with it. But essentially, you're getting $300 off a $300 data recovery is what it amounts to. So remember, when the data is recovered, it has to go onto a drive. Buy one from him for $100. He'll sell you like a Western Digital Passport or a Seagate external mechanical drive. They're cheap. They're like $60. Or you can include a drive that you want them to copy the data to. Or if it's just like a folder you want and it'll fit on a flash drive, include the flash drive for that data to go back to if it's recoverable. If it's recoverable with a head swap or with some other donor parts from a donor drive, then you would pay for that no differently than you would paying for normal service. So I realize it gets a little complicated. We're trying to keep it simple. And that's why we want to pick somebody that has what appears to be a relatively straightforward recovery job, so that there are no surprises, so there won't be any necessary parts. But you never know until you get it in your hands if what the customer is describing is accurate. Do any of you in the chat room have a drive that you're holding on to that's damaged, that you're hoping to recover the data from someday?
Yeah, those old mechanical drives that we used to have in our machines. Boy, the first time I heard one click, boy, did I copy that everything off. Didn't wait, going, well,
You should have had everything copied off
before that.
before it clicked.
Yeah.
You want to make your data back up before you need it,
Yeah.
not after you need it. You need to be proactive instead of reactive. It's far less expensive, far less time consuming, far less stressful. So what we're looking for are people that have drives that have data they want back, not sending in random drives you have. We're not interested in that. Data must be important to you, just so we're clear. We want to make sure we're helping somebody who unfortunately lost the data, didn't back it up, and can't afford a data recovery. So, they likely would have held on to the drive waiting for some day when they could get the data back. And this is going to be your opportunity. All right, looks like it's loading a video driver there.
Okay.
Moving right along. That's all looking good. Let me go full screen on here and see what our optional updates look like. Screen for Carey and Mitch. We already have the restart now. Budging. I'm going to go ahead and hit restart now. Let it do those updates during the restart. And then we'll check for updates again. And then I'll check the optionals on the second go around. Wagon Loads wants to know, are zip drives with the click of death recoverable? I don't know. You can reach out to $300 Data Recovery. They have a contact form, and you can email them. I don't know if they do zip drive recoveries because zip drives went obsolete about 25 years ago. So, you know, if he does it, I'll be surprised, but maybe he does. Won't cost you anything to ask him. Imagine guys that have an old 4 terabyte Western Digital that was knocked off a table by my baby granddaughter at the time. So if a drive suffers physical media damage, it may not be recovered, just so you know. If the head scratched the platter, or the head somehow damaged the platter in any way, then that drive is likely not going to be recoverable. It sort of depends what happened when it fell.
Bryce wants to know, Mitch, which t-shirt are you wearing today? It's my newest, latest, so this would be shirt number 56 in the collection. You can't wear white after Labor Day? Is that kind of the same? Which Labor Day is Monday, right?
Yeah, I think that was a thing in the 70s, wasn't it? 60s?
Okay.
50s?
So I'll have to put my 7.
Didn't that start after the Depression?
I forget. Yeah.
Wait, we got an error. I missed it. Didn't read what it said. We got something that's not happy.
Yeah. What have I done? I knew I should have let you build this.
The good news is it's a brand new build, and this is one of the reasons why I haven't put it in the case yet. I want to verify everything's going to work good. I know it's not the SSD. I think it's got to be the RAM.
Shut her down and reseat.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do just that.
Yeah.
Also not good for the RAM if it's not seated correctly. It could short circuit and physically damage it.
Oh boy.
If that's what it is, which I don't know. I really don't know. It's pretty unusual. But this is live and unscripted and real. When you edit out stuff and you polish it, like the big tech channels do, you're basically lying to people, making it out to be like you're taking it all the downsides as though they don't exist. Difference is with a professional, it's not a big deal. It just means, okay, I gotta solve this before I continue. It's not, oh no, is it broken and it's no good anymore. That's not the thoughts of a professional. It's just like, okay, let's identify where the problem is and let's correct it. It's just part of my job.
Now, I have a question for you. Could you swap them slots without doing, would the computer not say, why did you do that? In other words,
The computer wouldn't know the difference.
They wouldn't know the difference, correct? Yeah. So you could, in theory, swap those.
I could even put different DDR5 in here too, if there's some incompatibility with it. I can understand now why you had such difficulty seating this, because there's confines here between the heat sink and the power cable here. Everything's very, very tight. It doesn't help that this side doesn't have a latch.
Right.
So you have to sort of take it out from the right side, then lift up that out. So I'll do that. I'll switch places.
Okay.
I'll put this one in where the other one was. Line it in the track first. Felt good. Now this one, I'll line it in the track. Just like that. And we could turn Expo on. I suppose you probably shouldn't when you're running into problems, but I do all kinds of things I shouldn't do. Power button is down there. Okay, and then we'll go back to HDMI input. See what happens this time.
Because in theory, you've loaded the drivers where you wouldn't need that nice cable there anymore, that you could plug directly the Ethernet directly in. You think it already loaded?
Oh, I
Those
could
are-
check the device manager to
Sure.
see. I don't think it loaded any drivers. That would be under the optional part of the updates
I'm just
that we
curious,
didn't go
yeah.
to, but we'll take a look. Let's go full screen for Mitch and I,
Right.
and we're going to go over to,
Device.
let's go to device manager. And, well, it did load drivers.
Shazam.
Let's see, let's click on network. Tell Wi-Fi, Realtek Gaming, and Realtek USB. It did load. You are correct, Mitch.
Mm.
So I'm going to go ahead and we'll go back over here. Camera 1. I'm going to go ahead and pull the USB adapter because I'm done with that. We'll never need that again.
How much are one of those?
$20.
Is it in your Amazon store or no?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Uni. It's the brand UNI.
There's a bunch of different
Oh.
brands. This is made by a company called is it Green something? I can't remember.
And this is a 2.5.
No,
No.
that's a 1 gig.
Okay, yeah, gig.
The 2.5 is down there.
There,
The 2.5 will need a driver.
Ah.
I want these to be 1 gig
Mm-hmm.
that have built-in Windows drivers for the purpose that I could plug it in to get drivers for the built-in network cards that don't have built-in drivers. This isn't about some high-performance connection. It's just a temporary thing to get me online. And it served its purpose. It did exactly what I bought it to do. It goes back in the drawer to be used on the next build that doesn't have built-in drivers in Windows for the network card. And since it filled in all the drivers for us, we don't even have to go to the motherboard manufacturer's website to download any drivers. Everything loaded through Windows Update correctly. Now, download and install here. And then under more options, advanced options, optional updates, there are 2. Here, look at that, Realtek network card driver, updated, and a cumulative update for the .NET framework. Download and install and add that to our list. Les Stevenson said his lower back's hurting him. He's going to go lay down. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, Les. Hope you feel better, my friend. Randy Byrne wants to know, can $300 data recovery decrypt an encrypted terabyte drive? Depends on what you mean by encrypted. Encrypted how? It's like saying, I just locked something in a bank vault. Can you pick a bank vault? The whole point of putting it in the bank vault is to keep it locked up, except if you have the key. So what did you do? You encrypted something, you didn't back it up, you don't have the keys, and now you want to break into it when you should have never locked it to begin with? Or what? Tell me the story here. Explain how we got to this point.
Les, you take care and have a wonderful holiday weekend.
Chris Garrett said partition mini tool will find lost partitions and find data from those partitions. Anytime you're doing software recovery, it's very limited. It pretty much just does deleted files, and that's any deleted files you haven't already overwritten. And many times when people do it themselves, they don't know what they're doing, and they take their recoverable data and make it unrecoverable because they don't know what they're doing. So I don't recommend any recovery tools for end users. I recommend you make backups so you would never need a recovery tool. Anything that a simple undeletion can recover, you know, you wouldn't need to send something like that off to $300 data recovery if it's just an accidentally deleted partition. You could if you wanted to, but we're talking about actual machines that drives aren't being recognized or aren't functional. But undeleting files, that's all the software that you see advertised for data recovery. All that is file undeletion. It's very simple stuff. And it will very easily, if you don't know what you're doing, ruin your opportunities of actual recovery if you don't do it right. So don't think it's some magic software. It's not. It's a very simple piece of software. It does a very simple thing.
Now this is new because I haven't loaded Windows 11, but they're on the update where it has an estimation of 4 minutes. In your advice or professional opinion, is that fairly accurate, or that's not really where it says it's got a? Now I understand it does say estimate, but is it close? Is it way off, or is it where it says, estimate 4 minutes?
Usually that starts to appear when I've selected those options, right? When I went back to advanced options and I checked these 3 boxes, notify me when a restart is required.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That is what turns that feature on, I believe. I don't time it.
Yeah.
You'll see here it's downloading. It's already pending a restart here, and it's waiting on these until we restart. So I'm going to go ahead and restart it now. And we'll go back and hopefully they'll finish. If we waited out, it would have eventually started to install that one that it downloaded 100%. But I don't know how accurate that is, or how that's referring to the restart being 4 minutes, or that we're going to restart in 4 minutes.
Right. That is,
I don't know which way they meant.
it'll download everything in 4 minutes. That doesn't kind of sound right to me, but
No, it was saying it was going to restart in approximately 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I checked those boxes, it's going to restart on its own instead of waiting for me.
I noticed since you reseated the RAM, we haven't had any problems.
Well, but we've only just started. Yeah. So. Now, I hate that little graphics down there. Yeah. So I'll just type in search permissions right there and history. Scroll all the way down, right where it says show search highlights. Turn that on.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As David Spade used to say on Saturday Night Live.
Here's you. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. I'm so important.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Here's me.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. I was thinking the other day, it's funny you mentioned that. Rob Schneider going, making copies.
Yes.
Making backups. Because backups are just copies.
Yeah.
Making backups. The Mitchster. The Mitchmeister. Mitch. The Mitch man. Making copies.
The Mitchinator.
See, I want to see these icons down in the system tray there.
Or like in the movie City Slicker, Mitchie the Kid.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that movie, but I don't remember that movie that specifically.
That's what Daniel Stern called Billy Crystal. Mitchie the Kid.
Winston Liu has renewed his membership. Now a member for 14 months.
Hey.
Thanks, Winston. He says, my friends in Vancouver, Canada love your show. Well, you obviously have friends with the utmost of refined taste. Thank you, Winston. All right. I guess we can go back to camera 1 while we're waiting. Camera 1. Arlena says, refined. Yeah. Hey, finishing school did you attend?
While we're waiting for these updates, you know what time it is, Uncle Carey?
Oh, no. What you got for us
it's
today?
time for the corny joke of the day. Let me think here. Okay, don't look so sad. How did the couple pay for their trip to Hawaii?
How did the couple pay for their trip to Hawaii?
They bought it on layaway.
Wow.
Why did the chef go to Las Vegas?
Why did the chef go to Las Vegas?
Because he wanted to whisk it all. That's enough. 2 bad ones in a row. I bet you can't top those.
Guy in the chat room said I was too European.
Hmm?
Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. I could see that from a meter away. What are some of the other ones I heard? They're pretty terrible. Bob R wants to know if the paint is dry yet. You know, it's interesting. If you tell people there are billions of stars in the sky, they'll believe you. But if you tell them there's wet paint, they never do. They have to touch it and see.
That's true.
Just waiting on this install to finish. I need to check the mail here real quick. So entertain the troops for me. I'm going to step away for just a second.
Okay. And while Carey does that chat, we'll call this portion of the show AMA. Ask Mitch anything. Not too personal, all right? So let me see here. How does he do this? I guess he scrolls up. Huh. Now I'm in charge. Oh boy. Any packing tips from people? You know, I don't roll my clothes or roll my shirts. Like, you know, I've watched a ton of YouTube videos, but I don't know. I did a test run and the pack came in fully loaded at about 23 pounds, which for an old man like me is a little heavy putting that on, but I've got a full-size backpack and then a day backpack that I carry with, you know, the stuff that I'll need on the plane, my laptop and cables and things like that, snacks. So how long am I going to Vietnam for? I really don't know. I always book a one-way ticket. So I'm guessing at least a month, probably 6 weeks. Here in Phoenix, Arizona, it does not cool down typically until about October 18th, to where the weather dips to you can open windows then, you know, 24 hours a day and the weather's cool. So I really don't see much reason to come home. As a Screen Actors Guild actor, we're currently on strike, so I can't really accept any jobs. I sent a nice card to my agent saying, you know, you need to book me out for at least from September 4th through October 4th because I'm on my way to Vietnam. And she called me and said, you know, you world traveler, I'm so jealous I could spit. And I'm like, well, I gotta go while I still got good knees and hips, so I'm going. She's like, well, since you're on strike, that's the perfect time to go. And so, yeah, by getting a one-way ticket, that's, if you don't like it, I come home. But Thailand is right next door, and I spent a month there a couple of summers ago, and I really adore that country. Bangkok and Phuket in the south, Chiang Mai in the north. So if I didn't care for Vietnam, which I think I'm going to, there's Thailand right next door. I can always go back there in a second. So, Mitch, would you take a jet lag pill? No. Carey and I talked about Ambien, but I've never even tried an Ambien, and so it's too late now to try it. I'm afraid I'd start sleepwalking down down the aisle. So just a melatonin, something like that. So. Are you driving a motorbike? That's true. In Hanoi, there's a 2-day trip or a 3-day or even 4-day trip on what they call a Haijiang loop, where they're not motorcycles, they're motor scooters. So I will join. Part of me wants to, ride on the back of one while some guy drives, because I can look around, because the road has a lot of switchbacks. But then part of me says, look, I ride a motorcycle, so why don't I just drive a bike myself? But I'm just afraid that I won't get to see the scenery as much, as because I'm going to be so focused on all these beautiful switchbacks that I'm not going to enjoy the scenery, because my focus is going to be on the road. But they don't go very fast. I saw a lot of YouTube videos, and I don't know. I got to just wait and see how I feel and take a look at the not Vespas, the motor scooters. Are they big? Are they little? So, yeah. But that's definitely, you book that out of Hanoi. And Halong Bay, I signed up for a 2-night, 3-day on a beautiful ship where I've got my own private room. Kind of shot the lock off for that. So you see Halong Bay in a lot of movies about Vietnam. That's gorgeous.
Well, I guess now that we have, I think everything's loaded.
Okay.
I think we can start putting everything in the case once it's fired back up here. The fun can begin.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to you actually putting in the all-in-one, or what they call liquid cooler. So
looks like it should be pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
The looks can be deceiving.
It's funny how whisper quiet that is.
Yeah,
even
Just
outside
exposed.
of the So
Stock coolers. Okay, let's see here. That was a big update, apparently.
look at our man Michael Dane. Anyone who thinks talk is cheap obviously didn't pay my daughter's last mobile phone bill. Well,
Selden wants to know if I'll verify the NVMe performance. Yeah, we could do that right now. Sure.
Well, Michael, I'm taking my regular cell phone with me in the international calling, so you get unlimited Wi-Fi and calls back home, and so I don't have to use the WhatsApp app. I will anyway. Because my family, you never call us when you're traveling. We don't know where you are.
And you're like, who is this?
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, why did I put that chip in my head if you can't know where I am?
That was a Dorito, Mitch.
Yeah,
I told you that's not the kind of chips they were talking
Oh,
about.
okay.
Wow, that's taken a while, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was a big update, apparently. And usually those are important.
Am I right here on this side of the equator, the toilet bowl flushes clockwise, and I know in Australia it's counterclockwise. So I'll be interested in Vietnam, whether, you know, whether it'll be, yeah, counterclockwise.
Does this keep you up at night?
I think about these.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
There's very deep in thought. Yeah. Seinfeld, you know, show about nothing. All right.
Let's see. Screen us. Let's grab. Let us grab. See testing software. We want crystal disk mark. And throw PLC on it. Just because I can.
Okay. Sherry McFarland, have a safe trip. Thank you, Sherry. Always try to be safe.
If not, just be careful.
Just be careful, yeah. Again, I stay at pretty nice hotels wherever I go, and I hire somebody to take me around every day who speaks the language. And
Yeah, but he does that here too.
yeah, so it's nice because they know the best restaurants to go to, the best sights to see. I don't have to think about it. You take me around.
We'll run the optimizer tool real quick. Get that out of the way.
It is funny that 1 million Vietnamese dong, that sounds like a lot. 1 million is only $43 in US dollars. I'll give you 1 million, you know. So my guide, how much will you pay me to take you around today? I'll give you 1 million. 1 million.
Right.
All right, all right, all right.
Now we'll run our crystal disk mark.
What are you thinking in terms of the numbers?
Well, it's Gen 4, right? Isn't this a Gen 4? So it should be about 7,000.
Okay.
Maybe a little over.
Okay. Place your bets. Mm-hmm.
Bada boom, bada bing. 7,000.
How'd you get so smart? Don't answer that. All right.
I get smarter the more mistakes I make.
That's experience.
People who don't make mistakes stop learning.
Right.
So I should be a genius by now.
Mitch, the water flushed anti-clockwise on the south because of magnetism.
Magnetic pulls, I think.
Oh, okay.
Sherry McFarland says, I'll watch the rest later. Nice chatting with you all. Thank you for this cool stream. I have a safe one. Right on. Well, thank you, Sherry.
Yep.
Cerise says, finally catching a live. It's been months since I got out on time on a Friday.
Ah.
For all? Douglas Burchell says, always a great show. Well, thank you. Frank Jimmy said, have you seen the movie Constipation? No? Not surprised. It hasn't come out yet.
What sort of write speeds?
Should be the same. Should be like 6,800.
Okay.
Pretty darn close to the read.
That's fast. I don't care who you are.
I don't care who you are.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
What comedian used to do that?
Larry the Cable Guy.
Oh, it was him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Well, that's funny. I don't care. That's funny right there.
My sister-in-law, she's a big girl. She's a big girl, but I shouldn't make fun of her. You know, she's very pretty. She's a runway model down at the airport. You believe that? I tell you what.
That's funny right there.
That's funny right there. I don't care who you are. Yeah, he's a funny dude. Richard Palmentier said a South Korean won is 0.00076 of a US dollar.
Hmm.
3/4 of no. That's a lot of zeros. That's a 3/4 of a thousandth of a penny.
Oh, I will tell you, while you were outside, your phone was bing, bing, binging. I don't know.
That's because I was walking by the cameras.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
John says he's got a Gen 3 that only hits 2,000 on sequential reads. Yeah, the budget drives will be slower. This is not a budget drive. You
Wait,
get what you pay for.
You were right, 68.
Look at that.
You've done this before.
You think?
Several thousand.
Either that or
Yeah.
I'm just psychic.
Deja vu. All right.
Michael Dane mentions Amazon has a 4 terabyte NVMe drive for $140. That'll be a slow one. You get what you pay for. But, you know,
It's a lot of storage going on here. 4 terabytes.
it means you're going to be waiting a while on it because if you're using that much storage,
Right.
you'd think you'd want a faster I/O if you have a bigger storage, but you know, maybe not. Kind of support you're going to get, kind of warranty you're going to get, all related into the price. So if you're somebody that's okay with doing everything yourself, and you're not going to require any help, and you're okay risking potentially not getting your warranty honored, maybe, or having it honored very, very slowly, you can save a lot of money. Obviously, in business, I can't afford to screw my customers over like that because they'll drop me, replace me with somebody else who gets the job done faster. So I don't have that. 1,318.5 won equals $1 US. Interesting. Okay, there's the final numbers on the drive.
Okay.
So it's a high performance Gen 4 drive. What's interesting about the Seagate line of drives is their TBW, the terabytes written on their FireCudas, is about twice that of everybody else. So their drives do cost more because they will theoretically live longer. They can have twice as many data writes to their competitors. So pay attention to that when you're shopping it. It is reflected in the price. FireCuda line is generally the most expensive line for consumers you can buy, and that's partially. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this and shut everything down. And we can start putting this in the case, which hopefully shouldn't take too long.
Keyword there is hopefully.
It's definitely a keyword.
Yeah.
Close that. And
We'll shut her down and get her done.
tell you what, believe that? All right, so now I'm going to cut power here. And since we know everything's working, it's safe for me to go ahead and start disconnecting everything so we can begin the install into the case. So we're done with this, done with this, and I got to figure out something to do with that.
But you'll have to take that off. Take our CPU
Yeah, I got to
off.
step around.
Yeah.
Take our power switch off. We're not using this power supply. It's too big, but it was nice to just grab it and run our test. Winston Liu with $5 Canadian says the people in Vancouver, Canada is very liberty that all beaches in Vancouver
Our topless.
are topless beaches. Seems like a random thing to say in a chat room. Like, okay, whatever. Thank you for the contribution, Winston.
Had a visit there one day.
All right, well, bring your cam. Now, we clear some space.
For the case.
We will put this and this in here. This and this need to go into a little Ziploc bag.
So you grab the bag.
I have the bag in here we can use. No, I'll just grab a sandwich bag. Thank you. And then we'll put our extra lightsabers in the motherboard box. So we don't need to save. There wasn't anything else in here, was there?
Just the stickers.
Oh, put that in there too. All the spare parts together. It's on top right there. Move that aside. Of course, we will have to take the heatsink off and clean up the CPU, but let's, first things first.
Get the case. The case of the missing case.
Ta-da. All right, so I don't know how this whole thing comes apart, but I'm gonna just
Wing it.
see if it's obvious. Should be obvious if it's well engineered. Around this side so people can see what I'm doing. I'll wear my glasses so I can see what I'm doing. Let's take a look, see. Take this off. Oh, those are tight. Let's not lose these. Right now, I think that whole top piece slides off. Yep. Set it down here. Right over here. So yeah, our liquid cooler is going to go here.
Okay.
I think our power supply goes here.
Hmm.
And let's get the glass off of here. Now the longer screws go to the glass. Okay, that's the short screw. I mean, that's the long screw, that's the short screw. You
Yeah.
guys can see there.
Yep.
Short screws are for the back plate, long screws are for the glass. Go ahead and rotate that. Hello?
I can't tell. Is this clear or smoky?
That's clear.
That's clear.
Let's see. What does this say? A, B, C, D. What are they referring to? Oh, I think they want you to tighten it in that pattern. Please take out the double curved glass with both hands and handle with care. Please tighten the screws on both sides gradually as pictured. So they want you to do, when you're putting it back in, top left, then bottom right, and top right, then bottom left. So star pattern. Glass should slide forward. Look how thick the glass is.
Yeah.
Found my glasses.
Don't smudge it.
I just want to see what it's like to be in a computer case.
Yeah.
Well, I think I smudged it.
Yep.
Okay, so now we've got our front port umbilical cables here, which we can tie. Give them their freedom. Okay. And, you know, because the case has the foot on it, that's why it's sitting on an angle like that.
Yep.
Then we've got our fan and RGB for the fans all tied up over here in a big old mess. More of the same. There's that little grommet that I knocked down. It goes over here. Here it goes. Oh, it goes on the back panel. Put this back. Back here. What's for dinner tonight, man?
Well, the old commercial was steak. It's what's for dinner, but
Steak?
no. When was the last time you had wings? This week or last week? Or?
Wings. When did I have wings?
Wings and a slice?
I did get a slice yesterday. Wings? I don't remember the last time I had one. There, just put that grommet back in there. Later. Suppose if we take this panel off, and it'll sit flush maybe. Okay, so power supply looks like it goes right in here somehow, some way. Let me grab the power supply, see how that's going to fit.
It's been a while since I've seen a small form factor.
Well, let's hope that's in the box.
Yeah.
If I ordered the right thing. Documentation. Notice, please only use ARESGAME original cables. Well, because it's modular, just because another power supply cable might fit it, you could smoke your power supply and your motherboard by using the wrong cable. Oh, it comes with an adapter so you can make it full-size ATX power supply. It's a nice touch. We have a nice thick power cable. We've got ARESGAME. This is where you would force the power supply on by plugging it into this little connector instead of a motherboard. That's for like priming water pumps and stuff. We're not going to use that. Then we've got some Velcro zip ties, some regular zip ties, and 4 screws. Finally, they're teeny tiny.
You need your little guy.
That's the ARESGAME GL850 80 plus gold PCIe 5 ready. 10-year warranty on that.
I mean, you gotta laugh when you see those big 1,000-watt power supplies that are like a brick.
Yeah, that's 850 watts. So it looks like, it looks to me that would go, let me see this. That would go this way.
Did they not include any screws?
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah.
bag with the,
That's right.
but what I'm trying to figure out here is it looks like it goes right here. Those are rivets. Want to try and get creative. Is that going to work?
You don't think it sits down here?
No, I see a hole here and a hole here, which suggests to me, oh, yeah, because it's got 2 holes there, but sure as heck looks like it goes this way, but then how would the Maybe it goes this way. Maybe it goes like that.
Okay.
Kind of makes sense. And then the power cable would go out through here.
Okay.
Can anybody see what I'm doing? Tell you what, you have the screws?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just set it in there and see what it looks like. Got no prep work on this. I'm just trying to put it together from common sense. Hmm. Doesn't feel like it's sitting all the way up like it's supposed to. It's interesting. Wonder why it's. It's like the switch is getting in the way. Maybe. Well, I guess that would block the fan if we put it in that way. I guess we'd have to put it in. That's a good question now because I think the fan is getting blocked here.
Chat, some help.
Oh, we'll just pull up the video and see the way the person did it on their video.
Okay.
We'll just copy what they did. This is what a home user is going to do anyway.
Okay.
Okay, let's do, think for a minute here. Yeah, I'll pull up my YouTube. Slath. See how they put the power supply in. So he's hooking his cables up. He's putting it with the fan facing the back, if he's doing it right. So does the other guy do it the same way? Let's go back. Got skipped over it already. Wow, this guy does edits so quickly you don't even see the power supply go in. There's the power supply box, and then we never see it again. Yeah, it never shows it installed.
Jeez.
A lot of help that was.
Never mind.
Well, let's take a look at see the case. That it's built. Well, that's no good. It's not helpful at all.
Full house says in the right place, fan facing out the back.
Why is his not being blocked? Oh, I see. Yeah, I do have it in backwards.
Backwards, yeah.
Okay. I get it now.
Yep.
I'm a little slow sometimes.
Sometimes.
Who said that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, step back around once again.
Does it feel like it's seating better that way, or you just
I think so. I think so. Um, yeah, okay. Just back out. Run the cables to it, but just make sure I get an idea of how this all goes together. Power supply. Okay. Then our radiator is going to go back here.
Okay.
This stuff is going our way. It's neat that they have that little area to run the cables from. Assuming that's what that's for. Okay. Let's see. So we've got the adapter plate we're going to use, some zip ties, more screws if you're using the adapter plate, because you need to screw the power supply to the adapter plate and then the adapter plate into the computer, so you need twice as many screws. And then this contains more zip ties and some Velcro wire management. And more screws. Okay. This is our modular cables for our power supply. Greg Schloika with a $10 super chat. Thank you. We need the motherboard power. And we're going to need, let's see, this one. Well, look at that. They've given us a modern graphics card power.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen the new graphics cards. They use these power connectors. They look like this. That's the first power supply I've received that includes one of those. Normally, when you buy the graphics card that has that power connector, it comes with an adapter. This is our CPU power. How many CPU power connectors do we need? Just the one? SATA cable. VGA cable. VGA cable. or, graphics card cable. And another CPU power connector. A nice power supply. I'm impressed with all those cables. Nice. Okay, and so yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Using those momentarily. The way I'm quickly running out of space here.
Someone's at your front door.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Let me go check that real quick. This might be stuff I have to put in the refrigerator. Let me just check. Yeah. Yep. Nobody's talking to you, Mitch?
I'm just looking there in the chat. Yeah.
Well, we're quiet over there.
Seeing, yeah. But, some people are buffering, but I'm seeing rock solid green on this end.
Well, this was packed in ice, and the ice is completely melted.
Oh boy, so it's water? Mm-hmm. Water? Hmm.
It was the loudest packaging ever. Let's refrigerate this, then unwrap it.
Ah.
This looks gross. Something camera girl. Some food.
Hmm. Alan says, time for another joke, Mitch. Let me see. Had my two bad ones, very bad ones. So let me see if I can come up with another one. I'm not sure. Oh, while Carey's doing that, Chad, I will say that if you didn't see Tuesday's show, I got a new actor headshot. So if you would, like to see it, done very professionally. You can certainly go on imdb.com, Mitch Morrison, and you'll see images and a new headshot where I'm wearing a black button-down shirt, and I think it turned out great. So I'm very pleased with that. If you care to take a look, so there you go. And by going to that, helps my star rating or whatever. If people click on that on imdb.com, maybe somebody will put a link in chat. I would appreciate it, as they say in England. Yeah, so thank you in advance for your support. Dan says it's great, Mitch. Yeah, I was very pleased with how it turned out. And tomorrow, I'm helping a guy, actually the guy that took the photo for me, I'm helping him, where I'll be a PA on a commercial that he is the director of photography for. And so we kind of do stuff in trade. And so I'm like, I'll help you tomorrow. Sunday will be a shorter day. Then I'll be all packed and I won't sleep Sunday night because, yeah, my taxi arrives at 3 a.m. on Monday morning. Pick me up. Well, thank you, Stealth Mode, for putting that link. I can, certain months I can see where, you know, I mention it when I'm here and it goes way up of the amount of people that have seen it. Then others, it goes way down. So that was you in your garage, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to look.
Yeah.
Morton sends an Amazon gift card of $50 for the Gatorade Fund. He says, keep up the great work. Send a quick thank you over to Morton for that.
Rashad says, great smile, Mitch. Well, thank you, Rashad. I paid a fortune for these veneers. So, a bloody fortune.
Nick Caffrey sent $10.40. Oh, no, he says really late this evening. Just a little apology. Thank you, Nick. Better late than never, as they say, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for the contribution. Thank you for supporting the channel. Is this just an empty bag?
Yeah.
Hold on to these.
Oh, I can't wait for you to put that motherboard in. Mm-hmm.
Well, we got to do the cooler.
Oh, you want to do the cooler? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Because that goes on a vertical. So,
yeah. So let me get the
cooler.
So here's the thing. I got a white cooler.
Okay.
Because I thought it would look better with this motherboard.
Needs to be open.
Or I have this other cooler. That's basically a smaller version of what's in Robot's Foot, which is the...
Ooh. Okay, this one.
Mm-hmm.
What are you thinking?
Well, I like the flow indicator. You know, it looks like a little
Yeah.
blade, little fan that spins in there.
I like it, yeah.
But it's black, and this cooler is white.
Let's open a white and see.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this might be a bit large for this motherboard. It's a pretty large water block on there.
I'm doing it backwards.
Jeff H says it's his birthday and he's now older
And us?
than you guys. Old guys go to dinner early. Yeah, 4:30.
David Martinez, Mitch, that was an awesome video. Well, thank you, David. I actually wrote that scene of me on a park bench. I wrote it, directed it, and starred in it and edited it. What an ego. All right, so that's what you do when you're on strike. You find ways to help work on your craft.
Whoops. All right, documentation
Ooh.
inside. Pretty standard for an all-in-one. They almost always pack them the same way. Let's see, we've got our block, radiator.
The fans,
Mm-hmm.
beautifully white.
Take that one too. And our mounting kit. That's everything from the box. Shouldn't be anything else. Just need a bench that's about 3 times bigger than the one I got. All right, so we need these out of the bags. This out of the bag. Now, why would they wrap plastic on this and then seal it shut?
Hmm.
Seriously?
And these fans you say are RGB?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell because the blades are translucent.
3D.
My eye!
Mounting bracket. Ooh.
You can see what you're doing.
No, well. Oh, it's for all different kinds. Yeah. Jeez. Rubber mounts. Heat and quiet.
All right then. So RGB connection guide,
Okay.
installation manual, all in one. This is going to be LGA 1700 standoff times 4.
And it's marked. These are marked LGA 1700.
Oh, it is marked.
Mhm.
Nice. All right. Oh, that's a nice touch. Thank you to ID Cooling. So where are the other LGA ones at? The other standoffs? Hand me each bag.
Each bag.
Okay, you're gonna need that. Next one. You're gonna need that. Next one. Gonna need that. Next one. Yeah, we're gonna need these. They didn't give us any other stand. Oh, I see. There's standoffs in here. I get it. Okay. So it's like they just added an extra bag. And then this is our back plate. Just for what socket? Should be socket.
And rubber things that hold it in place, I guess.
Yeah, let me see those. Keep that over here. And we've got some thermal compound. Got a couple of power cables here. And then we've got a couple of water block brackets that fit over the block, depending on if you have Intel or AMD. So this says Intel, this says AM. We're not been using 4, and that probably locks in here somewhere. I don't know if there's an up or a down. We've got that tape that covers up the block, keeps it clean until we're ready to seat it down onto the CPU. So there's quite a bit of work ahead of us. I mentioned I didn't see any other build videos featuring this Segotep Mini ITX Slath. SLATH is the model name. There are montage videos. I think there's 3 or 4 of them, but they're not how-tos. And they skip very important steps. Some of them don't even have any, some of them are just to music. So I did look and notice everybody was mounting their radiators with the hose down. And it looks like I'm going to have to do that here because of this up at the top of the case motherboard tray is right there where the hoses would come out at the top. Normally when I put radiators in, I put the hoses at the top. With this case though, it looks like universally it's going to be much easier and much less trouble. We go ahead and orient the radiator with the hoses towards the bottom. And so what we'll need to do is attach the fans to this side of the radiator because we want to see the RGB. And this side of the radiator will mount to this back plate here. And then we can wire it up. So it looks pretty straightforward. Let me see. We know the fans are going to have to go on this side. And we're going to want them in a push configuration. So I want the air where the supports are. The air is going to go out through the radiator. It's going to push the air through the radiator. And then we have to think about how our cabling is going to be routed. How do I want to do this? So we want to put the fan in like that. Have those cables on the bottom. Oh, well, it would have to go this way. Let's see. This is going to go in this way. That would run the cables to your right. We want the cables going out that side. Do I? I think the motherboard's going to cover it up anyway. Maybe a non-issue. But we'll still see the RGB on the block, and it might shine through the back of the board. Usually when I put the fans on, I align the fans in the same orientation, but I don't know that that really makes any sense with this build, given the case is so different. Really should align the fans where the cable management makes the most sense. Maybe having all the cables together like that would make the most sense. Would I want the cables coming out the left or would I want the cables coming out the right? Well, if the board's going to sit here, yeah, I don't think we're going to see it regardless. So just trying to determine what's going to look better. Also, what's going to be easier to work on in the future? Cables on the right, cables on the left. I feel like cables going on my right, your left. Probably are going to look better. It'd be easier to manage. That's going to be my guess. Lawn Dog said that 13th generation i5 that we're using in today's build, he says, smashes his 11th generation 11700K in performance. I'm not surprised, it's 2 years newer. Jeb, who's been a member now for 2 months, or at least 2 months anyway, contributes $5 in Super Chat. He said, this is going to be a gorgeous PC, exactly the kind of build I will try to emulate or replicate. Downloading this one. Thank you and keep it live. Yeah, well, it will be available for sale if you're in the US. work something out. I just want to make my money back that I invested in the parts. I'm not looking to make anything off of the labor. Again, I don't need it. And it's going to be beautiful, and I'd love to keep it. But I also have the spaceship and the tube and the Xenos build, the robot's foot, a bunch of little mini computers, a couple of laptops. I need this like I need another hole in my head, but I do kind of want to keep it. All right, so we have some screws here, presumably for the fans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 8 screws. I'm going to guess that's for the fans. Then we have four more fan screws, and as well as 4 more shorter screws. And again, 4 more fan screws and 4 more shorter screws. So that's probably for the reason they're going to give you the 16 long fan screws is because you could put fans on the other side of it and have a push-pull configuration where fans are pushing air through one side of the radiator and pulling air through the other side of the radiator. It usually doesn't make any difference in cooling. I don't know why people would waste their money, but I think that's why they give them to you. I mean, if they're okay if you want to waste your money. They're very happy with you wasting your money, especially if you're wasting it buying their stuff. But as a practical computer technician, I can tell you that unless you're building something extraordinarily extreme and overclocking, there's likely no benefit to a push-pull configuration. And there's very little difference if you go to a push or a pull. We're going to go to a push because we want to be able to see the fans and see the RGB. If they weren't RGB, it really wouldn't matter that much. I think a push configuration is slightly better on cooling, but not enough that it really makes a difference. Like if your system is unreliable because of the slight difference a push or pull configuration makes, you've got bigger system issues because that's not going to make more than a 2 or 3 degree cooling difference. So what I'm trying to tell you is you can safely put the fans on either side. It's your choice. It's really up to you. For most builds. You guys are talking about benchmarks. I find benchmarks mostly to be a waste of time. Benchmarks can't tell you how something feels. As a computer technician, when I'm working with customers, I need to understand what the problem is the customer is trying to resolve. If the customer is trying to resolve a benchmark number, I need to understand why. If, on the other hand, the customer says, my computer feels like it's taking longer, things are taking longer, or it's loading slower, I need to hear what the customer's feeling so I can address that so the customer can say, this feels better now. There's no benchmark software that will achieve that other than people seeing numbers and feeling better about the numbers they're seeing. Those aren't the people that are going to pay me money to help them, right? So benchmarks are just cold, theoretical representations or simulations of typical examples of types of processes that would be run, but very rarely actually emulate the way anybody really uses a computer. So I just think most benchmarks are a complete waste of time. I can tell you that if something is newer and more expensive, it's going to be faster. You know what I mean? Like, do we really need to run benchmarks on last year's laptop to this year's laptop from the same manufacturer and same model? Do you think the new one's going to be faster? Do you really? And if it's faster by 8% or 13%, does it really matter? Because at the end of the day, you're not going to be 8 or 13% any faster. Your typing speed isn't going to get better. Your reading comprehension and speed of which you're reading isn't going to be any faster. Your ability to play a game doesn't become better. You don't get any skill from that. So I think too many people these days are focused on simulation and not on reality. But I can tell you, when it comes to customers, My customers care about reality. When it comes time where you're going to part with your money to pay me for my time, generally speaking, you're not going to have me dilly-dallying, chasing a number. You're going to be looking for a specific result that's going to improve your life in the sense that, you know, the computer's going to be more secure, more responsive, data is going to be recovered, you know, things of that nature that you would pay a technician for. People generally don't pay technicians to achieve higher benchmark numbers, unless there's a very specific reason for that. And until they can come up with a benchmark that can tell me, you know, can replicate how somebody feels, then the only thing I use benchmarks for is to just get an idea of if the system's operating within the parameters that I expect it to. I'm not trying to achieve a certain number, but I am looking for a certain range. And beyond that, that's the only purpose I use benchmarks. Or maybe as a burn-in, right? To just test the machine in an unrealistic way. An end user is very unlikely to use a computer in the way a benchmark simulates. Some users do, but most users do not. I think people put too much into benchmarks and not enough into their own feelings. I mean, the benchmark could tell you the machine's fast, but you could feel like the machine's slow. I'm gonna tell you a funny story. Back in around 1994, I was working at Intel. And some of you have heard the story before, but I think it's important. And I was friends with a coworker there, and he came up to the lab I was working in. He was super excited, really, oh my gosh, you really got to see this. This is incredible. So he takes me back to his cubicle and he goes, check this out. And he's using Mosaic. The World Wide Web is still new. And he goes, look at this. I'm on NASA's weather satellite. And it's 110 degrees in clear skies. See, it shows it right on the screen. Satellite imagery. And I was puzzled. It's like, you know, there's a window right there. You could look out of that window. Like, he was so fascinated with the concept that the practicality of it, at least in this example, didn't make any sense. Like, who cares? I was once late for a connecting flight, and I demanded that the airport's going to pay for my hotel since they didn't have any other flights, because they held my plane on the ground because another plane had mechanical problems, and my plane was mostly empty. So I was like, wow, this is going to be a nice flight. They ended up holding my plane on the tarmac to get as many passengers from the other flight that was having problems, because there's so many empty seats on my flight. They filled those seats up. As a result, my flight took off late. It landed late, and I couldn't make the connecting flight in time. And I was going to have to stay the night in the layover city, which wasn't supposed to happen. And they said, the person behind the counter said, we don't pay for hotel rooms on, acts of nature. I said, what are you talking about? What act of nature? Well, your flight was delayed because of weather. No, it wasn't. Well, that's what it says on my computer. I go, well, if your computer said it was raining outside right now, and you can look through the window and see that it's not raining outside, are you going to believe the computer? The computer only knows what somebody told it. Somebody told it, I'm guessing, to avoid FAA fines. Oh, it was because of weather. There was no bad weather. What are you talking about? That's what the computer says. Oh, well, if the computer says it, it must be true then. Don't look out the window and see for yourself. It's so offensive to me, when somebody refuses to acknowledge reality and to instead acknowledge their imagination of what they're reading or seeing on the internet. It's preposterous. Or in this case, the company computer for the, whatever it was, Delta Airlines, or I can't remember the airline. Very upsetting. Long story short, they paid for my hotel room. John Williams said his wife came into the man cave and said, "What kind of coffee are you going to use in your unique coffee maker? It looks like our Cuisinart coffee maker." Love your live stream. I thought it looked like a coffee maker too. Rob Haney says he likes unique ITX computer builds. His sits in the living room floor. He's got a Tower 100 with blue RGB, so he wants it to look nice. Yeah, it's be a showpiece. All right, so I think this is how I'm going to orient the fans. When did I start the show? 1:30? Almost 3:30, and I haven't even turned a screwdriver yet. You guys ever go out for fondue? It's not about the eating. People go out for fondue, they're having dinner for 2 hours, man. This is kind of fun. Computer fondue. That's what we're doing. I got to find me a mini ITX case that looks like a fondue machine. I could have a fountain cooler. I really should not be using an electric driver on these fans going into the radiator. The radiator is made of a soft metal, which is very easy to strip out. And you don't want your fans secured too tightly because that can cause the frame to warp and can also result in vibrational noise. So you do not turn screws until they stop. If you do that, you've tightened your fan too tight. The only fan you would do that to is a cooler fan. You would not do that to any other case fan. Sherry McFarland has to go to work. Well, you have a good day at work, Sherry. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I'm going to check these by hand. I'm just kind of getting them started here. If this isn't aligning with the mounting point, then that's because I bent the frame too much by over tightening the screws. That's one way you can tell. The other way is to simply look at it, you know, from the side and see if it's drooping on the sides. If so, you've over tightened it. Oop. Yeah, so with this not aligning, I'm going to guess it's because I've over tightened these screws. Back these off just a little bit. And then I would imagine this will line up fine. Or not. How far am I off here? Which direction? Got to go towards me. There it goes. So here's my thought. When I put this into the case, it's going to go in this direction. And I really think if it's going to go in this side, I really think these cables should come out of this side. So I need to turn these fans. I also want you to notice where the screws are, how the screws that are holding the fans in are preventing me. I have to route the cables around them instead of behind. I would have preferred the cables be behind the screws. So I'm going to take these fans back out. I'm going to rotate them so these cables will come out this side. Because when I put this in here, I think the cabling will be better hidden coming out of the left. Or will it? Or will my cables be better hidden this way? Let's see. No, I think keeping them on the left will keep the back cleaner too. That way I can tuck the cables off to this side rather than having them fall right down the middle if I leave them going out on this side. So yeah, I think rotating the fans 180 degrees will be a better aesthetic. When you're building computers for looks, there's a lot more that goes into it than just putting the parts in correctly and making sure everything works and is optimized. We're adding another level with regards to the aesthetic. And also, we got to think about when you got so much RGB, how you're going to wire it where the wiring doesn't get in the way of the aesthetic or make it very difficult to work on to repair or upgrade in the future. Mortant says, good evening, Carey and everyone in the chat. I'm late to the party. Hey, welcome in, Mortant. Peter says, rain radar in the Netherlands is a weather program and they're always wrong. I sometimes think of looking out the window works better. Arizona and California, you know, Nevada, the weather's always sunny and warm. Weathermen out here have the easiest job in the world. Let me go check something really quick before I switch this around. I think I heard a delivery and I just want to go verify. I'll be right back. Yeah, a package did arrive. When I looked earlier, because I thought I heard something, I guess the mailman was wanting me to be on a scavenger hunt. But I found it. Give me just a second as I confirm what it is. I think I know what this is. Wow, they sure did use a lot of packing. I'll tell you. Holy cow. Yep. Okay. Very good. Sorry about that interruption. What are you going to do? Okay. Where was I? I was turning fans around. Oh. Joseph Hawkins says the sun is shining in New Zealand. It's 10:30 in the morning. It's Joseph Hawkins. Ooh. You slip through. Let's make sure Joseph Hawkins. Where is he? There he is. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to turn these fans around. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. So we'll turn this one this way. Turn this one this way. Yeah, I think that's going to look. I do believe. This time when I put these screws in, I'm going to run the cables behind the screw. So it'll have an overall cleaner look when you have to work on it, you know. At some point, you're going to upgrade it, repair it, change something. And if you take the time to think about that future potential work, then it can certainly be worth a little extra effort now in considering how we want to run the cables. So it may not benefit us today, but it may benefit us, or say somebody buys the computer and they'll work on it at some point for some reason, you know, and they'll certainly appreciate it. And if I'm the next person that works on it, I'll be glad I took the time now. So then I can do the job much faster later. Definitely over tightening those. So I'll take these cables, run them behind this screw in this corner here. Oh yeah, that's a much better look. Much cleaner. Tidy. Okay. So okay, so I've realized now I've made yet another mistake. So now when I go to put this radiator in, I'm so accustomed to having the hoses on top that I don't want the cables going up. I want the cables going down. So they needed to be routed the other way. But this is a very easy thing to correct. It's just these two screws. And then I can move the cables the other way. That also means that this cable on the bottom fan won't even be behind a screw at all. So take those two out momentarily. And I want these cables to run towards the hoses for this. Again, this is a very different install. So normally this is not the way I do it. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. So this is the way I'm picturing it now. Cables are now facing downward. And then they can route out through underneath the motherboard here. I think there's going to be a gap right down here below the motherboard, and we can run those cables straight up that way. Or we may not need to run, let me think. These are just the fan cables. The block itself is going to need its own cabling, and two wires come right out of the block. There's only so much you can do with cable management when it's right there in the center of the board. So those cables will likely route up through here, maybe. Or I could route them down through here. I don't know yet. We'll wait and see, cross that bridge when we get to it. But I'm going to check the tightness of the screws by hand. Again, I need to feel it. I can't overemphasize enough what feeling is to a human being, and how it's not regarded at all when human beings in general talk about computers. Human beings almost act and behave like robots when it comes to any sort of discussion about their computer. And very little does emotion or feelings come into it. And I think that's a massive loss from people who are missing out on a whole segment of what it is to be human. I understand people might say, well, the RGB brings me joy. All right, there's some feeling there, thank goodness. But when we talk about the performance and we talk, people just start behaving like machines. It's almost like they're becoming a computer. They're using computers so often, they're thinking like one, and it's dehumanizing them. It's turning them cold. So, be aware if you're doing that, because you are only harming yourself by negating and not pursuing happiness, but instead just coldly looking at numbers is a very impractical way to live life. It's very much practical for a machine, but I see it more and more and more, especially with younger people, that they seem to have no facial expression or reaction to things that happen. It's almost like they're numb. It's very bizarre. So we are human. Let's not forget that. These are machines, and these machines are here to serve us, not the other way around. People's phones make a noise, and people respond like, I don't know, like a dog, or a slave. They hear the bell and they stop everything they're doing and answer to the machine. You should check your phone when you want to check it, not every time the phone makes a noise. Put that phone on Do Not Disturb. Check it every 30 seconds if you want to, but you shouldn't be letting the phone dictate to you when you should be interrupted and stop everything you're doing. That's just, I know there's times in the day that's fine, but to do that every day, all throughout the day, you've just become a slave. You've just turned yourself voluntarily into a slave to the technology. And that's never what the technology was designed for. The technology is to be your slave. It's to serve you on your terms, on your rules, on your schedule, not on its. Rob Haney says he enjoys cable management. It feeds his OCD. You might feel differently if I give you, say, 20 computers and tell you have 2 days to cable manage all 20. You might never want to see another cable for the rest of your life. Remember, I've been doing this job now for professionally since 1991. And after a while, some of the fun stuff isn't fun anymore. You know what I mean? It gets to be too much of it, too much. That's one of the reasons I don't like RGB. It just adds a lot more labor, and it adds more support calls. For lights, that have nothing to do with performance, security, or reliability. Silly. But sometimes you need a little silly in your life, but not every day. That one feels good. That one feels good. Feels good. The minute I see the edge of the fan frame start to bend, that's where you don't want to go past that point. If anything, you might even want to back it off. Just like a quarter turn, not much. So you want fans secured, but they don't have to be airtight. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be liquid tight. All right, that looks good to me. Now, the way we're going to mount the radiator is pretty interesting on this case. Gave us some serious thought when they designed this. And they've given us a panel back here. So if you put a liquid cooler in it like we're going to today, they're making it very easy by taking out this screw down here. Oh, that's a little short, wide thread screw that's unlike all the others. So we definitely want to put those aside. Two screws on the bottom, two screws on the top. And this plate comes right off. Now you notice we've got grommets on the left side, so we do not want to put this back in this way. Those rubber grommets won't be on the proper side, so we got to remember this goes in this direction, and the other screw I dropped right there. But look at how clever that is. So let's just move this out of the way for a minute. We know this is going to go in this way. Grommets on the left. Then we want the radiator to go right in here like this. Hoses are going to be on the bottom. Our cables are then going to be on the left. If we turn this over now, we should see, yes, our holes align with these long slots. And those slots are there so you can shift up or down as needed, depending on what radiator you're using. We've got some holes here for something. I don't know why. They don't appear to be threaded. I'm not sure what they're for. So that's what the shorter screws are for. So we're going to go short distance for the thickness of this bracket. And we've got 4 screws that go along the one side, 4 screws go along the other side. So we should have 8 small screws. And we do, and each of these bags has 4 of the shorter and longer screws. So I need all 8. I mean, in theory, you could just put 4 screws. You don't have to put in 8. But what would be the point of keeping the other 4 screws? There's nothing else they're going to fit in. And it doesn't hurt to have that extra stability and security of adding the 2 screws up here in the middle. They're really in the middle for supporting fans. But I'm going to say, let's use them all. We got them. That's what they're designed for. And there's no advantage to not using them other than being lazy, I guess. And I don't know. I think building a computer's fun. So kind of the opposite of being lazy. Kind of feels like that needs to be. Just loosen this a little. Oh, that's better. This was just a little too close to the edge, so it does wiggle. I'd say it's got a good 1/4 inch of movement up and down so that we can align it properly with the mounting point for the screw. And once we align these 2 corners, then the other 2 corners should already be aligned. And obviously these center screws here will already be aligned. And then what I'll do, I don't need 2 bags to hold 4 screws each. So I'll take the extra fan screws and we'll keep all the fan screws together that we're not using in the one bag to simplify our life. So yeah, these long fan screws, again, for a push-pull configuration, which we wouldn't do because it's just dumb. Unless you're an extremist. And my channel is not really designed to attract extremists. I'm created the channel to help everyday ordinary people. There's a lot of tech content out there for other techs and a very little interest or understanding to regular folks. Feel like regular folks make up the majority of computer owners, and yet they do not have the majority of video subjects for them. Kind of a weird world we live in. Now these, I'm going to go ahead and let the screwdriver tighten them down to its torque setting of 3. Once again, it's a soft material that the radiator is made from, so you definitely don't want to over tighten them, but these could certainly be tighter than the fan screws on the other side. And we'll go across the 4 corners and make sure that these are all exactly the same. There's no particular order or torque specification you have to follow here, but that completes the install. And that means now this bracket can go back in to the case. And so the way we do that, as I mentioned, it's pretty well thought out. But for $280, it should be. Take this and feed this through for now. So here's the thing we want to think about at this point. Do we want to go ahead and put this in now, or should we put our motherboard in first? Since the water block is going to be flopping around, I just want to make sure it fits okay. We're not going to have any surprises. That's going to go in that way. Oh yeah, and that'll go right onto the CPU right there. But I think the motherboard's going to cover up most of these RGB fans anyway. But it does clear everything fine. And you can understand if the hoses were going to come out at the top, you have this motherboard tray here that might be in the way of the hoses and cause them to bend too sharply. So you really don't have much choice but to run the hoses out the bottom. And it's fine. It's really not a problem. The radiators are designed to be installed in any orientation. There is a preferable orientation, but it's not a requirement. So I think we're okay, and we should probably put the motherboard in before we put the radiator in, just so we don't have this heavy water block constantly bumping in our way. So let me find a place to set this down. It's kinda bulky and awkward being loose like this. And 4 screws, I don't want to lose those. We've got these 4 screws here that are part of the glass panel that goes on. So let's see if we take this and lay it flat. I just realized there's a great big hole under here. I guess does the back plate cover that up? What did I do with the back plate? I thought that was a flat piece. Oh, it's not flat. It's not flat. It's going to cover those holes. Okay. And the glass, if you didn't see yesterday's video, it's a pretty significant piece of glass that's got holes on the side that's going to secure it on each side. It's thick. It's a really nice piece of glass. I said it's a nice piece of glass. I don't know what you thought I said. All right. Romick wants to know what might cause me random stutter and crackling sound in my headphones. Does it happen on everything? You could be getting interference from something. As a USB device can cause interference. Sometimes a bad headphone cable, unless they're wireless headphones, in which case it would be potentially interference from something. Okay, now, the bottom, wait, this is the top of the case, is going to be the back of the motherboard. So when we take our board, it's going to go in this way. That. So you get an idea how that's going to look. We've got our two fans at the bottom, RGB, and they're all ARGB, so everything's going to synchronize together. Interestingly, they didn't give us the slot covers. This is only going to fit a mini ATX motherboard only. But I was going to say it has room for a 3-slot graphics card, but this is not a PCIe slot here or a cover. This is actually molded metal. It does have the mount point on top though, so depending on the graphics card, that might be okay. But this is really just for cable management. You'll see the cables on this side are wired underneath of that. So this is hiding those cables. So it's really a 2-slot wide graphics card is really what it can hold. I'm just going to use the onboard graphics in it for now, but the graphics card would sit in it vertically. It's a pretty neat look without needing a vertical bracket, right? I love the idea that they put behind this. Now, nothing really aligns this board for you. You just have to align the mounting holes in the motherboard with the standoffs underneath the board. That's part of the motherboard tray. And I'm also realizing in order for us to put the water block on, I have to put the back plate on. And I think if I were to put the cooler in, it would have been in the way, potentially. I don't know yet until I mount the motherboard and bring the case up right. But this will have to go on, and we wouldn't want the cooler to go in the way. So sometimes, you know, this is easier to go ahead and put on first before you mount the motherboard into the case. I think we're going to be okay here, and we can do this after we mount. Boy, I'll tell you what, we are right next to the power supply, so I might be misjudging that. If you take a look at where the CPU, the bottom of the CPU socket is, you'll notice that on the back side of the case, the power supply is right there, right there. So it's probably going to be easier for us to put that back plate on now. And I think that the radiator would have been in the way if we would have put it in this early. So sometimes the order in which you're building has got to be considered as layers, right? And we sort of need the first layer down before we put the second layer down. Otherwise, we might have to undo our work, take things back apart, which I'm going to try to avoid as much as possible and try and do it right the first time, even if I'm going slow and savoring my build. Savoring it. Let me get this out of the way for a minute here because I need more bench space. Darn it. Romix says he's hearing cracking and popping sounds only on YouTube. Is it a wired headphone? Or are you just listening on speakers? Does it do it on speakers as well, or headphones only? And of course, if anybody in the chat has any suggestions for Romic there about this crackling sound he's hearing in audio, feel free to offer him your opinions. I'm looking at my phone, looking at me, looking at my phone. That's twisted. I just wanted to see if there were any other emails that came in. Doesn't look like I've missed anything here, so far so good. All right. So I'm going to take the heatsink off of here, and we're going to clean up the CPU, and we're going to put this back plate on, and then we can put the motherboard in, and then the cooler, and then wire it up. After that, it'll just need cable management, but the hard part will be done. The fun part will be over soon. Give each one of these little plastic towers a quarter turn counterclockwise. That puts them in the loosen or unlock position, and then you can lift up on them. Kind of difficult with that RAM right there. Each one of these up. There's our cooler. And let me grab a paper towel, wipe up that thermal compound, and prep it so that we can put the water block on it. I usually start with something like a paper towel to get the bulk of the thermal material off. Otherwise, I'm wasting a lot of Q-tips, and I'm working with a very small amount of surface area on a Q-tip. So this is much faster. It's cheaper. Paper towel, and it costs me less than a bunch of Q-tips. And I'll clean up the thermal compound. Heatsink. It'll be nice to have this heatsink on my parts shelf just as something I can grab on a socket 1700 test. And then now we can use the Q-tip in isopropyl alcohol. I want to use as close to 100% alcohol as I can so that I'm not leaving behind any residue, because the residue could impede the effectiveness of the thermal material. Probably not by much, though, to be honest. But it's so easy and it's so inexpensive to clean it. Why not just clean it? And that way we're going to get the best performance out of the cooler that's possible, even though we really don't even need it on this level of CPU at all. Why not? And if you're going to do something, do it right. Don't take shortcuts. You can see a lot's coming off onto the Q-tip here. I'm using 99% rubbing alcohol, and you don't want to use 99% rubbing alcohol on a wound. That can actually be bad for you. So you'll notice if you go to buy rubbing alcohol at the store, it will tell you somewhere on the bottle what percentage of alcohol it is. And even though this manufacturer is called ER, like emergency room, it's got like the medical cross on it. This is not for medical use. This is for cleaning things. This is more for industrial use. So like, you can be misled by that. You want to use a lower alcohol content, like in the 70 percentile or lower 80 percentile, if what you're trying to do is disinfect a wound. Again, don't take my word on it. Do some research if you're concerned about that, the truth behind that, and the reasoning why. But generally speaking, anything used for medical purpose should be a lower alcohol content. And then anything used for electronics, cleaning, industrial use should be a higher alcohol content. And I'll just run this across until the Q-tip comes up mostly clean. I mean, it may be that we can put 15 Q-tips through this and still get something off of it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we want it to be visually, to the naked eye, look clean. So I'm still pulling up some stuff. I'll do one more run, and even that's probably overdoing it, to be honest. You don't have to dry it off. The rubbing alcohol at the higher alcohol content is going to evaporate on its own much, much faster than a lower alcohol content as well. And again, won't leave behind the residue that a lower alcohol content would leave behind. Yeah, that's coming up pretty clean. And then I'll just give this a wipe. This one I'm not too worried about because it's just going to sit on a shelf. You can see quite a bit of dirt. Thermal material residue came off on that. And then the other thing I always do when I take these heat sinks off is I rotate the towers back so they're in the lock position. So the next time I want to use it, all I have to do is push down on the towers exactly the way I did, the way it came out of the box the first time I installed it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the shelf right now because that's where it's going to go. It's just wasting space on our bench where space is a premium. Just put it over here with the rest of my half dozen Intel stock coolers of varying socket types. Now I have a socket 1700. Okay, now the bracket is going to go in either this way or this way. And I don't think it matters. I think either way is going to be fine. You'll notice the bracket has cutouts in a groove in it so that it can be installed in either orientation. So you notice that little dip right there? That's for the screw at the bottom of some sockets. This particular socket has screws holding it down in all four corners, and that's why the four corners are cut out. So with this particular bracket from this manufacturer, it can go in either orientation. So with that down, set that down. Let's see what the owner's manual says here with regards to, I think we're going to need these LGA 1700 plastic standoffs. I'll bet you those go on next. Okay, LGA 1700. Yes. These standoffs go on next, followed by the water block and then the thumb screws. So in this bag, we've got a bunch of screws we're not going to use and a bunch of spacers we're not going to use. We're going to use these spacers instead. These are for socket 1700. So the only thing I need out of this bag for this build are just these thumb screws. 1, 2, 3. There better be a fourth one. There it is, 4. These standoffs are for like socket 2011 Intel. And what else? There's 2 different sets here. So LGA 20XX, so the X's represent a variable 2011. Starts with a 20 and an Intel socket. And then the other standoffs are for AMDs. The AMD ones have the little washers on the bottom. And since we're not building AMD, we're not building a Xeon, we don't need these parts. So what happens when you make something that's sort of a one-size-fits-all, you have to provide different parts for different configurations. We won't be using these spacers either. So all of this stuff will not be used on this build. I usually include this little bag of extras in case the customer wants to take the cooler out and use it in a different build and replace the cooler with something else. And as long as they have the parts, then they can swap it to their AMD, for example, without having to buy a new cooler. I swear I heard something drop over here. Maybe not. So I need the spacers. Now I'm hoping these spacers are going to fit on tightly. They do. When you put the spacer on in one direction, it just falls down. But when you put it on the other direction, it won't seat all the way down and you have to use some force. And what that's going to do is that's going to hold that back plate in for us when we pick the motherboard up without the water block attached to it. You know what? It might just work either way. I don't know that these have a top and bottom. They appear to be working either way, but I do notice that it doesn't go down as far on that side. So I want to use that side, the side that I have to push down the furthest for me to get the most grip out of it. And that should hold that back plate in for us. Push them down a little further and that should remove that wiggle. Now remember, when we put the block on, we're going to use these thumb screws. They're going to go on top. We're going to tighten those down, and that's going to push that back plate and sandwich the motherboard in between the block and the back plate. Make a nice firm fitting so that the heat transfer is as effective as possible, pulling off that internal heat shield of the CPU onto the surface of the bottom of that water block. If you put it in too loose, it's not going to heat as well. And that can make a much bigger difference than the type of thermal compound or how you apply your thermal compound. Is simply having those screws too loose, not having enough pressure. Allerton Bowser says, I use a coffee filter to clean off thermal paste because it does not leave any fibers behind. I also use Arctic Silver thermal paste to two-part cleaning solutions. So this is what I would call this. It's like an unhealthy obsession of spending money that doesn't need to be spent for stuff that doesn't really matter or make any difference. It's okay that you want to do that, but there's no fibers being left behind off a Q-tip. That's bizarre. Furthermore, if there were, there would be so insignificant it would not impact our cooling by any measurable difference. No measurable difference at all. The cleaning solution will make no measurable difference in your cooling unless you're using something that's leaving behind a residue, and even then it's going to be very minimal. Now, if you're dealing with overclocking or experimental equipment, research and development, that's a different ballgame. This is all consumer grade level stuff, folks. You don't have to have an operating room. The stuff is designed for consumers, so it's very tolerant. It's not, you don't have to be that precise and that specific with consumer grade equipment. You can be if you want to, but the difference is that will make would be almost impossible to measure any difference whatsoever in cooling or performance. It's all in your mind. And if you're convincing yourself that that's worth the time and the money, well, don't let me get in your way. But for everybody else out there, that level is really for modders, experimenters, researchers. It's not for your average ordinary user. That's way overkill. Does it hurt anything? Hurts the wallet, I suppose. But again, if that's what you want to do and that's how you want to spend your time, that's fine. Don't rule against it. I'm wondering what these little plastic insulators are for. Oh, therefore, AMD. This would cushion the motherboard if you're going down into an AMD socket. So the standoff isn't bumping up against the motherboard. It would go against this little insulator. So we're not going to use these. I'm building an AMD. But the customer can have that. I was just kind of curious. That was kind of weird. They've given us ID Cooling, the all-in-one radiator cooler manufacturer, has included a tube of their thermal compound. Now, most thermal compound won't have any measurable difference from one brand to another. If there is any measurable difference, it'll be no more than 3 degrees Celsius. And once again, if 3 degrees Celsius makes a difference in your build, I don't know what to tell you. That's not normal. If your system's running at 51 degrees Celsius or 54 or 67 degrees Celsius versus 70, and that would be extreme if it even made that much of a difference. But the companies, their marketing will have you believe you should spend top dollar for things like, what's that stuff? Something not, I can't remember that. It's a complete waste of money, except for people that are into research and development and experimentation. Regular consumers don't need to be buying that. You can. It's absolutely, they're happy to take your money and they're happy to convince you that that's worth buying. As a technician, it's impractical and unnecessary, but you know, choose accordingly. That's what you want to spend your money on. Don't let me get in your way. You'll never see me use that stuff. Now, if I was in the research department at MIT, I'd probably be using it. Now I think I can put the motherboard into the case and then the radiator into the case. So it's all starting to come together. We're getting there, slowly but surely. You know, when I build computers or work on computers off camera, I don't deal with anybody judging the time that I use to do what I need to do. I probably focus more on the job when I'm not trying to also be talent in front of a camera. And I'm also working where I have the best view. Whereas when I'm working on camera and sharing with you, it often puts me at a disadvantage for the angle I have to work at. So do keep in mind that the videos, when I do these videos, especially like today, it's a weekend, I'm not going to bust my butt. You know, I enjoy the interaction. And if people want to see commercials, they can go watch any of the big tech channels are just making commercials all day. You can go watch your commercials. If you want to be part of the community and hang out with us, the build is kind of the secondary function of the video. The primary function is the interaction. So if you're one of those people that's like, oh, get on with it already, yeah, this isn't the right community for you, man. We're getting to know each other and we enjoy each other's company. If you're just here for the business of it, when you want to pay me for that, then I'm sure that that would be a fair expectation. So I get a little sick of that stuff. People want to, when they don't get it, it's like they're shouting from the rooftop, I don't get this. Okay, it's not for everybody. Bye. So hopefully everybody who's here enjoys the hangout. And the work is just an excuse to hang out. That's all it is. No pressure. All right, let's try this again. Our backplate is already on this motherboard, so we don't have to install that. I should have a little bag of screws here somewhere that came with the case. Nope. 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 Well, I do think I want to put these little rubber insulators with the cooler parts just so I'll have a clue 2 years from now when I'm looking at this, looking at these parts going, what did these go to? What did I do with the screws for the hardware? Using those can go in a box. All our extra power cables for the power supply, I'm going to set those over here because, again, bench space is too small for me to having all this clutter. And that's a back plate to convert the small form factor power supply to a full ATX power supply so it can be used in a full or a mid-tower, we'll never use this. But I'll hold on to it because probably will work with to convert any small form factor or SFF power supply to a full size. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to, but nice to have options, I guess. So these are the two cables we've taken out we're going to need. That's our power cable. The power cable, we're going to go ahead and put that in the box. I'm going to use my own power cable, and that will go to the customer, whoever that turns out to be. We got zip ties, Velcro ties. Oh, and this is the AMD bracket for the liquid cooler. We're not using that. That can go in there. And then we've got our RGB splitter and our fan power splitter. We've got a thermal compound. Got everything but the case screws. What to do with those? I'd have to watch yesterday's video to see what I did with them. Unless that extra bag of power supply screws, maybe that's the motherboard screws. Maybe they're using standard hex head screws. That would explain it. That means they only give us 4 screws for the whole build? Is that right? That's odd, but I guess it's a mini ITX case, so it's not like you got a whole lot of hardware options to consider. Oh, I just put that little bag in here. Where did it go? Did I put them in the drawer? Put them in the drawer. I thought those were spare power supply screws. Yeah, I put them in the drawer. Okay. I think maybe standard base screws, you know, computer screws, which normally are not used on motherboards, but not like there's any reason why you couldn't. It's just not typically done. Let me see. I don't want to use the electric driver because of these cross thread. That would not be good. You know what? I don't think these are the right screws. Let's take this back out. And we'll just try to dry fit them right into the motherboard standoff here and see if they. It feels awfully tight. I feel like I'm gonna strip it out. Just check the other bag. Is there a difference in the thread? There might be a difference in the thread. Try the other bag and see if that works any better. Oh gosh, that's tight. Doesn't feel right. I gotta emphasize once again how something feels. And the electric driver, it sort of mutes the feeling of the threads. So I only use it when I'm confident I've got the right screw and it's going to go in straight. It's very easy to cross thread using an electric driver. It's always safe to use an electric driver for unscrewing screws. So now my question is, which screws do we use here? And what happened? What happened? Did we not get screws for this? I want to try a finer thread, because if that finer thread won't tighten, then I know it's the coarser thread and we're okay with those bigger screws. But boy, they get me a little worried because of how tight they start to become when they're about halfway through. Do I not have any of the finer? Should have some in here somewhere. This is kind of a parts bucket for things that I don't think I'm going to need on whatever I'm working on. Sort of like leftover. Should have a little bit of everything in here. Here's a fine thread. Nope. Come on now. Just want to see what happens with this. That does tighten. Okay, that means that there should be another bag of screws. That's what that tells me. It appears that it is a finer thread. Now, I could just use these. I don't have to use the ones that come with the case, but where are they? Is that tighten? They absolutely do tighten. They do require a finer thread. So I'm at a loss right now because I don't recall taking out a bag of hardware in yesterday's video. Unless it's in the motherboard box. Or not the motherboard, but the box the case came in and I just didn't see it. Let me go look. I'm baffled. Oh, you know what? I hear something in here. So this is the box the case shipped in, and I just took the case out. And it sounds like I left something in here in the box. I did. Shame on me. Right here. And it's pretty nice, too. Although, again, the case was $280. It should be nice. They've given us a little plastic parts holder. It was just embedded in this piece of foam. Silly me. Looks like there was also some instructions. Are these instructions or are these stickers? Oh, we have instructions and stickers. We have both. Oh, that's not a sticker. That just says quality control passed. Then we have our instructions. Yeah, does appear they show the hoses on the radiator coming out at the bottom. Is how they recommend you do it too. Thought it was odd I didn't have any instructions. I had them the whole time. Just left them in the box. And I was right that these power supply screws are extras and in the drawers where they belong. Okay, well there's a mystery solved, huh? Silly me. I already put the other one on. Let me show you what Segotep has included here. We have a little plastic parts container, which as you can tell from the other side is included some nylon zip ties. It looks like there's some felt stick-on feet so you don't scratch whatever you're going to set this computer on if it slides around. And then we have some more power supply screws. We have what appears to be a Segotep sticker in there, or badge. Got some fan screws, it appears to be. And then we'll have the motherboard mounting screws in there. That's probably going to make mounting the motherboard a little easier, don't you think? And that means the only other thing left in this box is the case came wrapped in this bag. So I'll keep that with the box so that if this does get shipped, it'll go back in this box and it'll be placed back in the bag to prevent any scratching. Just set that there for now. Okay, we're going to try this one more time. In fact, we'll try it as many times as we need to until we get it figured out. Okay, now when I open this up, oh, we have some more dividers if we want to make a little more, some more compartments in here. Well, these aren't felt, these are rubber, just little rubber stick-on feet that to go, I guess, on the bottom somewhere. We have a, this look bigger in the box. We have a little tiny Sego Go Faster sticker. Some double-sided sticky tape, and then you can place that anywhere on the case that you want to put it, or don't put it on at all if you don't want to. And then motherboard screws. Oh, I see. Okay. So we have these really tiny flathead screws. And why they're using flathead screws on the motherboard mount, I don't understand. However, they're the only fine thread screw in here. They've given us 6 of the regular hex head screws, 3 of these real short screws that are basically for that back plane that we're going to use, you know, that the liquid cooler's mounted to. I guess those are spares. Then we have what appear to be motherboard mounting screws, or 3.5-inch drive mounting screws that are the coarse thread, which I would guess these were actually for mounting the board. And they give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. That's an odd number. They've given us 9 of these, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the shallower fine thread. So my guess is we need to use the fine threaded ones. Sometimes you can tell, you know, the motherboard's going to need 4 screws, and they might include just 4 screws for the motherboard for that reason. Let me just see if these will tighten. Yeah, it's definitely a fine thread. That's really bizarre that they're using a flush-headed screw for that. Huh. Okay, well, you know, look, that's what it wants. That's what I'll give it. Boy, it almost seems like those screws are too small. Like the head is too narrow. It's just big enough to hold that motherboard without going through the hole. But out of curiosity, what happens if I try the coarse thread screws? Because this is what I would ordinarily use most builds. These won't even start. Huh. So weird. I really don't feel like those should be the screws we use. Should be these coarser ones. This is very weird. It's got to be these coarse ones. I just can't believe that tightened down. Usually, if something needs a coarse thread, then a fine thread will never tighten. It'll just be loose. But these might be going in on a bit of an angle, and that may be why they're tightening. You normally can't use one or the other. And in this case, they appear to be working equally well, which is kind of freaking me out. It's a completely different thread type. But I feel like these are motherboard screws. These other ones are not motherboard screws. They're just too small. They'll do the job, don't get me wrong. They'll get it done, but you feel right. And we're going to go off. It's going to be the theme today, is how it feels. It just feels wrong. Physically, when I'm turning the driver, it's just not feeling right. So I think you need these screws right here. These are typically used on motherboards. I guess Segotep is not reinventing the wheel here. What does the instruction manual say? Probably going to confirm what I just figured out. It's written in Mandarin or Cantonese. Okay, so they give us more of the other screws because there is a spot for 2 solid state drives to go. Right here. This is a drive tray right back here. So you can stack 2 2.5-inch drives right there. That's usually what the fine threaded screws are used for. They don't really go through the screw types that they include in what they're used for. They're not identified in the manual at all. But I'm going to suggest I'll bring it up to the camera so you can see it close up. This screw that has the coarser thread on it, and it has this type of head, is typically used on motherboards, and it does work. So if you ever have to choose, like in this case, if we could equally use a fine thread versus a coarse thread, the coarse thread is going to be a stronger hold. So I would pick the coarse thread every time. Also, the smaller screw I was using, which I didn't think would even tighten, but they did tighten. I'll bring that one up to the camera real close and you can see the difference. It's a very different screw. And this screw has what we call a flush or flat head on it. And what that's typically for is when you're going to be in tight confines where the head of the screw wants to be flush against the surface. Because if it sticks out, it might prevent something else from fitting in if it hits the screw before the other piece fits flush. So these are typically pretty important for where they're needed. So for those 2 reasons, I would save these for something where the fitment is a requirement, where the head of the screw would get in the way. And I would use the coarser thread because they're a stronger screw. And also it's more typically used on motherboards. When you go to mount them, that's typically how it's done. So it's just, in theory, the finer thread screw should have never tightened. It should have just kept spinning. But it must be going in some kind of weird angle. And as you can see with the motherboard installed, you can get a better idea from the back how that back plate sits partially behind the power supply, which would make it difficult to put the back plate in without taking the power supply out if we mounted the motherboard first. So the order in which we're building is pretty important on this case. Although, taking the power supply out isn't that big of a deal. But if you want to do everything right the first time, then doing it in the right order, at least for this particular case, is pretty important. Now, I'm going to go ahead and remove all the wire ties that are coming off of these two bottom fans, because those cables are going to be very well hidden when they're kept that short when we put the radiator in. And I'm going to have trouble accessing them. So now I want these cables extended, and we're going to run all of our cable management as much as possible back here somewhere where nobody can see it. We want to make sure our vision through here is going to be aesthetically pleasing. So we want to see as few cables as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all these wire ties and extend all of these cables. There's a lot of cabling here. Holy cow. These last two cables are the ARGB cables, one for each fan. As I mentioned, they have two ends. Take an RGB connector and they give an RGB connector. So one fan's RGB header will plug into the others, and then into another fan on the radiator, that fan into another one, or into a splitter. Also, the water block will have an ARGB header, and of course our Lightsaber SSD will have one as well. So now that these cables are a lot longer, they shouldn't be difficult for me to reach later on when we get to that part. All right, now let me step over here. We should be ready to put that radiator back in. We're going to need these 4 screws. And I'm going to use a manual screwdriver for this. I'm not going to use an electric driver. These screws are very, very shallow. I'm only going to take a couple of turns to tighten them. When you're dealing with really long screws, the electric screwdriver can be a real wrist saver. Okay, so once again, we're going to let these hang. But now I've run into a new problem I didn't think about. With the motherboard already in, I can't fit the water block between the bottom fans and the bottom of the motherboard. Well, there's a catch, if I ever saw one. Okay. I guess when I talked about doing it right the first time, that was theoretical. The idiosyncrasies of a new case that I've never worked with before becoming apparent. Let's see. Sometimes this whole bottom panel can come off too. That may be an... Oh no, that's all part of the back tray. So we'll have to take the motherboard back out, but it's only 4 screws. Then mount the radiator and then mount the motherboard. So this is very much one of those computer cases where you want to do things in a specific order. This is very common on mini ITX cases because you're dealing in such tight confines. There's not a whole lot of room like on a regular mid tower or full size tower. Just a lot more space to work in. So in order to make the case small as possible and as attractive as possible, give up certain conveniences. Because with a mid tower or full size tower, it almost doesn't matter what order you put things together. Guess I got spoiled. That's easy. No big deal. It's here. So here. Then no, we can put our radiator in. How about that? How about them apples? All right. Give me my radiator. Gonna feed this in. That's a lot easier, isn't it? Stay. Stay. See, the problem with edited videos and montage videos that show like a speed up build, like if you're just watching a build for the artistry of it, like a music video, that's one thing. But if you're watching for an education, it's not really providing you with much information in that regard. Stuff like this, you can only know by doing it. Probably should face this down and work with gravity rather than against it. Make our life a little bit easier. Oh, see, I've trapped some cables under there. That could be a problem. Why are they trapped? Get over there. But yeah, that's going to make a big difference in how easily that fits. Looky there. Now this radiator is sitting too far up, so I can't get this bracket to align with the holes, and that's why these slots or these screws are fitting through slots. And what I need to do is loosen these, and so I can slide the radiator. It needs to go further down, which I couldn't have known until I go to mount this. Those two aligned. Just those two. What's getting in the way? These cables are getting in our... This is going to be so close to the edge that we want to make sure these cables are on the other side of the radiator now before we tighten it, or we're going to be back in a situation where we have to take this back out again because our tolerances are extremely tight here. And starting to have doubts if I shouldn't have just gone out this side now that I'm looking at it. Because effectively what I need to do is route these cables around like that because I want everything over here. I was thinking I wanted the cabling on this side because the motherboard would cover it. But now I'm realizing that the cables could get in the way of the fans if I'm going that way. If I have to cross over the fans, it might be better that these cables came out on this side, except that that's going to kind of put them in interference with the cabling on the power supply. So that's not exactly clean either. One way or another, we're going to be sort of stuck either between the power supply or between the edge of the case. So I think for the sake of simplicity, we'll keep it the way we've got it. And what I'll do is I will run the cables this. But here's the thing, if I'm going to do that, I could route the cables behind these screws that are holding the fan in. I don't have to. Just saying I could. We can just leave it like that. Feel like I want to do. Assuming I've got enough cable length here to go wherever I need to go, because the case is so small. And you know, the cooler manufacturer doesn't know what size case you're going to be putting the cooler in. You could be putting this cooler in a full-size tower case for all they know. So they've given us plenty of cable. Just feel like routing the cables behind the screw here will make for a cleaner install and will make it easier if you ever have to take this radiator out. Won't have to worry about getting the cables stuck when you're taking it out or putting it back in. So we can do the same thing on the other side if we want to. Yeah, I think I want to do the same thing on the other side. Let's take our time and let's do it right. Take pride in what you're doing. No matter how many times you have to take it apart and put it back together. This very much shorten our cable length. Very much shortens it. Decisions. What do I want to do here? Well, the fans are going to get powered from the power supply, I think. Yeah, if we power them from the power supply, then they're on all the time. We want to run the fans to the motherboard. How many fan headers do we have on the board and where are they? Got 1, 2, 3 across the top. And that's it. So the only 3, and we're going to use 1 for the block, run the pump. I suppose the other 2 could run the fans. And those are going to be top. It's going to reach. Or we just hook up to the case fans and then just run the 1 case fan. Oh, yeah, no, we're going to be fine. That's going to be fine. So we're going to run this 1 cable up to one of our fan headers, and then that splits off to 4 fan connections, again, for a push-pull configuration. Or, I take it back, this is for the case fans. For some reason, they've given us 2 extras, and this will be a great place for us to plug our cooler fans into. And then all the fans will run at the same speed. So when the CPU gets hot, all 4 fans, the 2 fans on the radiator, the 2 fans on the case should all spin up equally. Alternately, you know, if we wanted to plug these fans directly onto the motherboard, but then we wouldn't have any header left to plug in our case fans. So we almost don't have a choice here. Decisions kind of being made for us because, again, the unique design of the case, we're dealing with a mini ITX motherboard, which isn't going to have as many connectors as a full-size board. And the convenience or the inconvenience or limitations are what enable us to have such a unique design and aesthetic. Yeah, none of the build montages that feature this case mention anything about this. It's the problem with editing is they can cut out really critical information that you wouldn't know was missing until you actually made the plunge to buy the hardware and do it yourself. And you'd say, well, now wait a minute. I didn't know I was going to have this limitation. Yeah, because they didn't show it to you. Ignorance is bliss, right? You can fill in your imagination with whatever they didn't show in the edit and believe anything you want to, you know, see what you want to see, I suppose. And it's not that it's a bad thing to have the limitation. It's just kind of a consequence of going for a certain aesthetic. You're gonna have to make some sacrifices. You can sacrifice the aesthetic. You know, to go with a more standard build. But where's the uniqueness in that? Okay. Much better. Much, much better. Lots of cables. This will give you an idea what that looks like installed. Of course, from the back. Cable management should be super easy because I have this big area right here to put all the cables. That's all going to get covered up. So that should be really super simple. Now, with regards to these cables for the water cooler, I'm going to run those out back. And then our pump, they've got the pump plugged in right to what? Oh, so they've got an adapter on the pump so it can plug into a power supply. But we should be able to plug this right into the water block header on the motherboard. And we don't need this adapter. That'll make some cable management easier there as well. It's just that it wants power all the time, whereas a typical fan header will speed up and slow down the fan by adjusting how much power it's giving to it. With a water pump, you want the pump running at full speed at all times, and it's the fans blowing air through the radiator that will speed up when the system gets hot and the liquid inside gets hot. Then the liquid flows through the radiator, and the air blowing through the fins cools the liquid down. So it'll push more air in when the liquid's hotter. And that's how water pumps work. Okay, now the board can go in. I think, or I'm going to take it out again. We'll see. It's good. Going to get these 4 started. Needed to get pushed in this direction for the holes to align. And that's normal. Just want to just double check and make sure we haven't trapped any cables anywhere that would require moving that motherboard forward like that. Sometimes it happens when you pinch a cable you didn't realize. Okay, so here's where we're standing at this point. Water block is installed. You can see how these cables keep getting trapped under the case and such. But it's just a consequence of, you know, temporarily doing the build here. We get some stuff that's in the way. So there's our sort of final assembly to consider. We have our front port motherboard umbilicals. We have all the case fans and fan RGB, block RGB, and the Lightsaber RGB that all have to get hooked up. We have the block that's got to get secured onto the cooler with thermal compound being added. And then we've got the power supply cables that need to be added. Now, we've been on for about 3.5 hours today, and I think I'm going to go ahead and cut it here, and we'll pick this up maybe tomorrow, and we'll finish it up, because that's probably another hour, maybe longer, depending on how much we engage back and forth in our interaction. And again, I want to enjoy this build. I don't want to rush through it. And I'm very hot and uncomfortable right now. The studio lights, after 3 hours, they really warm this room up. And I wouldn't mind getting something to eat at this point. So I think for today, we're going to stop here. Just give it a quick 360 here so you can see how we're going to leave it. And then I won't touch it until I'm back on camera, so that we can enjoy this experience together. Okay? Whoa, those are not the right glasses. Those are like +3 magnifying reading glasses when I'm working on really fine detail, or I'm trying to read really, really small print on something. I'll grab those, but boy, they're a headache giver, let me tell you. All right, let me see what I've been missing in the chat here. Han says, I love that you take your time and chat. If you just built a PC, that would not be as interesting. That guy gets it. Thank you. All the parts lists are in the video description below the video. So let's see if there's any questions I've missed here. Check to see if the box came with any K-cups. It might be. And it wouldn't surprise me. Troll McTrollington says the back is all exposed. It is, because we took the cover off. When we're done with the cabling, and we, like I said, we can hide the cables right in this large area right here, then we're going to put this piece back on if you missed yesterday's video, so our radiator can breathe through these holes. It's going to look beautiful. I'm noticing I have a little piece of plastic here on the power supply, and it's bugging my OCD, so I'm going to peel that off. Doesn't hurt to keep it on there. It's just to protect the logo when shipping. It will start to bubble up in yellow over time, and again, nobody's really going to see that side of the case anyway, but it's just the way I am, man. I just like to do things the right way. John Paul Bacon said the second M.2 slot may not be an NVMe slot. It could be a SATA slot. Usually you'll see that on the mini PCs, but not on the more expensive systems. Like this is a 760 chipset. And if we look at, let's see, we'll go over to MSI and we'll pull up the web page here. So for this specific motherboard, this is an MSI B760i Edge Wi-Fi. And we'll go to MicroStar International's website. And we'll go to Manuals and Documents. And I'm going to pull up just as one document. Huh. Got a multi-language PDF file. That PDF file should tell us specifications of the onboard storage. So if we look at, let's go to my window capture here on OBS. Let's take a look at it together. Okay. English, please. Somewhere in here is going to be some specifications. Looking for the M.2 slots. There we go. Specifications. M.2. There are two M.2 slots. Slot 1 near the CPU supports Gen 4. Slot 2, that's from behind, also supports Gen 4x4. It will also support SATA. It can do either one. The SATA B, a B or a 6? The SATA 8 is will be unavailable when you install an M2 SATA into the M.2 slot behind in the back of the motherboard. That means that the SATA ports will all work if you're plugging in SATA drives, except for SATA port number 8. You can have one or the other. You cannot have them both at the same time in use. So yeah, like I said, when you get into this price range, you're generally going to have NVMe on all the M.2s. Earlier, back when we were doing like 9th gen Intel chips, Gen 3 NVMe, the cheaper boards would have one like by 4 slot, not Gen 4, but by 4. And then the secondary one would be like by 2. It would run at half speed. But that was when the technology was still new, and that was still even on the cheaper boards. The more expensive boards would give you a full speed, multiple full speed M.2 slots. And that's assuming you had a CPU that was capable. Some CPUs wouldn't be capable. So there were like 11th gen, 10th gen motherboards where one M.2 slot would only work if you used a Gen 11. So if you tried to use it either NVMe or SATA with a Gen 10 CPU, 10th gen CPU, it just didn't work. It was deactivated because that CPU didn't have the internal requirements to utilize that M.2 slot. So it's not always a limitation of the motherboard. It could be a limitation of the CPU. But as you buy more modern hardware, that becomes less of an issue. And as you also buy more expensive hardware. But what was expensive a few years ago kind of trickles down. It gets cheaper for everybody else. It's the same with cars. You know, only expensive cars had airbags and anti-lock brakes at first. Now it's standard. So let me go back to camera 1. All right. Well, let's see. What do we have to do here? Move these screws out of the way. We've got to put our water block down. And that means we have to put thermal compound on the CPU. And there is no thermal compound. If there was thermal compound on here, they wouldn't have tape over it. It might have a plastic cover. But obviously the tape, if we peel the tape off, it would pull any thermal compound off with it. So they put this tape on it to keep it free from any contamination, dirt, dust, debris, oils from your skin. So we leave that tape on until we're ready to put it on. And then once we peel the tape off, we want to keep our hands away from that area. The cleaner and more pristine it is, the better the heat transference will, the more effective your thermal compound will work. Again, probably not going to make a massive difference. If we lick it and stick our fingers on it and then stick it on, it's still going to cool the CPU just fine. It might run 2 or 3 degrees Celsius hotter, maybe at the worst, probably not even that. But since there's no benefit to doing that, why not just get the best possible performance out of it by ensuring the surface of the CPU and the surface of the water block here are pristine of any accumulation of oils, dust, any sort of debris. And then again, it really doesn't matter what brand of thermal compound you use. They all pretty much work the same. Usually no more than a 3-degree variance. And if your system matters, in other words, if your system's going to run poorly because of a 3-degree variance, you've got bigger issues at stake. You're probably overclocking or overvolting, and that's the cause of your problem. And the answer is not in thermal compound, not in my opinion. Unless you're trying to break a world record and you're using liquid nitrogen and things to keep the CPU cool and have it temporarily hit 6 or 7 gigahertz before it just dies. That's an expensive hobby too. I don't have that kind of money to just flush down the toilet. I'd rather buy a bunch of off-lease computers to give to people in need before wasting my money chasing some temporary frequency record that will be short-lived before it's beat by the next CPU and the next person. Romic wants to know, is the Cosmos 2K a great case for a gaming rig? That's for you to decide. You will decide that. Nobody can tell you that. Okay, so let's take a look. CPU's clean. Cooler's ready to go on. Which direction am I putting this cooler on? This way. Usually the hoses go towards the RAM. I just want to see. This is an option here. It is. Would I be better off rotating it? About this way. That work? Ooh. Well, that's an interesting thought. Could go in that way. What if I rotate it again? Go. Oh, that's gonna look. Just trying to figure out what's going to be the best look. So with the hoses here, that's going to kind of cover the RGB RAM. I don't want the hoses running over the RAM like that. I think this orientation is best because then we have our 2 cables kind of coming out at the top where it's going to be easier to hide them, to run the cables where the hoses are and where our CPU power connector is. That should be much cleaner cable management. I think that's going to be our orientation right there, with the hoses facing me. So I always do the dry fit first on unfamiliar hardware to make sure that hoses aren't blocking fans or blocking the view, and that it's going to actually sit down in that position. With this socket type, it doesn't really matter which orientation we put the cooler on as far as performance, effectiveness of the cooler goes. It's effective at any orientation. So then it becomes a matter of, well, which rotation looks the cleanest? What's the most appealing look? And that's just a judgment call. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Got a massive rare earth magnet that came out of a out of a hard drive. So if you have an old mechanical hard drive that's broken, you can pull these rare earth magnets that's part of the head actuator, and you can use them to magnetize a screwdriver. Just rub the screwdriver on it, and then too heavy? It did not magnetize. You can even leave the magnet attached to it. Those are aluminum screws. That's not going to work. Oh, look at this. Those thumb screws are pretty heavy. But yeah, you can take an old magnet, rub your tools, and magnetize those tools. And if you feel the magnetism getting weak, just recharge it up. You don't have to buy a screwdriver magnetizer. If you've got an old mechanical hard drive laying around, you can dismantle. And it's kind of fun to dismantle them. I'll get my nitrile glove out, not latex, not rubber, nitrile, powder-free, non-sterile. We're not using this for medical purposes. And then I'll take the thermal compound that our cooler, liquid cooler came with this Frost, what's it called? Frost X25. And I'm gonna put this down onto the CPU and eyeball how much I need there. It looks like they've given us plenty. Hate it when third-party cooler manufacturers are stingy with thermal compound, or the thermal compound is old and dry and it doesn't have any viscosity. It's just a lump. Don't use that thermal compound. If you're squeezing the tube, or you're taking it out of the little plastic wrap that they sometimes package it in, and it's coming out and it won't spread around, it like stays clumped together, just clean it off and go buy some thermal compound. I use Noctua NH1, not because it's Noctua, but because of the value of it. As I mentioned, almost all thermal compounds work equally. The difference in them only really matters to people that are doing extreme overclocking. So if you're not doing extreme overclocking, doing literally regular overclocking or no overclocking at all, you'll see almost no difference, no marked difference between any brand of thermal compound. And how you apply it doesn't really matter. So this stuff, as I'm spreading it, it's definitely not as fluid as I would like it to be. It's a little bit, little dry. It's right on the edge of where I would replace, use something fresher. You never know how long this has been sitting on a shelf before it arrived to me, right? Or you ordered it, how long it sat. So the thermal compound, if it's been sitting a while, can dry out. And if it dries out, it's not going to be easy to spread. This is feeling more like putty. And when it starts feeling like putty, you probably don't want to use it. This is right on the edge, and I'm not real comfortable. The more I'm trying to spread it around, I wish you could kind of see what it's doing here. But it's just like putty, and it shouldn't be. It should be more like finger painting, not molding. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to use some clean fingers on the glove here to pick this stuff up, because it's all sticking to the glove more than it's sticking to the CPU. And I can actually wipe the thermal compound and expose the bare CPU beneath. That's how cleanly the thermal compound is sticking to itself, more so than it's sticking to the CPU. And so for that reason, this is going into the trash can along with this glove, and we're going to clean that CPU off, and we'll use the tube of Noctua compound that I've got here instead. It's cheap. You can get it on Amazon, a tube of it, a big tube of it, by the way, for under $10. Looks like that. And there's multiple applications in that one too. So it'll should last you quite a while. That is very putty-like. You're likely going to see this more often on cheaper coolers or on older models. You know, this might have been a cooler that came out 3 years ago, and this thermal compound could already be 3 years old and sitting in the tube. It has just dried out. Now, when it dries out on top of the CPU, I'm not too worried about that because every time the CPU heats up, it's going to make it more viscous. And it's already spread evenly anyway. So it's not like it's going to change its coverage pattern once it's already on. But if I can't get the coverage on to begin with, if it's being difficult to cover, then I don't want to use it. I don't have any confidence in it. So that's just my judgment call. Because I will be the one who gets the phone call if there's a problem. And I may be the one who has to work on it if there's a problem. And I don't want there to be a problem. And if I have to work on it, I don't want to have to clean off dry thermal compound. I don't want to have to clean off any thermal compound. I do it right the first time. So just got my 99% isopropyl alcohol here. We'll clean it just like we did yesterday. It happens, but not a big deal. I'm going to wait for that thermal compound to evaporate. Oh, the rubbing alcohol. I'm waiting for the isopropyl alcohol to evaporate, and then I'll put the thermal compound on. And I'm watching it evaporate right in front of my eyes. It's that quick. Almost gone, almost gone. Done, dry. Okay, one more time. New glove. New thermal compound. This should go on much easier. Oh, I think that's all that's left in that tube. So this was a tube I've used before. All right. Done with that tube. And so, yeah, I use a glove, and what I do is I spread evenly the thermal compound across the entire surface of the CPU. If you're somebody that, you know, drops a dab in the middle and you're expecting it to squeeze out when you press down on the cooler, how do you know that it's squeezing out across the entire surface of the CPU? Now, back in the day, somebody might say, well, it's only the middle of the CPU where the die is, so you don't have to cool anything outside of the middle. But these days, the entire heat spreader has dies under it, chiplets and things, across the top and across the bottom and right up against the edges. So you want an even application. I don't want it thick in the middle and then thinning out on the edges. I want an even application of thermal compound across the entire surface. When you push the heat sink down on top of the CPU and it squishes your thermal compound, how do you know you put enough on? You'll know if you put too much on when it creates a mess. I avoid both scenarios. I know I'm not putting on too much that when I put on the heat sink that it's going to spread out and make a mess. I know that I haven't put on too little, that only the middle of the CPU is going to get covered. I have peace of mind that this is put on 100% evenly across the entire surface. This is the only way I know to do that. You'll see I tap on it and I make little peaks out of thermal compound. And what that does is that gives the heatsink something to squish down on so as to avoid any potential air bubbles in it. But it's not an airtight system. It's not like air couldn't get into it anyway, but it's no big deal to tap on it and make those little peaks. I don't know how much difference that really makes in reality, but it makes me happy to do it. Now I'm going to need the 4 thumb screws. And we're going to need a screwdriver to tighten these. And I think I'm going to use the yellow handle. Yeah, that's going to work nicely. And I'll get my glasses. Where's my glasses? All right, so now I can peel this protective cover off the bottom of our... Just realized I don't have my video up. Peel this off. And that's pristine. So while it's pristine, rotate this with the hoses facing me. Set it down. So I'm going to grab one of these thumb screws here and get it started. Helps if you have 3 hands to do this. And of course it helps with the motherboard facing down versus, you know, having the tower sitting upright and trying to put it on while it's upright. That might make for a better camera angle, but it certainly makes the installation much more difficult. This thumb screw is going to go right next to where this hose is. I need to move the hose away temporarily here so I can get the driver down there. Just want to get these thumb screws started. Should be able to let that go now. Bring this one down a little bit more. One final one. You don't want to tighten any of these individual thumb screws too tightly while you're still putting the others on. So you want to get them all started. Once you've got them all started, then you can go ahead and tighten down any of the 4. Just go ahead and tighten it down until it won't turn anymore. And then go to the opposite corner. It's important that you switch corners to opposite corners so that the bottom of your heatsink is going to be flush and not, you know, if you tighten them in a circle, you're going to end up potentially with a warp. So in much the same way that a car tire gets put on, you start all the lug nuts, and then when you tighten them down in a star pattern, meaning you go opposite corners across all the lug nuts. This absolutely has a direct impact on how well your cooler is going to work. So it's up to you to install it correctly. But we're going to check. Once you tighten down the others, then the ones you previously tightened might loosen up a little bit. So we go back around one more time. It's good. That one's good. That one's good. I think that's going to look way better, I think, because that way we're going to be able to see all the RGB on the RAM. We don't want the hoses covering up the RAM. That's what that's going to look. Did I turn? Yes. This is what I see, right? You can see the contributions. This is the screen that I'm normally looking at. And I must have had that selected, and and I think my belly hit the space bar, which activated it. We'll go back to camera 1. No secrets there. It's just not the screen it's the most beneficial for you guys. That's why I normally, when I don't have my OBS screen up, when I tell you I'm looking at a smaller screen than what you guys see, that might be what I'm looking at. But even the OBS window is a fraction of the size of the total size of my screen. So I have to go full screen. And when I do that, then I can see the video the way you see it, but I can no longer see the chat room. So anyway, that's our, must be sitting on a cable. Or 2 or 3. Yeah. I really need to push that keyboard further away from me. But the bench is a little shallow and it's a little short lengthwise. So I'm kind of cramped on this bench. It's all right. So if I decide to edit this later, I can actually zoom in on the little screen. It just means the resolution's going to look bad for those couple of minutes it was like that. The joy of being your own producer, director, talent, monitoring the output of video and audio and internet connection and making sure everything's in focus and in frame and on the right screen. Yeah, that's not overwhelming. All right, so then when it comes to all the cabling, we're going to want to, how do I want to do this? I know I looked at this yesterday. This is the ARGB cable for the liquid cooler. And this is the power cable for the liquid cooler. So that power cable is going to plug in to the water pump header that this motherboard has, which I think, what didn't I say the other day that was the second connector out of 3? There's 3 up there. Power fan 1, system fan 1. Think I can plug it into the first header and then just go into the BIOS and say that that's a pump. Or I can plug this directly into the power supply. You always want the pump running at full speed at all times. It's the fans that you want to have speeding up and slowing down according to, you know, if it needs it or not. And we should be able to plug this into the CPU fan header, which if we don't do that, then we may get a warning every time we boot up the PC that no CPU fan is detected. then you'd still would have to go into the BIOS and disable that. So my preference is to try and keep things as default as possible to avoid any customization of the BIOS. But sooner or later, you're going to upgrade the BIOS or have a dead CMOS battery and lose your settings. And then you're going to get a support call from the customer. And because it will have been years since I built it, I won't know how to tell the customer where to look and what setting to change. Again, these are problems home users don't have when you build your own stuff and you support the stuff yourself. Then it's just for you to decide. So I'll make the cable management look prettier, but for right now, that's where that cable's going to run. So off of the water block and onto the CPU fan header there. And then our ARGB cable, we can run that. Yeah, we can run that right through here as well. Can run it right around our power cable for the CPU power right there, then run it out back right there. Now, the only problem I have running it this way is our water cooler is kind of in the way now. But if I extend enough cable through it, hopefully I can find it on the other side and can pull it through. The other alternative would be to run the cable this way. But if I run it this way, the only place I have to go well, there is this cable management hole here. I don't think it's going to look as good. Yeah, I think I can feed this in and figure it out. So it wants to go straight back into the fans. And of course, I could take the cooler, the radiator out, or get my forceps here. I should be able to reach right down into this narrow. There I am hitting the keyboard again. Really do need to move that. Reach down in here. Grab this cable and just pull it straight up like that. That way I can now pull any slack and route that cable so that it can't be easily seen. Then run it in front of the fans. Down by the power supply. Feel for it. So the only problem I foresee with that is this wire does cross in front of the fans. So as long as this wire remains taut, it's fine. However, if the wire, if I leave it too much slack and it's too loose, it could trap into the fan and stop the fan from spinning. But boy, does it sure hide that cable. You know, if I go the other route, it's a cleaner route as far as not crossing over any fans, but it's more visual. It doesn't hide the cable as well. It also looks like 2 of these screws on the back of the radiator are not tight. No, I guess they are. An optical illusion. Just checking them all right now. Don't want them too tight. The radiator's made of a very soft metal and it'll strip out super easy. Usually copper. Brass. So now I have the ARGB cable from the water block. And that ARGB cable could plug into, let's see. What's this warning sticker say? Wrong connection may destroy the lighting function. Okay. We're going to put that sticker on every one of these. Let me see. The other sticker came right off. This one doesn't want to come off. And then the other ARGB cable is the Lightsaber. So this cable, we're going to route that through here. The rest of the cables, that's nice and clean. And then we'll put it through this cable management hole here. Like that. And then we will route it Yeah, that's about the cleanest way I'm going to be able to do that. And then route this basically along the spacing between the power supply and the radiator. Should straight down, so it'll be with the rest of our cables here. Easier said than done. Many ITX cases can sometimes be a challenge because of the confined space inside of the case. And I could take the power supply out to do this and then put it back in, but I'm trying to work more efficiently. And I think it's just a matter of finessing the cable into this little gap here. Should only have to be done once if you do it right. Got it. There it goes. So if you turn this around, you'll see we've got all of our cabling. It's a lot of cabling. And that's strictly the RGB and fans. That's all that cable's. That's all that's for. So if we take a look at that, this is an RGB header. That's a power header. So the power headers, I'll do those later. Right now, we want all of these connectors all plugged in together. So the way that we do that, these are all females. Females, females, females. This is the, this is the power for the fans here. And this, they give us 2 extras, and we only need 2 extras. So we can go ahead and plug the power on right now for the case fans. Or these are, I'm sorry, these black cables are the case fans, the white cables are the radiator fans. So now this one cable will plug into a fan header on the motherboard. That's this header here will plug into the motherboard, any single fan header. And that single fan header will control all 4 of these fans. If it wants one fan to spin up faster, then all 4 will spin up faster. If it wants it to slow down, then all 4 will slow down. So individually, these fans will not run at separate speeds. This one will. These 2 and these 2 are all hooked together, and their RGB will be synchronized once I hook those cables up. So this power cable now, sure I don't get myself too confused here. This power cable right here needs to be plugged into the motherboard. I just need to make sure that I'm not interweaving any cables, that everything else I have remaining will be the ARGB controls. This is the time to unweave the cables before you go and plug them all in. That looks good. That looks good. That's coming from the Saber SSD. This, we need to find a header on the motherboard to plug this in a place where we can route it. That is discrete. Looks like I can come in here and plug in right over by the RAM. Would be better if I had a fan header on the other side, though, and then the cable wouldn't have to run so far. A fan header over there. Fix. Let me take a look with my flashlight. Thing's so tiny. It's kind of dark inside the case. Thought there was another fan header on here somewhere. Guess not. Not appear to be any other fan headers. So I guess that makes that choice real easy then, doesn't it? That decision's been made for me. So the fan header that we need to use is right over there, right there, which is the exact opposite of where the cables are running. But there's plenty of cable length there. It's just, I would prefer the run a little shorter than that, but it is what it is, and it'll be fine. So again, these are all our power cables. This is ARGB. Yeah, everything else is RGB cabling. That's why I'm not a fan of RGB. It's just a mess. Again, this is the time to unweave any cables that are woven between each other. Why is this in this group? It's better. All right, so this cable has to run over here. You'll plug that in right where it says system fan. Once it's plugged in, then we can start taking up the slack and kind of looking for a way to route that cable to hide it as much as possible. Then all of the ARGB plugs all have to be plugged in together. So it starts with running an ARGB plug off of the motherboard, and I think this ARGB extension cable is going to be the way to go, because that's going to bring the RGB header from the motherboard to the back here, and then we can connect everything right into this. I think that's going to be the way to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this sticker, because they really get in the way of cable management. Andy Kane joins us and says hello. And, oops, get that later. Let's see, this cable will run our ARGB header is right there, And we've got to pay particular attention to which, there's an arrow on the connector. That needs to go, I believe, on pin 1. Let me take a quick look here. Those F4, those F. So the arrow is on the side with 2 pins. And then there's a blank, and then there's a single pin. So the arrow is on the side with 2 pins. That means on this case, the arrow is going to be facing top. So put it on backwards, you can damage your lighting. And again, we think we're going to have to run down through this route here. We have any choice. Feed the rest of that cable through. These are just the little caps that go over the pins, so they don't bend the pins on these ARGB headers that the splitter is giving us 4 of. So what we can do, if we have 4 of these, once again, it's important that you align the arrows. Got the Lightsaber. And you just align the arrow on the connector with the arrow on the other connector. So the arrows point towards each other. You push them together. Well, that ain't gonna work. That requires a 3-pin, and this is giving us 4-pin. So plug in the cooler fans. There's 1. Again, line up the arrows. There's 2. This is the water block RGB. Line up the arrows. That's 3. Then these, how's that going to work? Case fans, 3-pin only. So 1 case fan RGB can plug into the other case fan's RGB. And with the free connector, the Lightsaber RGB can plug into the other end. Okay, we'll line those arrows. These come apart real easy. They just kind of friction fit. There's no clip to hold them together. And that's where cable management is important, because once we cable manage this, in doing so, it should also prevent any tension on the cables from pulling these apart. And then the last part is trying to get these 2 ends to fit together, which I'm not quite sure how we're going to accomplish that. It's a totally different cable. 4-pin versus 3-pin here. Well, I might have to run 2 separate RGB, running 3-pin RGB and the 4-pin RGB. The motherboard offers us both a 3 and a 4. So I guess that we actually want this cable 4-pin RGB. So maybe. if it's going to go on. Hmm. Cable's a little twisted up. It's right next to a capacitor on the board. So it's a tight fit, but it does fit on there. So we'll keep all the 4-pin RGBs together. We don't want to intersperse them with the 3-pin RGBs because there may be different voltages. And then this one, I'm going to run it over just sloppily over here. Need my light again. That's a challenge. I think. Maybe. Doesn't want to sit all the way down. Wonder why. All right, well, it's about as good as I'm going to be able to get it. And I'm going to reroute this cable. I just want to see that it works. So now we can focus on our front port umbilical cables that we've got running through this little hidden area right here. And we've got USB 3.0. That goes down here. Like this. And we've got our USB 3.1 type C. That's going to plug in. Again, it's important that we weave the cables appropriately so that it makes our cable management so much easier. That one's going to go right there. Like that. This is our HD audio front panel header. Which I think is this connector right behind the graphics card. Oh, that's a tough place if that's where it goes. Let's see. No, I don't think that's our audio. I think our audio is up here, way up there. That. Cable management on this will be fun. And then power switch and power LED. There's no reset switch. There's no hard drive LED apparently with this case. These are going to go. That's USB 2. What is that? Ah, right up by our SSD. Very unusual. So power LED positive cable. Power LED negative cable. Yeah, that goes right up against the solid state drive. Holy cow. Switch goes on to the next 2 pins. It's the same order, and it's just that the location of the header, instead of being in the lower right part of the motherboard, is towards the back of the board by the I/O. So I know you guys can't see that very well, but as you can tell, I'm struggling to see it myself. So if I can't see it, what's the chances you're going to be able to see it? That should give all our front I/O hooked up, and then finally we have to hook the power supply up. So here, yikes. Oh, this cable is short. Somehow they expect us to get this cable from here to under here. Oh boy. Oh, I take it back. I take that back. The CPU power connectors up there. Our main 24 pin is down by the RAM, of course. That's where it always is. So let me flip this down for a second. Ugh. How do we want to do that? That is really right in front of our liquid cooler right there. Either way, it's a bit of a burden. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge. I think maybe I'll start with the back of the power supply first. It's so dark. I could take the power supply out to hook the cables in, but I really don't think I need to. Pretty easy access in there. Just got to be able to see. Okay, so there's our power connector plugged into the power supply, and I got to figure out that cable will even reach. I'm not sure it will. This one, I got a feeling the radiator's going to have to come out to get this run. And if it's going to reach, I think it's going to be very close. May just be long enough. So when you're building a PC like this, it's like working on a piece of art. You know, making a sculpture or drawing a painting is going to take some time. If you need instant gratification, this isn't a project for you. You want something that stands out as being different, something nobody's likely ever going to see something like it again. It's less common because it's more trouble. So depending on how important it is for you to have something unique, the more time you spend on it, typically the more unique it's going to be in many cases. So, or the other way around, the more unique it is, the more time you'll need to spend on it. I need to take a little bit of a break here because with all the other cabling done now, I need to more or less lift the radiator out of the way temporarily just to run the cable through. I don't need to pull it out entirely because with the cables all hooked up, I would have to disconnect all those cables. And of course, because we've got the block already connected, you know, mounted down onto the CPU, we're limited by the hose length anyway. So we really can't take the radiator out. Not entirely, but we can lift it out enough that I can run this fat cable through there. Now, if the fat cable isn't long enough, we can get an extension. I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. It's going to be close though. Paul Howe says the case would have been fine without all the RGB. Well, and the RGB can be turned off. It's nice to have it as an option, I think, where you can turn it on when you're in the mood and turn it off when you're not in the mood. Grab a colder Gatorade. If you have questions for me, I'm going to take a few minutes break here to answer your questions and kind of reset my brain. My eyes, the eye strain on that, because it's so dark and everything's so cramped in together, was a much easier thing for me to do when I was younger. I can tell you that. It's really not that big of a deal. It's not like you have to do this every day. You know what I mean? Like when you build a machine like this, it should be fun. And having all these cables and challenges just adds to the reward at the end of it, you know, that it's that much more when you're done, you know, that much more special. It's like playing a video game that's too easy. It's not fun to play the game. It's got to have some challenge. It can't be so challenging that you just can't make any more forward progress and you don't even want to play the game anymore. But it can't be so easy that there's no challenge to it at all and you don't want to play the game anymore. And of course, once you get it built, it's built. So you shouldn't have to go in there and work on it anytime soon. Any mini ITX case, generally speaking, is going to be tight quarters. So when I work on the Train PC or I worked on the NCase M1 or many other different mini ITX cases, they take more time. Generally take more time. And that's not a bad thing. It's like a 2,000 piece puzzle takes more time to put together and assemble than a 500 piece puzzle. Selden wants to know if it would be reasonable to connect the case power LED to the disk activity on the motherboard. After all, the RGB LEDs act as a power on indicator. They may not act as a power on indicator. Sometimes the RGB can stay on when the system's powered off, or at least, you know, the fans wouldn't turn, but some of the system RGB could be on by default when the system's off. There's typically a BIOS setting to change that. You absolutely can choose to plug the power LED into the hard drive LED It's an LED header, so it doesn't know the difference which RGB or which LED you're plugging in. So whether or not it's a reasonable thing to do is really a personal preference. It certainly won't cause any downside other than it might be confusing if you were to sell this to somebody and they're, you know, my power LED light's blinking off. What's going on with my system? It's not shutting up. If you do it for yourself and you know what you've done, yeah, it's just an LED. So personal choice. Now, the power cable here is going to route right down here. So the question is, can I feed this cable down through the bottom with that big radiator in the way? It looks like I might be able to do it, but by removing the screws and I can pull the radiator away, then I know for a fact I can do it. And since it's just 4 screws, it's super easy. I keep thinking I'm going over here, but this will be for the CPU power. Where we go for the big 24 pin is on the bottom. And I've never had a system I can think of where the power connector went to the bottom. Power connector usually always goes to the side, but because this motherboard is mounted sort of upside down, it's not really upside down. Normally your I/O ports, which are facing up, face left or right. So it's 90 degrees from where I'm accustomed to it being. Normally my power connector goes on the left or right. It doesn't typically go to the top or the bottom. So this has thrown me. But now I can see we have plenty of cable if all we're doing is we're going from the back of the power supply right here to essentially right there, the other side. It's not that far. But if I had to plug it, you know, from down there all the way up to this corner, it'd be a tight fit. And we will have to do that with the CPU power cable. So I might be just getting a little ahead of myself here. As far as this cable goes, let's take a look. Move all these RGB cables and move this radiator out of my way. Should be able to easily manipulate this right past the radiator, through the bottom there. Grab it and pull every bit of slack I've got through, because I'm going to need it to align it with the plug. Once it's plugged in, then I pull the slack back the other way. Don't try to do your cable management while you're cabling. Only think about your cable management in terms of, do I have cables crossing and looping through each other that I will not be able to separate and wire tie, zip tie individually later. So make sure the cables are not crossed over each other in such a way that you can't separate them unless you intend to tie them together. Because then it could make something very easy, like changing a single fan, making you undo a bunch of cable management, to have to undo 2 or 3 fans in order to get the cables untangled or unlooped or unwoven from each other. So it's best to think of that while you're running the cable. But when it comes to the actual cable management, save that to the very end. Don't try and cable manage it while you're working. All right, so now with the motherboard power connector, it's our fan power right there. I got to move them away from the 24-pin power connector on the board. And I got to rotate the cable in such a way that it will, let's see. Got to be twisted. The clip is going to face the bottom edge of the board. And that makes it, so I have to kind of fold it in on itself here, which is not ideal. Got to do what you got to do. I'll lay the case flat. That will be easier for me to push down on that connector to get it to seat. And that does have a clip, and it will click into place once it's fully seated. Probably would be best to have the RAM out during this because the RAM keeps getting in my way. But since I've already done it that way, I'm working a little harder rather than smarter on this one. Didn't anticipate these tight spaces till I got there. I think I've seated it. I didn't hear it click. That side is flush. And that side is flush. Now, if I had kept the stock Intel cooling fan on here, that would be far less cables and things, restrictions, but it also wouldn't look anywhere near as neat. You know, I'd have less RGB cables. I wouldn't have these hoses to contend with. I wouldn't have the radiator to contend with. I wouldn't have the additional fans to power up. But, you know, it's the price we pay for beauty. And finally, this is the last cable, ladies and gentlemen. When I plug this in, we can test fire it. If it works, then all I have to do is cable manage it. Is that all? And then button it up and it'll be done. So I think I'm going to plug in here first. That one clicked in. And I think, can I squeeze by there? Oh, what a bummer. There is a little cable routing hole right here. Tell you what, it is so close. It is so close. The only way I can get in there is I'd have to then unscrew the 4 screws that are holding the motherboard in, because the motherboard's all cabled in and the hoses. I would be able to lift the motherboard up enough to slide the cable in and then put it back down and put the screws back in. And I think that's what I'm going to have to do, because I don't like the way it's going to look if I have to run this cable out over here. You know, I would have to basically do a comb over, or I would have to run it completely down here through this cable hole, and then hope I still had enough cable to reach the power supply, which that would be maybe just enough. But if I could simply route it right next to it, right down in that hole right there, I'm pretty confident that that would be the shortest and cleanest looking run. What that does mean, if you ever have to swap this power supply out, it would be in your best interest to get the exact same make and model, so you don't have to pull all the cabling. That you could simply unplug the modular cables from the power supply and then replace the power supply, plug the cables back into it, and not have to redo or reroute any cables. One advantage of a modular power supply is if you're going to stick with the same brand power supply in an upgrade or a replacement, you don't have to redo your cabling. And in some cases, the cabling's no big deal. A lot of the NZXT cases I work on, the cabling's very simplified. But on almost all mini ITX cases, if you decide you want to build a mini ITX case, you will be working with a confined space, with a cramped motherboard that's not as upgradable, not as expandable. You're only going to have 2 RAM slots. You're not going to have 4 like you'd have on a mid or regular size ATX motherboard. And some of the connectors are moved into different locations in order to accommodate everything fitting you know, in that size motherboard. So it's always going to be a bit more of a challenge, but you're always going to have a machine that draws people's eye because of how small it is. They'll be like, holy cow. And especially with this case, you know, when it all lights up and we've got the glass cover on the front, it's going to be a very unique looking computer. It's definitely going to be a conversation piece. And with the performance of that Seagate FireCuda Lightsaber SSD, combined with the RGB of the fans and just the overall look of the case and the 13500 processor, it's not only going to look good, it's going to perform impressive. People are going to be impressed with the performance. People are going to be impressed with the way that it looks. Don't show them how the sausage is made, right? It does require more time and more consideration for cabling when you have very little room to work in, but it's very doable and you should enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, you know, just go buy a computer already built. But the reward, you know, the satisfaction you get from having built it yourself, knowing it's rocket ship fast, knowing you just paid for the cost of parts, you didn't, you know, pay the overhead for some employee and some company with marketing and, you know, all this overhead. So you know you got a great price on it. You have the satisfaction you built it yourself. What's not to like? It's a good way to spend a weekend. Especially, it's a good way to bond with your kids. If you can, you know, you build a computer with your children. It's a wonderful experience to share with your children. It's a nice bonding experience. Joe Demio with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. And another $2 super chat. Ron wants to know if the main power cable, HDMI, Ethernet, and audio cables are going to be coming straight out of the top. Yes and no. On this case, this is the top of the case, right? And that's our I/O shield right there. But there's a cutout right here. So all the cables are going to come into the back. And then there's a cover that goes over the top. So all your cables are going to come in here, and then they will plug in straight down. But then you're going to cover all this up. And there'll be a rubber grommet on the back plate that goes over this. So it should be a nice, clean look. That is so close. I can't help but wonder if I take this off, the cable's just not in its own way. Will it fit in now without me having to loosen the board? Wah, wah. Computer says no. What about this bracket? Could I take the bracket off? Would that be enough? It might be. There's a bracket. Not even sure why it's there. There's a bracket right here. Looks like 3 screws hold it in. And well, the bracket isn't covering that hole. That hole appears to be there specifically to route this cable. I don't know how well you could see it with the radiator in the way. But the motherboard is partially covering that hole. But I think I can get it in on an angle if this piece wasn't in the way, and then I wouldn't have to loosen the board. And that looks pretty straightforward to me. Let's see what happens. Oh, that bracket is there to hold the glass on. That's what that's for. Okay. You know what? I was going to say I don't have to take it all the way off. I only needed to loosen it and bend it down like a lever. That's all right. And then I just dropped one of the screws underneath here. There it is. Now, can I feed that through? Oh, yes, I can. Hallelujah. All right. See how I want to do this now. Plug this connector on here. And you can see, run it through this hole, and then run this cable all the way through. We can take up that slack now. Once again, I want to make sure that as I route this cable, that it's not going to collide with any of the fans and prevent them from spinning, because that cable is pretty rigid and we might need to tie it down against the case. It might be necessary, or it might not be. Let's see if we can plug this in. Where does it go? Flashlight. Where does that go? Right there, PCIe/CPU. Only one I have. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. Well, I guess I want to put it on the furthest to take up as much slack as possible. I am concerned that the cable could interfere with our cooling fans. If I spin this around before I plug it in, you can see where that's going to go on the back of the power supply. There. So go ahead and push that up. Click. And oh, you know what? They have cable management loops right here. So you can run a zip tie through the loop. Press that cable up against the back of the motherboard tray. It's probably a good idea. I think I'm going to do that. In fact, they even give us the zip ties. How nice is that? Dark in there. What I have to do is kind of pre-bend this so it wants to come out the other side, because they didn't raise it. It's just like a cut in the metal. So getting it in one side is easy, but getting it to pop out the other side, a little bit more of a challenge. Ironically, the cables are in the, which is the whole point of why we're trying to put this on. So the cables won't get in the way. Maybe I can manually feed it in this way. Come on. Work with me. Come on. Made this a little more user-friendly. A pair of needle nose pliers is what I'm going to need to grab that. Pull it through. Needle nose pliers are just a little bit too wide. Some other way I can push that through. Maybe something like that can grab it. Oh. Come on. Come on. Ah, aha. Now I need the needle nose pliers. Don't you? Gotcha. Gotcha. So all I was doing this whole time is simply trying to run that zip tie in through the little wire management loop. But because the loop is flush, it doesn't bow out like a proper bridge. Because it's flush, you have to get the zip tie under it and then bend it back up to come up the other side. That's why it's nice when they raise the metal in the middle up, and then you can slide the zip tie straight underneath of it, rather than having to go under and then up. Okay, so with that wire tie or zip tie run, now I want to make sure that I take all the bit of slack here, that it won't come back out. Run it down through the wire, through the zip tie. I keep wanting to call it a wire tie. Run it down through the zip tie. We want to make that as flush as we can to the back of the motherboard tray, while taking up as much slack. And then, might even make sense to run this cable through that same wire management hole right there. Now that I think about it. Now that I've already tightened the zip tie, Well, that's all right. I don't even know that that's going to be functional. They don't give us a lot of slack here. Unless the motherboard manufacturer gave us an extension. It's our Lightsaber hilts. Was excited for a minute. Looks like it's ARGB on one side and then power on the other. How does that work? 10-4. Oh, this is probably for something that needs an adapter or converter. It's not an extension. It's a SATA cable. That's a SATA power for the water block. That is all she wrote. We got antennas for the Wi-Fi. It's weird what that's used for. 3-pin ARGB on one side and what looks like a fan header on the other side. That's it, just 3 wires, 2 different connectors at each end of the cable. Strange. No luck with that. Hmm. But I make it work. There's a definite maybe. Boy, does that look ugly though. I don't like it. Can't help but wonder if nobody's going to see the RGB on these fans. Well, this is not for these fans. This is for those fans. So yeah, they're definitely going to see that for sure. I don't know why that won't fully seat. See how I have one of the connectors right there? That's just so ugly. My wire cutters, and we'll cut the pigtail off the zip tie because that's staying. That ain't going nowhere. Then I just need another zip tie, or at least a wire tie, something to just temporarily hold these cables until I decide on their final routing. Don't want them to interfere with these fans on the radiators, so I'll take these ARGB cables and I'm going to just take a wire tie and twist them together up against the CPU power cable that we already zip tied, because that's already pretty flush, and that should be enough to hold those cables away just so we can verify things are working. I also have to make sure that the wire tie pigtails won't run into the fans. Again, we don't want to trap any cables. Something is preventing this cooler from sitting flush. Well, it's the ARGB cables. They're rammed right up against into the fans. Ain't gonna work. Now, it's much better. Once again, I need to just make sure, double check, triple check that my cables aren't going to get pinched by the radiator when I reinstall it. It does feel like something is keeping us from moving forward. Oh, you know what? I think it's just the tension on the hoses. Okay, that's normal. What I don't want to do is I don't want to push forward on the radiator and have it slam into colliding with any of those cables, which would then prevent the blades of the fans from spinning. Now, I'm going to leave the glass bracket off because I'm not sure I'm going to keep that ARGB cable there. And it's so much easier for me to take it back out or reroute it if I want to. So I'll worry about putting that back in, but later, because right now we have everything hooked up. We should be able to do a test fire on this now. Stuff. Still might want to reconsider these. I guess that's not too bad. So our power supply cable, everything is going to run in through this hole here and then into the back of the board, the back of the motherboard. So let's see if we grab a power cable. Right there. Flip the switch to on. We need an HDMI cable. So like right now, I can obviously just plug it in right like that if I want to. But when it's built, we can go through here, and then there's a back panel that it's going to cover everything. But that's how it's going to wire up. And then our Ethernet cable. There. And the keyboard and mouse dongle I left plugged in from when we prepped the board Friday. Take this around. Make sure none of the cables are interfering with our fans. Everything feels loose, happy. Putting a lot of pressure on these cables here. Okay, if I hit the power button, fans are turning, RGB is lit up here. We get some RGB here, maybe. Yeah, we get RGB on Darth Vader. We do not. I think I knocked my RGB cable loose. How come Darth Vader's not lighting up? Yeah, I don't think you really can see those fans light up, and these fans aren't lighting up either. Why is that? So that's this header here, top one. So this RGB is not lighting up, and this RGB is not lighting up, and those are which ones? Let's see if I unplug this. Okay, that is the 3-pin. Remember, I said it wasn't seating fully. I don't think it was lined up into the pins correctly. These two connectors do not want to sit side by side. No, it's going in there. But it's not happy. What am I missing? Go in there. Let's go in there. Oh, that's weird. The third pin looks like it's been pushed through. Like I put too much force on it. So let me try and fix that real quick. Let's go ahead and just hit the power button. That should shut down. It does. I'll flip the power switch to off on here. I'm going to grab my needle nose pliers. See if I can't slide that pin back up. I've never seen that happen before. Very strange. Almost like it broke it's soldered in, and it's like it broke the solder point. That's a new one for me. Easy enough to heat up a soldering iron and stick that back so it won't move, but I'd have to take the board completely out to do. Let's see if this is. It's pushing that pin out. Interesting. See if that makes it any happier. Nope. Might have no choice but to pull the board out and resolder it if the connection's not being made any longer from that fourth pin. That would explain, because it was working. We did have RGB working here. The other header I didn't use before, that's got the 4 pins on it instead of 3, and that is lighting up. What did I just do? I somehow unplugged it. It is lighting up back there. But in order for these two fans and the lightsaber to light up, that header has got to be addressed. And it's an addressable header. Like that. Is this thing booting? I assume it's booting. Oh, it's already booted. Shut it down. I'll hit the power button, and that should cycle it down. And let's see how fast it boots up. I'll wait for the fans to stop spinning. And 3, 2, 1. Power. Fans are firing up. Let's see what our boot time is on this. It's quiet. And we're on. That's it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to break out the old soldering iron here. It's that time. Out of curiosity, I just wonder if I go back to camera 1. I wonder if this RGB header is simply in the way. No, they're not touching. See if I unplug this ARGB header. Plug in this one now. Is that any more cooperative? Oh, it is. I guess I wasn't aligning it properly. Wow, these two RGB headers do not want to go together. They don't like each other. Hmm. Capacitor's in the way. I mean, if I push this in, I'm going to be bending that capacitor on the board, all for some lights. That seems pretty stupid. I wonder if I have another 4-pin RGB header on this board somewhere else. I think there is. I think that's the only one I've got. It's unfortunate. The only other thing I can think to do would be to shave the edges of this connector down to make it thinner. It's almost like the RGB header cable is just too wide. So now we have the lightsaber lit up and the bottom fans lit up, but not the block or the rear fans. Not that the block really adds a whole lot to it, but sure would like it to work. Out of curiosity, will the 4-pin fan header work on the 3-pin? That's question 1. Or can I force it? Yeah, those two connectors are not friendly to each other. They're running up against each other. That gets them both on. Now everything's lit up correctly, but it's a very tight fit. Now, as you can imagine, we put the glass panel in front of that, and we've got our Lightsaber, we've got our RGB fans. It does seem like, apart from the RGB on the block, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to have RGB on the fans on the radiator, because you really don't see it. Then, of course, we have to clean up this cable, the main motherboard power cable. That needs to be cleaned up. These front port umbilicals need to get cleaned up so that when we put our front glass on it, you won't see so much of the cabling. But that's not too terrible. All right. Everything else at this point is just cleanup, right? It's just cable cleanup. And then the back panel can go on it, the glass can go on it, it's good to go. I should check the BIOS on this and make sure we've got it set to be full power at all times on the CPU fan, because we're running a block. So how do I want to do that? Do I need this key? No, I don't need this keyboard. I need to go here. Shut this back off. I'll turn it back on. Hopefully we'll get some video here in a second. Bear with me. Press delete, get into the BIOS. Keyboard was not turned on. Shut it off again. I'm waiting for the machine to turn off here. It's off. Turn it back on. And now with the keyboard turned on, if I hit delete, it should take me into the BIOS. I can check that front CPU header status. CPU fan warning. Let me go full screen on this. CPU fail, no, easy LED control. See, like for this, oh, never mind. That's just the CPU fan warning. I'm not worried about that. Storage fan favorites, hardware. Okay, this is temperature monitoring CPU 1. And I want CPU 1 running full speed, not all full speed, just that one full speed. CPU. Pump. Guess I need to plug it into the other header. So the other header is a pump header. Let me see. Is that? I think I should be able to do this while it's on and not risk any damage. Just want to make sure I'm grabbing the right one. That one to here. See if the pump RPM is spinning. There we go. Now it's plugged into the pump header. That's better. It's one header off. Escape. Make sure we've got XMP turned on because our RAM should be at 6,000. Memory. XMP profile 1. How do we select it? Current frequency. Size. It's my option to turn XMP on. I turn on the profile. I am not familiar with that. XMP. My Expo. Showing exit XMP. I see there's a 1 and a 2 for profile 1, profile 2. So if I'm selecting profile 1 and then save and exit, the heck is save and exit? Probably needed to be in advance. It's so red on black, it's hard to see. Looks like you can pick one or the other. Since it says XMP here and not iExpo, I'm going to choose XMP for a reason. And do what? Did I just hit the X maybe? Yep. Change it to enabled, yes. Start, back into the BIOS. It's going to take a minute longer to start because it retrains the memory under the XMP profile. So as it does that, your initial restart's going to take longer. That's normal and to be expected. So we'll patiently wait as it works this out, and hopefully get it sorted here soon. We'll see in a minute here. Give it up to 3 minutes. In the meantime, I can go back over to camera 1 and I can put myself in a corner. We can keep it on. Ah, see how long that took? It's finally working that out. So glad that XMP makes my system faster, huh? All right, now we'll shut her down. Power off. Hit the power button here. As soon as the post screen comes up, we'll go in the BIOS and see what frequency it says the RAM is running at now. It should be at 6,000. It's at 6,000. Very good. That's what I wanted to see. I can shut it back off and turn it back on. Now it should boot faster now that it's trained the memory. Yeah, post screen came up much faster. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen. 3 build videos later, we have a working system. And as you can imagine, you can kind of picture that with the glass on the front of it there and having the lid on it, and it'll have feet underneath of it. Very attractive system once we clean up some of the cabling. But everything's hooked up and installed and working properly. And you definitely want to go through all those steps before you take any time to cable manage anything. I used to build model rockets as a teenager, and I learned not to paint them until after I've test flown them. Because sometimes they blew up on the launch pad, or they didn't fly straight and they ended up blowing up on the launch pad, or they come crashing down and break. So the rocket had to survive a test flight before I would paint it. Otherwise, I was pretty much wasted my time. In much the same way that you wouldn't want to paint a car until all the body work was done, and you wouldn't want to do your cable management until you're ensured that all of your hardware is installed, configured, and working the way you want it to work or expect it to work. And then you do your cleanup and button it back up. It's just that easy. This one over here. All right, so I'm going to go back full screen on camera 1. And if anybody has any questions, that's going to wrap it up for today's video. Looks like 3 videos that are 3.5 hours long. So we get about 14, 15 hours into the build. And there's still a wire tie up here. I will take all wire ties out and replace them with nylon zip ties, including the one that I put in temporarily. Because if I want to keep that wire routed that way, I'll zip tie it. Won't leave any wire ties in the completed system. It's fine temporarily, but not when it's done. Those wire ties, they get brittle over the years, and they break. And then because they're metal, they can fall behind your motherboard and short out the contacts on the back of the board and literally kill the motherboard all over a 2-cent zip tie, or not even that, a quarter of a penny zip tie. Alan's asking me if I got any Amazon gift cards. It does not appear so. No, I don't see anything from anybody here today. Oh, wait a minute. Guess my email wasn't updating earlier. Gregory Howard sent a $100 PayPal contribution. Well, thank you again, Gregory. Very kind of you. Gary Tatum with a $25 Amazon gift card. Thank you, Gary. Mentioned earlier, Frankie B with a $50 Zelle contribution. Thank you to Frankie B, as always. And there's Alan Lindas with $7.77 in an Amazon gift card. He says, sorry, late again. Sunday video not normally done, but okay. Well, I wanted to get this done so I could do something else tomorrow for the members only video. I didn't want to have a bunch of scattered parts, and I would be worried about misplacing things. So if I could just get it done, you know, it's a lot easier to move it around when it's all in the case. So thank you, Alan Lindas and Frankie B and Gary Tatum, and of course, Gregory Howard, for your support of the channel. And $10 comes in from Thomas Tidwell. Thank you to Thomas Tidwell. And I think that catches me up. I've never seen my email do that before. It's like it wasn't updating. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so any other questions? Any questions? Ben says he's not going to build a mini ITX. Yeah, it's not for everybody. It should be something you see as fun. It should not be seen as like a chore. It should be seen as a fun challenge with a rewarding prize at the end of it. Ron Toomey says that's probably going to be a $2,800 system with all the labor. Yeah, I'll just consider the labor whatever the videos make. And as long as I can sell the parts for what I paid for them, including the sales tax, it's probably $1,000 build. And then the shipping's probably around $100, $150, depending on how far it's being shipped. Obviously, I have to ship only within the US, but it is available. And I know Gregory Howard mentioned he was interested in it. So do reach out to me, Gregory, at my email address. And that's the same email address you're using PayPal to send to. And we'll work that out if you're interested in it. Still has a little more work to go, but it'll just be cleanup. Cable management cleanup, zip ties, putting the glass on, the lid on, the back on, and the bottom on. The top and bottom, I think they just magnetically go down. There's no screws or anything for the top or bottom. The back is all one piece, 4 screws, and the front piece of glass is 1 piece of glass, 2 screws on the left, 2 screws on the right. So we've got 8 screws on the counter. That's all that's left to reassembly. Mostly just taking my time, maybe later tonight or maybe later in the week, depending on how I'm feeling, to clean up essentially this cable management here back. And at the same time, clean up the cable management in the front. We want to hide as much of these cables from the front view as possible, push them to the back. It'd be pretty easily done. Of course, I'll have to put the bracket back on the side of the glass panel to secure back, because the glass panel secures to this bracket, and this bracket secures to the motherboard tray. So if I'm deciding to leave that cable routed that way, because I kind of don't want to move it so it's tight as they are, then we'll see how it looks when I've got all the other cables done, and I'll make my decision at that point. Ben Laird said I should get a presidential commendation for perseverance. Yeah, that's just part of who I am. I've always been that way. Use the force, Charles Leslie said. Right? Well said. Patrick said it'd be cheaper to get a coffee maker and mount a mini PC to the side of it. He's got a point. Except this doesn't make coffee. Said you're working too hard. Said, nice work, great stream. Yeah, all except when I was in the corner, in the window when I didn't mean to be. But what are you going to do? Will the top cover prevent dust and dirt from filling up the motherboard I/O ports? Does it have a filter on it? I think so. So the front cover and the bottom cover, they have a fine mesh screen that'll capture any dust. So that's the underside. This is the part you'll see on top. See the mesh? So yes, it will keep out anything but the finest bit of dust. So you will always need to dust a computer regardless. Can't be airtight. And you can't restrict it with a filter so fine that it suffocates it because it has a hard time breathing. So you want some kind of a mesh filter to prevent any large items or large particles, but the finer particles will still get through over time. It's really shouldn't be a big deal. You should still dust out a computer regardless, once or twice a year. In the back where the power supply is, the back plate looks like it's wide open. So we don't have any filtering the air to the power supply. If you see where this grommet is, that's where your cables are going to go. The radiator can breathe through here, and the power supply can breathe through here. The radiator is going to be pushing air out through these vents. Power supply will be drawing air in through these vents. So we wouldn't want mesh on this side, but it sure would have been nice if we had mesh here. Maybe there's something in the box for that. Maybe there's like some stick-on mesh you can put on there. It's not really that important. You'd still want to dust it regardless. The problem when you don't dust the computer and you do have the mesh, then the mesh gets clogged with dust and then the system suffocates, in which case you were better off not having the mesh. So you always want to dust out a PC regardless. Positive air pressure, negative air pressure, dusty environment or not. at least once a year, regardless of the design. That's my opinion. That's my rules, what I say. Paul Howe said the case is not for sale in the UK. It's in the USA only. I'm surprised Segotep doesn't sell their cases in the UK. Ron Toomey says, how do you sync the RGB colors in the BIOS? You don't sync them in the BIOS. We will download the software from the motherboard manufacturer, MSI. They'll have RGB software. With the RGB software, we will be able to control the two RGB headers, synchronize them if we want to. I might want the lightsaber to be a solid static color, and I might want that color to match on the fans and the water block. So using the MSI or ASUS or Gigabyte or ASRock, whoever the motherboard manufacturer is, if they offer RGB on the board, then they offer a piece of downloadable software on the support area where you go to get your drivers. It'll be under utilities. And then it's usually pretty straightforward when you look at you install the software and you just look at it. You shouldn't need any instructions. It should be pretty straightforward. And you can experiment around with it, play with the colors, and before you know it, you've wasted 3 hours of your day just playing around with the colors. And you feel like 7 minutes went by. It's a massive time suck. But once you get it set up and leave it alone, this might be looking good in all blue. Like I might want, well, this is Darth Vader's lightsaber hilt. So I would want the lightsaber red, turn these fans red, the water block red, and I can even have the RGB on the RAM. So to adjust the RGB on the RAM, that may also be part of the RGB software from the motherboard manufacturer, or sometimes the RAM manufacturer makes software like G-Skill, but that software may or may not work with certain motherboards. So ideally, the motherboard software, take a quick look at it. Let's see. Now you got me thinking about it. Let's go back over to our HDMI input, which apparently the computer is sleeping. There we go. And let me go full screen for me. Screen. There it is. Let me adjust that power savings so it doesn't rainbow on me while I'm something. Power sleep settings. That's not what I want. Edit power plan. That's what I want. Set that 3 hours. There. Now that shouldn't bother us again. Let's bring up Microsoft Edge. And we have an MSI B760i Edge Wi-Fi. We're looking for the MSI website. It's the store. MSI.com. That's the one we want. What's that tab? Look, what's that tab? That's fine. Drivers and downloads. BIOS, no. Driver or utilities. Probably under utility. The MSI Center. This is kind of a location for all the utilities to be joined together. Intel Extreme Tuning, CPU-Z, I guess branded version of CPU-Z for some reason. Beta 64. That's it. So I guess the MSI Center. So we'll download that. Now that's pretty big. I don't, it wouldn't be a driver. It's none of this. So the only thing I see that could be controlling the RGB is under utility, under this MSI Center. Asus, their RGB software is called Aura, A-U-R-A. In fact, their whole lighting system is called Aura. I think MSI and ASRock and Gigabyte all name their own lighting systems. And see our demos. I like that it's quiet though. And my struggle with this is because of my lack of familiarity with the location of connectors on many ITX motherboards. I don't use them very often, so I'm a little rusty. Just because you saw me struggle with it doesn't mean you would struggle with it. And if I built them more often, I would be making it look a lot easier. But it's not rocket science. It does require some patience. It is a bit more restrictive, quite a bit more restrictive than an ordinary mid-tower or full-size tower case. But it also has a very unique look, unlike anything I've ever seen before. And it's not like you have to constantly get in there and mess around with it. Unless you're one of those people that can't leave things alone, in which case, yeah, this probably wouldn't be a good case for you. But my intention is to take as much time as I need to take to build it. And for the recipient to never have to open it for preferably a couple of years. I say preferably. But I've had customers I ship computers to and they immediately take them apart. And I just wonder, why did I spend so much time piecing it together and making it, you know, meet all of my detailed requirements only to have the customer undo all of my time and labor? But it's their machine, you know, customer can do whatever they want with it. You've seen one that came back to me, the customer didn't have it 4 weeks, 3 weeks, and it was already missing screws. All right, let's open this and extract it. Oh, we don't have to extract it. We can just double click on the executable. What's that? What's that? Wintermute posts a link to this case being sold on eBay, and the seller on eBay says they will ship it to the UK. So there you go. Good find there, Wintermute. Nicely done. Ish. Where is it? Is it down? Gregory Howard with $25 in Super Chat said, here's some good food money. Hey, I think it's pizza time. Thank you, Gregory. Get me a pizza. Let's see. Where did the software go? MSI Center, right there. Free. Oh, it's not going to let me until I scroll down, huh? Drop the elevator to the bottom. Now check the box. Yeah, that would only take me 2 days to read, 2 years to comprehend. Like, yes. How bizarre. What was I downloading that big file for so we could just download some more? Guess what I'm waiting, I'll right click and sort my icons. Oh, and I'll need to buy a Windows 10 activation key from VIP CDK deals now that we have everything working. A Windows 10 activation key is cheaper than a Windows 11 activation key. As long as we get a Windows 10 Pro for Windows 11 Pro, or a Windows 10 Home for Windows 11 Home, product key, all Windows 10 product keys, Home and Pro, will work to activate Windows 11 Home or Pro, the same version. You don't have to actually install Windows 10. The good news is you could install Windows 10 on a different computer and actually use that one license key for Windows 10 to activate Windows 10 and activate Windows 11, one each. But you won't be able to use that license key anymore. It'll just stay tied to that motherboard forever. Start now. Let's build your own MSI center. Gamer, creator. Oh boy. Let's skip this. Game highlights, gaming mode. Mystic Light. That is the thing MSI calls their RGB software. Douglas Burchell says, use those Pizza Hut coupons. You know what? I was thinking of Peter Piper Pizza, but you know, Pizza Hut sounds good too. Oh, we have another place here called Barrows from Chicago. My mouth really likes the pizza, but my stomach doesn't. I unsubscribed. Did I unsubscribe from pizza? I think I did. Every time I check my email, I have a Pizza Hut coupon. They won't leave me alone. Okay, sorry, I was checking my phone. All right, let's take a look here. Mystic Light, open. Let me go back to OBS and put camera 1 back on. And I'll move camera 1 into the corner so we can kind of see what effect I'm having on the system as we make these changes. Okay, so the speed of the light, the brightness of the light, we have different profiles. DRAM. So if let's make everything red. Let's do solid color. Oh, marquee. Marquee look like. Yeah, you guys get to see it better than me. Doesn't demo it here. I want solid red. Breathing. Ooh, flashing. That's not taking effect at all. I guess I have to hit apply. Okay, that's just blinking up. Steady. Color cycle. Movie. What does movie do? Let's see. Tell what it's doing. Sliding the edges. Maybe it blinks to the audio or something. Let's do But what does Meteor do? See, I would call that marquee. Breathing is, you know, fading in and fading out. Flashing is blinking on and off. Color cycle, movie. I just don't know what movie does. Color switch, rainbow wave. I would do steady, and I would pick the color red. Maybe like that, and hit apply. Ew, that looks pink. I want bright red. Pink. That color right there. Why? That looks purple. That's red. All right, so 255, 815. 255 on the red, 8 on the green, 15 on the blue. LEDs, select all. Yeah. LED style. Steady. 255. And I just put a number in here. 8, 15. Y. Okay, so we're still missing this one. LED style steady. 5, 8, 15. Ah, now the lightsaber is a solid color. So let's go back to, it's still a little too pink for me, but you can waste hours playing with this nonsense. So let's go back to camera 1 full screen. And you can see the lightsaber is now a solid color. We can cut the lights. Hence the dark side, right? We got Darth Vader's lightsaber over here. And we just match everything to that. It's a little too pink for my liking. I have to find a nice dark red color. And then the red also tones down the RGB, so it's not so in your face. Have to make it darker to get red. 25500, you think? Let's go to HDMI input. That over here. Full screen. 255. Zero. Oh, you're right. That's the color I want. 25500. 0. 0. Lie. 0. 0. Lie. RAM should light up, match. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. And remember, I still have cable management to do, but this kind of gives you an overview of how you control the RGB lighting in different zones. There's probably a checkbox somewhere that I can tell all the zones to automatically synchronize. And if I come around here and go to the close-up camera, see what this looks like. Yeah, we could even have these lights moving, maybe red and moving here. Might be something to play with. Again, it's a big time waster just to keep playing with all the options on the colors. Back to camera one. I think that answers that question. Any other questions? Lights, lights. Carey, just make your own pizza. I have to go to the store and get all the ingredients. I got to get fresh stuff. Patrick wants to know, on the Star Wars drive, you just changed the heatsink for the different lightsabers, or you just changed the RGB color? Well, you can do both, but there's the heatsink slides off. You don't have to physically unscrew anything or uninstall. Go back and watch part 1 where Mitch and I go over that in quite a lot of detail. Yeah, 2H2K, thank you for the 25500. That's exactly the color I wanted. I'm just wondering now, if I go to back to the desktop here. Oops. Screen. Change this RAM to be here. It's like a marquee. Can I control the speed on this one? Oh, I can add it as a favorite color. That's cool. Whoops, I just blanked it out. All right, so that way you don't have to type it in manually. I see. So 255. Not that it's that hard, but if there's a 25500 is an easy number to remember. If you're doing some other weird shade, then it may be a bizarre set of numbers that are not easy to remember. Set it as a favorite. Yeah, I don't see the speed offered here. So Meteor's not what I want. Marquee do. Oh, Marquee runs one way and then the other way. Well, that would be cool if it did it faster. Stick light settings. Say, hey, Lucky, voice command. And we can set up different profiles. So I'm messing on profile 1. That's what I'm messing with right now. And so the RAM has its own LED profile. Let's see if one of these is a little faster. Breathing is probably... Yeah, I don't... Flashing, that was just blinking, right? Blinking. Steady, color cycle. Again, I want to look at movie. What does movie do? Doesn't really seem to be doing anything. That's all. I'll have to read about that one. Color switch. I don't know what color switch is. I guess it switches between 2 colors. Rainbow wave. That's it. So I'm thinking E. Where was the lighting speed? I saw that somewhere in here. Hardware monitoring, features, stick light, motherboard as a brightness option. I remember there was a speed option in here somewhere. Ambient link to sync up with the color on the screen of the game. Trying to find where it said light speed. It was in here somewhere. Light mode or dark mode. Oh, I guess that disables the LEDs if you don't want them. That's just monitoring. Was speed only offered if I selected the rainbow? Yikes, that's weird. This seems to be affecting all of the LEDs, just this one setting. Kind of getting an idea what it's doing here on the screen. CPU temperature. It'll adjust the color based on the temperature of your CPU. It'll let you know when your CPU is getting hot. That's actually useful. Steady. Puts us back to where we were. And individually, you can change the motherboard, LED style, LED all brightness. Huh. So, go back to camera 1, you can see it more or less looks exactly the same, but now the RAM LEDs are moving this way and this way like Knight Rider. I just would like them to go quicker. So I guess Meteor, they just go in one direction over and over to the right. And Marquee, they go to the right, then they go to the left, then they go to the right, then they go to the left. That seems to be the difference. I just want that to go faster, more like Knight Rider. Hours and hours. You can just play with the RGB lighting nonstop and get nothing done all day. I have to unlink them to get speed control. Is that what Gary says? I don't know how you... I didn't intentionally link them. Back full screen. Just they're not linked right now. Hmm. Well, of course, steady wouldn't have a speed, right? What if we put that on? It says get recreation. What does that do? I guess it identified our case fans now, and it's offering us some different options that these fans support. That's interesting. Recreation must be reacting to something because it's just off. Color King, I don't know what Color King is. Oh, Color Ring. Oh, I guess the ring light around. Oh, okay. Still too slow though. Double Meteor. All right, let's see what that does. Still too slow. Well, we can spend hours playing with this. Hours and hours and hours. So double Meteor on the fans below. So that's what they're doing. So just all kinds of outrageous nonsense that can interfere with your productivity. All right, guys. All the RGB channels linked together in profile 1. Let's do try profile 2. Just because while I'm in here, I'm just curious if that's what's going to bring back the profile 2. LED style and brightness. Yeah, I'm simply not seeing the speed option anymore. I'll have to rewind the video myself and see where I was. It seemed like it came up initially when we started the software. Then it also installed too, so. Features support stick light. I don't see an option to link them. Maybe if I turn this off altogether, is that what I have to do? Then go here and turn this one off. Turn this one off. Nope. I know we saw light speed in there somewhere. Yeah, weird. Very weird. Say visor. It's way too slow. Another rainbow double flashing. Well, that's just annoying. Energy. What does energy do? Oh, that kind of works. Let's do back to camera 1. I know there'll be a way for me to find that speed option again. It was there. I did see it. Oh, but the lightsaber's blinking on and off. I could change that individually to a static. Anyway, yeah, good times. Gregory Howard contributes $10. He says, hello, Carey and all in chat. That's a nice PC. So nice, he bought it. So this is going to Gregory Howard. And I wanted to revisit this now that it's done and it's ready to ship. I just finished this last night. I got hung up on a bunch of places. And I want to talk about the pros and the cons of this very unique looking case. So we're going to talk about, well, as Patrick at Serve the Home likes to say, lessons learned. So if I had to do this over again, there's some things I would change, and there's some things I wish I were aware of prior to ordering it that I want to make you guys aware of. Because if you see this and you think like Mara and I did, that, hey, that's a really cool, unique looking case, it is. But it comes with some caveats, which we'll talk about here in just a moment. But after today's video, this gets packaged up and goes out to Gregory Howard. He says he's already got a spot reserved on a shelf for it. So love it, love it. Let's see, and thank you, Gregory, for, talk about supporting the show, right? Mark Gaines has now been a member for 20 months. That's the first 20 month I've ever seen. He says, hello, Carey and Marlena DG, everyone in the chat. Mark joins us from Northern Ireland. Now, you don't get another badge. You get it 12 when you're a member for 12 months. You'll see this gold badge. It says 12 next to their name in the chat room. And these are folks that are paying $9.99 a month. YouTube takes 30% of that, but it goes to paying for the content. And we've got some stuff coming up. Boy, let me tell you, I'm super excited. This Friday's show and next Friday's show are already scheduled, and we have most of the rest of this week and next week already scheduled out. So yeah, things are cooking. So your memberships keep the content flowing, and you'll get a 24 badge when you've been a member for 24 months. It goes from 12 to 24, and then it'll stay 24 until you reach 36. And last I checked, YouTube doesn't have a badge for anything after 36 because that's how new memberships are. Like they haven't been around for anybody yet to be at anywhere near 36 months. So, proudly display your badge for your continuous membership. And again, I thank you for supporting the channel, as very few viewers will actually do that. So we know who our true loyal viewers are, and the ones who want to put their money where their mouth is for appreciating the value of the content and permitting me to continue to be independent. And like I said, the sponsorships that we do are not controlled in the sense where I have to say certain things, or you know what I mean? Like if I'm promoting something, it's because I want to, because I think it's a great deal. I think it offers a great value to you guys, such as Acronis, such as Instant Host Call, RoboForm, or the folks over at VIP CDK deals with the discounted and fully legal Windows and Office keys. So you could save a lot of money, and that's what I'm here to help you do. So if you need any of that stuff, I'm not here to tell you you need it. That's for you to decide. I just want you to know it's available and how you can access the discounts. All right. And of course, my deepest appreciation for those companies that participate with us and see the value in you guys. Ben Laird with a £5 contribution says, hello all from Scotland. Hey, Ben, welcome in. Mike Visions with a £2 contribution says, hello, Carey and everyone in chat. Hey, Mike, thank you for the contribution. Rick Lakes with a $10 super chat said, Carey, it's snowing here and 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Rick is in Minnesota, so yeah, January, Minnesota, that checks out. Well, thanks for the contribution, Rick. Stay warm, my friend. Stay indoors. Patrick Manny, also a member now for 20 months. He says 4 more months and it's going to be 2 years. Right on. And Dick Poverman's asking about the HP computer. That's the challenge for you guys. Nobody's answered that challenge yet, so I'm going to keep it there. We've got other projects that are more important. That system is sitting on the floor over here, so I'm not procrastinating. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for these people that know so much to come out of the woodwork and start offering suggestions that aren't the same ones that just keep getting offered over and over again. In the meantime, I do have other projects that I'm personally more excited to do, and I'm in no hurry to go through that HP computer, because I know when I do it, somebody's going to say, oh, I knew that the whole time. So the longer I let that sit, the more you and I will be able to conclude that those people are full of it. So I suspect they're full of it. This is my experiment to see if I'm right or wrong. So I am hopeful to be wrong, but we'll see. Planet Cryos with another $5 super chat said Acronis is great and I use it daily. Get it while it's hot. Hey, listen, that Acronis special will be all year this year. 30% off throughout the entire year. So if you don't have the money right now, or if you have a current Acronis license and it's not due yet, you can wait till it's due. As long as, if it's expiring sometime in 2024, just come here and use our discount code. Save yourself some money. Chris Dune, or Dunn, contributes $5. He says, I am back a little late, but good to be here. Hey, Chris, thank you for the super chat and welcome in. And of course, thank you again to Planet Cryos. Now, when it comes to this case, so there's a couple of things I would do differently if I had to do this over. When I saw the picture of the case, let me share with you what I saw. So if we go to Amazon and look at the picture of the case and how the manufacturer has marketed this case, you see it's got, oops, let me just go big on that. You'll see it's got a graphics card here, vertical. It's got a liquid cooler here. And I looked at that and I said, I kind of like how that looks. I will do the same thing, only I don't really want the GPU, right? That's kind of an expensive part, and I don't need it personally. In fact, as a content creator, using an Intel CPU, a modern Intel CPU, it supports something called Intel QuickSync, and that makes my video rendering so much faster than using an NVIDIA or Radeon graphics card. It's actually better. So this actually slows me down in content creation. This is really for gamers. So the benefit is knowing you can put that in if you want to, right? So when Gregory gets this, if he wants to game with it, it's certainly capable. But I ordered the same, I believe it's the same cooler. No, I guess it's not the same cooler. I think that's a Segotep cooler, the same people who make the case. I don't think I could find it. They've got RGB RAM down here, and then they've got these RGB fans. So if we look through the pictures, it does show a radiator back here. And I thought, yeah, that looks like a good idea, you know? Like well, I'll put it together the way they picture it, then I shouldn't run into any snags, right? Wrong. So let's talk about what some of these snags are. Not the least of which is the power supply going in up here. Because this has a lid that goes on top, all your cables are going to go in through a hole that's cut out in the back here. And with the power supply being that close to the top of this hole, well, I might just have to show you rather than try to explain it, because it's one of those things that, again, I wish I would have known ahead of time. I didn't figure this out until I got it all put back together. And if I had gotten this done earlier, if our friend Gregory wasn't waiting so long, I would have gone on Amazon and ordered a 90-degree angled power supply cable. So I'm going to show you why. Let me go back to camera 1 here. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to step over here to use the close-up camera. Oh, it's a wrong cable. Let me ducks in a row. Okay. And of course I would do that, right? Of course I would leave the mouse all the way over there. You know, I'm my own producer, my own director, so I've got to control all the video inputs, maintain and monitor the quality of the internet connection, the audio levels. So bear with me as this one-man band struggles to get through here. But I can do it. Close-up camera. Let's see if that's going to work. Here we go. Okay, so first of all, what you don't see in the picture, with the motherboard being mounted with all the ports up here instead of off to the side, so you've got cables that run down here that can easily interfere with the rotation of the fans. Now, these fans are included. These are RGB, and they're already included with the case. Then, when I bought this, I guess this is an ID cooling. All the parts for this are in the video notes, by the way. These hoses are very long, and they don't have to go a very far distance, so they kind of bunch up right here. And then on top of that, we have a bunch of cables right along here, and that made getting this glass panel on very challenging because we have a ton of cables right here, and we have a bunch of cables down here. All right, and you don't really see that in the photo on Amazon, at least I don't. Now we do have this clever little piece. Can't really see it too well, but right back there, the cables are going behind this metal piece, and then they go up. And then up here, you've got this magnetized top. And you lift this top up, and you see it's got some magnets on it here. And looking inside, you've got all your ports for everything, right? So how do you get in here? See, your power supply has got, I don't know how well you can see this. The top of the power supply is right there. And the only way to get in, and the intended way for you to get in, is to go through here. And then you're going to run your internet cable or your Wi-Fi antenna through there. Also your HDMI cable for video and your power cable. But when you try to use a regular PC power cable, which, let's see, we've got one right here. Okay, so we have our regular PC power cable. We push that through. Then we turn this around, trying to get that power cable. Essentially, we've got to get it up and down like this. You see how much height that needs in order to seat into the power supply, but we have this big metal piece over it. So one way you could accomplish this would be to take the back off of it. With the back off of it, then thread this power cable through the back with it off, and then plug it in without this piece in the way. It'd be nice if this had a little door that opened or something to assist. Then you could put the back panel back on. Or what they probably should have done is included an angled power adapter like this. And then we can put that in through here, right? And even that, it's a little trying to get through there. But then that's a lot easier because you don't have so much above it that you're running into this piece, that we can then seat that down into the connector, which is right about there. I can seize right there, my hand in there, and I can push that down. Okay, that's hopefully you're not going to be needing to plug and plug this a lot. Otherwise, you're going to definitely want to leave this part plugged in and just unplug it from the wall. So I have got to include an angled power adapter for Gregory. Luckily, I have one. So finally, if we want to run our internet cable, we can push that through here and then come up. Let's see. Come up through here, we'll plug that in. And then I need my HDMI cable, which I'm standing on. Run that through there. And we'll plug that in right there. Like so. Then we can take our magnetic lid, and look, you get a nice clean install, right? You've got your cables coming in the back like this. And that's the way it's supposed to work. Now, the problem with the liquid cooler, first of all, this is a 13500 CPU in here that does not need a liquid cooler. I put this in for looks. I thought it would look better. And I made it so it was RGB. So we'd have these RGB fans and the RGB fans on the cooler. But as you can see, or not see, you don't see any cooler fans. You can see the radiator back here. And you can see the fan on the power supply here. There's a lot of room for cable management right here, but there's a lot of cables on this side of the board, as I took a picture of earlier. All these cables, they have to run across the front of this radiator, and there's fans on the other side. And there's not much room from the end of the fan to the back of the motherboard tray, so those cables could fall into the fans, and you wouldn't even notice if the fans were turning or not, because you can't really see them. Now, if you look carefully, way down at the bottom of the board, you can see the lower fan on the radiator. So, first of all, just using an air cooler on here that the CPU came with would have been way easier, and it would have reduced the amount of cabling that we've got seen here through the front of the case. And it wouldn't have made a difference as far as cooling, because it does fine on a 13500. So, basically, if I had to do this again, I would not do the all-in-one cooler. It would have saved money, and it would have saved me a lot of grief because of all the additional cables, right? Because I have to give power to this, plus I have to give this ARGB control, and then I have to give power to each of the fans on the radiator, and then RGB control for each of those fans to synchronize up. The other thing I wouldn't do, I put the Seagate Star Wars SSD in there. And that requires connection to ARGB on the board, which runs another cable, and there's really nowhere for that cable to go. So you can kind of see the cable up there. I would have just used a regular SSD. The problem is we're running in with a mini ITX case. You've got to keep in mind it's going to be a small case. And as a small case, you're just not going to have very good cable management. And I think just having these two fans RGB that come with the case, with a regular SSD and a regular stock Intel cooler, I think it would have looked just as good, maybe even better. Now, there's nothing we can do to get around all these cables over here, but a lot of the cables over here are just RGB cables that could have been completely eliminated. So, you know, we would have had one cable coming off the fan on a traditional heatsink, and we wouldn't have these hoses, we wouldn't have all this RGB over here, and we'd have a lot more room in the back to run our cables without the radiator, without this radiator in the way. So, you know, this was put in for looks. It didn't need to have the radiator. Simply added it because it looked good on the picture. And, you know, it cost me more money and it took me a lot more time. And the cable management must have eaten 60 or 70 cable ties just to get this thing managed. And, oh boy, I mean, I wouldn't want to work on it. Don't get me wrong. It's quality parts. It's so compact in there that adding even more that was unnecessary, such as the liquid cooler and that RGB SSD, just made my life more difficult than it needed to be. It's doable if you're patient and you don't mind having to go through a bunch of rat's nest of cables to make a change, right? If we have to replace a fan and I separate all the cables out as best I can and, you know, cable tie them into different groups, but it's still, you got to be aware that, like when I'm putting this glass on, that it wants to pinch the cables between the glass and the case. We definitely don't want that. And then of course, when we're putting when we're running the cables around the back, we've got to make sure that the cables are tight enough that they're hugging the motherboard tray. Otherwise, if they fall back this way, they're going to hit the fans on the radiator and prevent them from turning. Okay, but other than that, I think you'll agree. The case is unique. It's beautiful. And I don't know that much would be lost if we took the cooler out and replaced it with an air cooler and took that SSD out and replaced it with a regular SSD. Now the OLOy RAM down there, you see how it's gold on top? That's actually RGB that lights up. So let me go back over to, let's see, how do I want to do this? I want to turn it on, you know, let's just turn it on. So we'll fire it up. And of course, as I mentioned, these two fans come with the case. You can see our RAM is glowing. You can see our lightsaber over there. We've gone to the dark side. That's Darth Vader's lightsaber hilt. So we've gone all red here. And well, you can't see it, but if you look really closely in the back, you can see the red glow of the fans on the radiator that you can't see. That's in sync with the rest of the RGB. Now, all this RGB is synchronized together using MSI's software. I forget what they call it. And so when Gregory receives this, he can adjust it to his liking. Now, of course, when we turn out the lights, it's even more striking. It's also very, very quiet. And of course, you've got your USB type A. You've got two of those up here, along with a audio jack for a headset, a microphone, or headphones. Then we've got our USB type C, which I haven't tested to see if that's Gen 2 or not. I could look at the specs on the board. That is the completed build as Gregory will receive it. Let me go back over to camera 1. There we go. Shut this down. There it goes. So to remind you of the specifications, we can go over to our HDMI input and take a look at the desktop. Let's do that now. So it occurs to me, I have not plugged a keyboard or mouse into this. So let me grab my keyboard and mouse here. Goes on and plug it into the front USB here, because that's a lot easier for me to get to. Let's plug that in. Okay, now I should have motion. Okay, very good. All right, so if we look at our system specifications, we'll go to system. And you'll see it's got the Intel, the 13th gen Core i5 13500. That's my current favorite chip on the market right now for value. The RAM, we've got OLOy 32 gigs. It's 2 sticks of 16 gigs. And geez, is that DDR4 or DDR5? No, it's in the list, but we'll take a look at that in a minute. We're running Windows 11 Pro 23H2. We can look in the device manager to make sure that we don't have any items that are needing attention or missing drivers. Everything looks good there. And we can bring up CPU-Z to get the details on that RAM. That looks like DDR5 to me. Let me walk up to it and see it closer. Yeah, DDR5. So we got the fast RAM in there. It's a it's a pretty fast, tiny little system, but it's very, very cramped in there. So my job would have been a lot easier if I didn't try to go over the top with it. What are you gonna do? As far as drive speed, we've got that Seagate Star Wars licensed Lightsaber drive. It comes with different tops. It's got a Luke Skywalker lightsaber hilt, an Obi-Wan Kenobi lightsaber hilt, and a Darth Vader lightsaber hilt. And if you go back and watch the original build video, you can see how those slide off and you can replace them at any time. You don't have to take the SSD out to do that. And of course, because I decided to go with a red theme, I had to use Darth Vader, right? As for the SSD that we're using, you'll see it's a Gen 4. We're going darn near 7,000 megabytes per second. And if I go to the C drive, right click and go to properties, go to hardware, we should be able to see any details on that drive right there, which again is the Seagate. So it was an expensive drive because of the Star Wars licensing. They've been on sale lately at Amazon. They're cheaper now than what I paid. And I think they're getting rid of them, I suspect, because I can't imagine why suddenly they're on sale. So I think the 1 terabyte's like $159 and the 2 terabytes like $259. Actually, no, I think I paid $250 for them. But I found a reputable seller on eBay that had them new in a box that had good feedback. I couldn't find them that cheap at Amazon, Newegg, or B&H Photo. It's very, very rare that I will do that. But to me, it's like a collector's item. That I suppose that this Seagate SSD will probably be, if it was left mint in box, worth quite a bit of money in about 15 or 20 years. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room. When did Carey build it? So hopefully Mara has added the link to the original video in the video notes. If not, I'll make sure that she does. That was about, I think that was October we built this. If you search on my channel, if you just go to YouTube, type in Segotep Slath, S-L-A-T-H, it should pull my video up. But Mara's going to add the link to the original video. And then we'll also tie these two videos together. So at the end of the original video, it'll automatically present this video after it's live as the final overview of the project. Yeah, so Gregory Howard has been waiting 4 months for this. He's been very patient, and I appreciate his patience because we had a lot going on, and this cable management job was an all-day job. So I basically had to silence the phone and not check email and just stay focused on that, because every time I tried to get to it, something distracted or disrupted me doing it. Times like that, I wish I had an intern that could do the cable management for me. For a while, a viewer named Photo Ray was helping me out, but I didn't have enough consistent work for him, and he was driving a very long way to get here. So that was a short-lived little project, but I appreciated his help when I got it. Just looking through the chat room here. Paul O'Brien contributes €10 in Super Chat. He says, "This is to our good friend Peter Laycock. We're here for you today as we share your pain. But more importantly, we celebrate the memory of your brother as the angels welcome him." Yes, unfortunately, in our community, we have an amazing community here. And the care that you guys show for one another is just, it means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to those that we're caring for. So, Peter's been an extremely generous and outspoken, well, I wouldn't say outspoken, but regular member here. And many of the projects we've done would not have been possible without the generosity of Peter Laycock, or as we call him, Buster. And he recently lost his brother. And so I think there was a funeral yesterday. So I'm sure I'm sure it's going to be rough for a little bit here. But certainly our thoughts are with him. And that was very nice, Paul. Thank you for doing that. Find me in Hawaii with a $20 super chat. Says, "Celebrating being a member for 19 months. Have a Gatorade on me." $20 will buy me more than one. I think I could get 16, I think, for $20. Thank you. Find me in Hawaii. That's Ken. John Struthers says, "Hello, Carey and Camera Girl and chat from a stormy Cape Breton." Is that Florida? I hear the word Cape, so I have no idea where that is. Let's see. What else am I missing in the chat? Find me in Hawaii says, "Sorry for my long absence. Happy New Year. Good to see you smiling, Carey." Right on. Well, thank you. Good to see you here. We're glad to have you back. Don't be gone so long next time. There's our friend Jim KJ3N joining us. He recently did an interesting video about moving a user profile from one computer to another. I always do that by hand. But there is some software you can use that can assist in that. And if you want to learn more about it, be sure and check out his channel. He's got some great videos over there, as does Planet Cryos. It's great when we have viewers who know the challenges of making videos, because they'll be the least ones to give you a hard time. Because they're like, "Oh, yeah, I've been there, done that," right? Just over simple mistakes or technical issues. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this screenshot and save it to the desktop here. And then I think I want to test this top USB-C port and see if it's Gen 2. I mean, I could just look at the documentation to the board, but where's the fun in that, So let's grab the screenshot real quick. So Alt print screen, we'll grab that. And then bring up Paint, Control V to paste that file, save as. a JPEG. We'll call it Crystal Disk. Crystal, if I can spell today. Disk mark. .jpeg. And let's save it on the desktop. Just go one up here. There's desktop. That'll put that image right there. So I can close this. And then let me go to the other room. Let me go back to camera 1 here momentarily so you can see what I'm going to do. You know, I have this SanDisk Extreme Pro external solid state drive that claims it can run up to 2,000 megabytes per second externally, provided you plug it in to a okay, you ready? A USB 3.2 Gen 2 x 2 plug. So it's going to look like a Type-C plug. And in my experience, at least on the ASRock boards, the latest ASRock boards that I'm buying have one USB 3.2 x 2 Gen 2, and it's the external one only. So I don't know if this MSI board does that as well, but there's one way to find out, and that is we plug in this 4 terabyte super fast SanDisk Extreme Pro, and then we'll go ahead and run Crystal Disk Mark on it again. Normally I get 1,000 megabytes per second out of it through a normal USB 3, which is nothing to shake a stick at, but you know, 2,000 is twice as much. So if I'm copying a lot of data, it should take half the amount of time. Now, bear in mind, there are 4 terabyte SSDs you can buy that are very inexpensive. And the ones that are inexpensive are slow. The more expensive they get, the faster they get, with a few exceptions. But that's generally how it works, especially when we're talking about name brands like SanDisk, Western Digital. That's the same company, by the way. So Western Digital owns SanDisk, or Seagate, or you know, even T-Force, Team, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're noticing, you're like, hey, there's an 8 terabyte external drive, it's $800, and there's an 8 terabyte external drive, it's $139. I can guarantee you the $800 one is going to be a SSD, and the $139 one is going to be a mechanical drive. It's much bigger, much slower. If that's important to you, just understand what you're buying, then you won't have any buyer's remorse. Now, let's go back over to my HDMI input here. And as you can see, it opened up the external drive, which is empty. I haven't been using this yet. I primarily use it for testing. So let's close that. We'll bring up Crystal Disk Mark again. We'll go back to Crystal Disk Mark 64-bit. And we're going to go up here and select our D drive. And I only need those 2 top numbers. I'm just very curious if that's going to read 1,000 or 2,000. If I see 2,000, then I know that that's a Gen 2. Yeah, so it's not a 3.2 Gen 2 x 2. It's probably a 3.2, but it's not x 2. That x 2 doubles it. So look, 1,049 is nothing to shake a stick at. Don't get me wrong. But it's something I'm looking for now, like on a system that I would build for myself. I would want to be able to use this drive and copy my videos and stuff off onto it. I tend to let the videos build up here on the streaming machine, because as we go live, I'm also recording the videos locally. But after about a month, I'm almost out of hard drive space. And then what I want to do is just do a bulk transfer to move those files over just to archive them. So I need a large drive for that. If I use my NAS, it'll take all day, because I'm only transferring it like 200 megabytes per second on network. So if I could do this locally to an SSD like this, it could cut the time by 75%. That's how much of a difference it can make. But the read and writes on this are really good. And if you don't want the 2000 megabit version of this, you can save money, because they do sell a SanDisk Extreme Pro 4 terabyte drive that runs at 1,000 megabytes per second for about $50 less. So again, the more you spend, in theory, the faster it should go. All right, so we're looking good. As far as that goes, you know, it's, for me, I would be a little disappointed that it's not Gen 2, but there are add-in cards if you really wanted the Gen 2 or Gen 2 by 2. Silverstone, for example, makes little PCIe cards you could plug in to give your system that USB. However, that we only have one slot on this motherboard. It is a micro ATX motherboard. And the other thing about the micro ATX board is you're not going to be able to fit a full-size graphics card in there. I mean, that should be pretty obvious to most of you. But if I grab this, here it is. Here's an RTX 3090 Founders Edition. Okay, right here. If that were to plug in, I mean, even if we just set the card on the ground, it's almost as tall as the case. So if you see where it plugs in, where the connector is and where the connector is here, we would be up right around, well, actually the card would be going in this direction, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'd have to cut a hole through the bottom. This would be sticking out quite a bit. So you'd have to be aware of just how big of a card you can fit there. And bear in mind, if you put a card there, it's going to push against these cables, which is likely going to push them into the fans. So I'm not aware of a mini ITX board that has these connectors located somewhere else. And these connectors are your USB. Those two, well, you see 3 wires right here that are bundled. That's your 2 USB ports and your USB Type-C right there. So if you've got to live without these, that would clear your room for a video card to fit in without any challenges, assuming it wasn't too long. But yeah, that's one of the things you got to look out for. If you really like, if you're attracted to these mini ITX cases, they're limited. They're convenient. They can be very convenient. They can also be a bit expensive when you're buying the mini ITX boards. Almost all mini ITX boards are going to have Wi-Fi because of their limited size, because they only have one slot. They're usually reserving that slot for a GPU, right? For people that want a gaming machine they can take on the go. Now, with the popularity of the little mini PCs and with the new integrated graphics, unlike the new 8000 series AMD CPUs that are coming out at the end of this month, you're going to be rivaling some graphics cards as the integrated graphics gets better and better. So, you know, again, I've always said gaming is an expensive luxury. For me, as this system sits, it would be an ideal video editor because of that Intel, that 13500 with that integrated GPU, which, you know, supports AV1 encoding, and Intel QuickSync would make light work out of my video editing of 1080 and 4K videos, especially compared to my 8th gen, or this machine, the streaming computer. This is a 9th gen. So they've come a long way, Intel has, with the quality of the integrated graphics. AMD is ahead of them there. So overall, I think that about covers all my thoughts on this unit. And with this done, I can now box it up, take it over to FedEx, and then ideally we'll hear from Gregory Howard after he's had a while to play with it, and you know, after he's owned it for a bit, hear his thoughts on it. Hopefully it arrives okay. I plan on putting this computer back in the case, that the box that the case came in, and then I'm going to lay it on its back with the glass up, and I'm going to have FedEx put that box into another box with like paper material or RAM pack around it with the glass up, and then we'll bright this side up, and I think it'll arrive without any problems. My only concern will be any shifting of the cables. So I would advise Gregory, when he gets it powered up the first time, do his best as he can to see if those fans on the radiator are spinning. And if any of the USB ports don't work, it's likely because the cable may have been jarred loose from the, sometimes they can handle the box, it's pretty rough. And if they do jar loose, they could prevent that fan right there from spinning, which will be very obvious. If that fan doesn't spin right down here, Gregory, it's because that cable dropped into the fan. And once the cable's plugged all the way in, I've tightened it. If I tighten it too much, it'll pull it right off. But I've tightened it so that when it's plugged all the way in, it has tension to keep it off the fan. I did the same thing behind the radiator here. And what you can do to check the fans on the radiator is you can see the bottom fan. And the bottom fan is the one I'm most concerned about. I think most of the cables are running closer to the bottom fan than the top. So you should be able to see if that's spinning. The one above, I don't know how you would see it other than, I don't know, maybe get a flashlight, shine it in there. But again, it's the downside of putting the all-in-one in there. Again, I regret doing that. It made the build far more complicated than it needed to be. On the other hand, you'll never have to worry about the CPU overheating because that is an overkill cooling solution for it. So, you know, that's the good side of it. Hey, there's our friend Frankie B joining us in the chat. Hey, Frankie, good to see you, my friend. Frankie's been another generous contributor here and very supportive individual. Always happy to see all of my supportive friends here. Well, actually, all of you are very supportive. So I appreciate each and every one of you. Mara says that she has added the previous parts of this build linked in today's video notes. So if you want to see me build this, I think Mitch and I built this together. You can look in the video notes if you missed that video. Les Stevenson says Kate Breton is in Nova Scotia, Canada. Oh, yeah, well, I definitely don't know my Canadian geography aside from sort of the well-known sort of, you know, your Toronto, of course, being from Detroit, Windsor, and Ontario, Vancouver, and to the other side. I know of Nova Scotia and like, what is it, Newfoundland, and there's Saskatchewan, I think, over there. But that over New York or over Maine, I don't know that area very well. But thank you for that. Some people have mentioned that the, you know, yesterday was the second Tuesday of the month, and that's when Microsoft releases Windows updates. And some people have emailed me or contacted me and said, I've got an update that's not working, it's failing. And it's like, okay, first of all, don't freak out. If you're getting the updates on Tuesday, the day they come out, then there's not going to be very much information available yet if there's any issues, and if those issues are just you, or if there's a bunch of people affected. So if you're going to grab the updates on the day they come out, or even if it happens automatically and you see that some of them have failed, there is no update that's out that is absolutely critical to you for you to have right this second. All right, so that's the first thing, take a breath. Secondly, you need to give it some time, just as you would anything brand new that's just released to the public. You need to give the public time to get it installed so that if there are, you know, a common theme of, or an issue that many people are experiencing, that there will be discussions that will start on places like Reddit, and you'll be able to do a Google search for the knowledge base number, the KB number of that update. Right now, if you do that, there's going to be very little information because it hasn't even been 24 hours, I don't think. So give it till the end of the week, maybe the weekend. In the meantime, it may just auto-correct, because if it's an issue that's that's plaguing a lot of people, I guarantee you Microsoft is aware of it and will be working on a problem without you having to say or do anything. On the other hand, if it's just affecting you, you'll know by next week. Nobody's talking about any issues, then there's something about your system where that's failing, and then that's a different situation. In all likelihood, the problem will resolve itself within about a week, or there'll be a discussion online that you should be able to easily Google and find that will have the remedy or a projected date for remedy. If there is something here to talk about, if there is an actual issue, and I learn about it, I'll share it with you. But for right now, I don't really know anything. Just some people are having an update fail. It's not a big deal. It's not a critical deal. And maybe a good reason to not get the updates on the day they come out. I always grab on the day they come out, but I'm a tech. And I also know that if something fails on the day it comes out, that's when it is most likely going to fail before people or the general public in mass have had a chance to test it. So the answer will probably come to you. You probably won't have to go digging for it if it's a problem that's affecting a lot of people. On the other hand, if it's a problem that's only affecting you, well, that's a different story, but we'll know one way or another next week. And if there's something for me to share about that, if I learn any more about it, I'll make a video and we'll talk about it. But it's nothing that's preventing you from getting any work done. It's not making your system any more vulnerable, at least not to any current threats. These updates usually are protecting you from future threats, or they're adding or polishing features. So nothing absolutely critical. Not yet. Rick Lake said Microsoft is aware of this update and they're working on it. Give them time. Well, there you go. See, Rick knows more about it than I do. Thank you, Rick. Yes, Patch Tuesday was yesterday. That's what Ben Laird said. That's correct. The second Tuesday of the month is when Microsoft releases updates for Windows, both 10 and 11. Hey, there's our friend Mats Olof Rickardsson joining us from Sweden with a 100 Swedish krona contribution. He says, hello, Carey and all. I am anonymous today, but here's a small contribution from me. I'm just listening today. Well, thanks, Mats Olof. Good to see you, my friend. Douglas Burchell said he sent a super chat and I didn't see it. Let me scroll back. There he is. $10 from Douglas Burchell says another 10 in Peter Laycock's name. Thanks, you guys. You guys are, as I mentioned, very thoughtful. Just an amazing, real community we have here. So that speaks for itself. Let me just check my phone here real quick, and I think we'll wrap this one up. Let's see. Wow, Frankie B with a very generous $200 Amazon gift card contribution. Look at that. He says, I'm just saying thanks for all you do. Just talking about Frankie's generosity. I don't know, for some reason that came in twice. I'm sure it's one. I don't know why it was sent twice. But thank you, Frankie. Again, I can't tell you how much that means to me. It's very liberating to be able to go on Amazon and order the parts I want to order, to build the things that I want to build and review the things I want to review. For example, something that was quite expensive, but something I wanted selfishly that I can also make a review of. And I happen to get the last one, and I can't even find it on Amazon anymore, is this little guy right here. This is the T-Force M200 SSD. If it'll focus, come on. This is USB 3.2 Gen 2x2 up to 2,000 megabytes per second. But instead of the 4 terabytes, this is 8 terabytes with a 5-year warranty. And I'm keeping it sealed in the box. I will unbox this and test it live on camera next week. Yeah, that was almost as much money as this computer. It was pricey, but I said, you know what? I'm going to use it. And I got a couple other devices, NVMe cloning devices and docking bays that I want to make videos on and show you, because I'm genuinely interested in them. I wouldn't be able to make these purchases without your contribution. So, you know, all that money that comes in gets put right back into the channel, just so you know. Haven't bought my Tesla yet. Bull142 contributes $20. Thank you, Bull142, for the super chat. Okay, any questions about this build or anything else before we wrap up today? We'll just keep this one at about an hour instead of the normal 2 hours. So I still have to box this up. I still got to go to FedEx. I still have to run a couple of errands today. So if I can wrap this up a little earlier, I'll have a better chance of getting all that stuff done. So let me just look here in the chat. Nick Poverman said the update that people are having an issue with requires a backup partition on your hard drive. I don't know what a backup partition is. We usually have recovery partitions. We have 4 partitions generally that at Windows 10 or 11 will make with a UEFI BIOS. Those should be the only ones you should have. Can't imagine somebody would need one that doesn't install by default. So we'll learn more about that. Like I said, as more information comes out, I'll have to research it. But I appreciate the update. How did it boot without a Go Faster sticker? Oh, he's getting the CareyHolzman badge. It'll be in the box. That's the other downside I forgot to mention. I can't fit everything in the box. This box is already pretty full, and well, I guess we won't include the standard power cable. He needs the angled one. That'll free up some space. I got to put the Wi-Fi antenna in there, and because the power supply is modular, I still have all the other power supply cables to go. And this box is too small. So if you're building a mini ITX and you're like me and you want to put all your spare unused parts in your motherboard box, the more parts you jam in here, the harder your job's going to be to cable manage it, and the less likely you're going to be able to fit everything in the motherboard box, which is another thing I hadn't considered. So some of the, I think like the power supply cables will have to be like put in a Ziploc bag or something. So the stuff that we haven't fit is all this stuff. And you'll see, I mean, there's quite a bit. These are power supply cables, Wi-Fi antenna. The box for the Star Wars drive, I don't think he needs. I put all the spare lightsaber hilts in the motherboard box. And then this is a power supply adapter if you wanted to put a mini power supply, like an SFX power supply. I don't know why you'd want to do that. It's got a full-size power supply in there now. This isn't going to make life any easier, but that bracket that should be able to fit in the motherboard box. But I think I can get these 2 things in there, but that'll have to just stay separate. Normally, I wouldn't have any problem putting that in a motherboard box. But again, we're dealing with one of the smallest boards that you can buy as a DIYer. So if you're going to do it yourself and you want to stick with tiny, from this lesson, I'm going to say keep it simple. Unless you're in for a challenge, in which case, go hog wild. And Jim's got a video link to his video yesterday showing how he's moving the account information from one machine to another, if you want to watch that after this. Bull142 said, I have my Carey Go Faster sticker proudly displayed on my system. Right on. Good man. It also makes your system more reliable and more secure. That is a lie. But I appreciate your support. All right. Well, I don't see any other questions about the system. George Frugius said, it's the recovery partition being too small for the update. I had a computer that failed. The rest were okay. I wonder if this is only affecting people with smaller drives then? Because obviously the recovery partition, I think, gets sized to a portion of the capacity of your drive. So the bigger your C drive is, in theory, the bigger the recovery partition is, I think. I can only speculate at this point. I have very little information. Sounds like many of you in the chat know more about it than I do. As I mentioned, I recommend everybody just relax. It's not a big deal, nothing to panic over. Microsoft, you know, if this is what people say it is, then this will be on Microsoft to fix it. It won't be on you, nor do I recommend you make any system changes to accommodate, because it could cause other issues in the future. Let Microsoft fix this. If this is in fact their issue, just give them a few days. David Ice said he heard it is only affecting Windows 10. Yeah, again, the more information I don't have, but I'll definitely research that later when time permits. But right now, because it's so new, I don't know how much is speculation and how much has been verified. It's only been 24 hours. So give it a few days and we should have some solid information and potentially a fix. Fix could take a while, could take a week or more, but hopefully Microsoft will get to it sooner rather than later. But regardless, nothing to panic about. It's not a critical update yet. Always good to get your updates, but there's a reason why they're released on Patch Tuesday versus releasing it the day it's done. So Microsoft has been holding these updates back so that they'll be ready to release on a certain day. But that certain day doesn't mean, oh my gosh, I got to have it today. If it was that important, Microsoft will release it ASAP. So in other words, if you get an update from Microsoft, it's like usually just one update and it's out of band, it's released not on a Tuesday, but it's released some other day, then that means it's critical. And that's an important update. The updates that come out on Tuesday are fairly routine utility updates, just for good system maintenance and security practices. And so if Microsoft can postpone releasing it until the second Tuesday of the month, you could postpone installing it, you know, if there's any problems, without any concern of, you know, being vulnerable, at least for a month anyway. So again, I got to research it and I'll learn more about it. And that'll wrap it up for me for today. Thank you again for all of your support, your friendship. Our thoughts again over to our friend Buster in Scotland. Thanks for everybody who contributed via Super Chat today. Thank you, Frankie B, Mats Olaf, for your very generous contributions. But from everybody who's contributed anything at any time, thank you. Like I said, having that independence to be able to get the products I want to build or I want to review, I think there's a more genuine authenticity to what I'm reviewing and why versus just trying to cash a check. So a lot of YouTube content creators are just making commercials disguised as reviews. I don't want to do that. So in light of that, we do partner up with the Acronis again and Instant House Call for our backup software, for our remote software, and of course, VIP CDK deals, discounts for our viewers, all the details in the video notes below, and all free trials for things for you to try out and decide for yourself. You don't have to take my word for anything. And always interested to hear your experiences. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And until next time, bye for now. And of course, thank you to Mara for setting up all these videos and doing these thumbnails. She does a lot of hard work getting these videos ready, keywords and tags, and definitely got to acknowledge that. So thank you to Mara as well for her assistance helping me get these videos ready. Okay, that's it for today. I'll see you all very, very soon. And until next time, bye for now.